Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes.
Stark is over the wicket at him. He's bowled him! It's to taken! Crawley's left on the pad. They're up, he's out. Stephen Smith, it's a screamer.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. England versus Australia. The Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket live from Leeds for Macca's. Get the new spicy and sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. We've been saying it all week. Headingley is where the magic happens in Ashes series on Sundays, especially. It was 4 years ago on day 4 when Ben Stokes exploded and Australia wilted. The comparisons between that test and this one have been impossible to avoid, not least the fact that England looked buried in their first innings before coming back with force. In 2019, Australia lost their bundle with a great deal more to defend, but today they have to be sharp. 10 wickets to take with surely no more than 50-odd overs to do it, with England chasing the way that they do. None for 27 in pursuit of 251 on a ground that lends itself to hauling town targets just like this in a series that's delivered on just about every single hour. This will be the most important day yet. I'm Adam Collins, Damien, Fleming, Bharat, Sundaresan, Peter Lalor with me. The good news is the weather is fine, or at least it's clear. Rain's not due until 5 o'clock, which means we're going to get a result today, Flem.
Gentlemen, listeners, it's not cloudy enough for me. I don't want it to rain. It's a little bit bright, but I think the ball's going to move. Bazball, they love winning the toss. They love chasing, even if it's on day 5. Because we didn't get a lot of play on this pitch yesterday, it's going to hold up pretty well. There was some inconsistencies with bounce. It led to the dismissal of Mitchell Marsh and Alex Carey, leaving balls extra bounce. So for the Australians, they're going to maximise this new ball with swing and seam. We need the captain at his best. Big Pat just had a couple of below par overs last night, but we know he's been the dominant fast bowler in this series. So big day for Australia. They can wrap up the Ashes. Flem Biz has probably dropped to 51% for the Aussies. I'm a little bit worried, boys. But we know it's going to be action-packed.
Pete, you've got a yarn this morning, and it relates peripherally to this Test match, but more broadly to the World Test Championship for Australia. Of course, they won it at the Oval a couple of weeks ago, but we were complaining about the over rates yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to come back to bite them.
It is going to come back to bite them. They're facing a loss of up to 13 points on the World Test Championship final table. You'll remember that it was the loss of, I think, just 4 that kept them out of the inaugural Test Championship final. They lost their place to England. So it can and does matter. It matters so much that they and England have appealed the decision, and it's going to be discussed at the Chief Executives Conference of the ICC in the next few weeks. So they haven't imposed the penalties yet. They're going to go to the other teams and say, these regulations are too strict. We're playing fantastic cricket. The way cricket's played now, you can't get those overs in. They want a number of adjustments. They want to reset if they bowl a side out in under 80 overs. At the moment, it's under 60 overs. They want more consideration given the number of stoppages to concussions and things like that. And they're both arguing, as Ben Stokes said to one of the umpires in the middle the other day when he was told, you've only bowled 12 overs in the hour, Ben. And Ben pointed to the crowd and said, doesn't look like anyone's complaining to me. And it has been fantastic cricket, but it's good luck to them. I reckon they're not going to get away with it. The other countries are going to go, bad luck. We're fighting against you for points. We're not going to give you a helping hand on the table.
Bad luck.
156 minutes England bowled yesterday for 20.1 overs, so their over rate was worse than
9-minute over.
Yeah, 9-minute over. So, I mean, 13 points is more than a win. I had a look just while you were talking.
Okay.
12 points for a win. So Australia would effectively give a win away on the basis of their over rate. And to be honest, fair enough. I mean, over rates have been farcical for years. They've all played their role in that. And
so my problem is if we start to say 85 overs a day, right? Then they'll bowl. I know they'll bowl 5 less.
Sure.
And then I'll get to 80 overs a day, to 75, to 70.
When you break your spinner early in a game, you're really up against it then, aren't you? Should you get, those things are out of control.
Why can't they have stop clocks? I'm hearing baseball have saved 30 or 40 minutes by having, and the penalty's got to be harsh. So in baseball, Andy was talking about it's a strike if you're not ready to hold up.
Is it really? Yeah.
You lose that. So, loose fielders, you cut bowling. I don't know what it is, but the penalties just don't seem to harm them enough.
I think we need to ban steering committees. I think we're seeing England about 3 times and over have, 4 or 5 people come together
it's
to
generally
plan
after
the next
the 5th ball, Pete, and the 5th ball takes like 2 minutes.
Yeah. It's way too much. Surely you know what you're doing after 5th ball. Get out on the ropes. That's kind of what they do.
Yeah, so I'd like that stop.
Come up or whatever.
Unless there's some really bad circumstances, it might. Like even a minute in between balls means it's going to be a long over. To give him a minute is a lot.
I know, like Lukey Sparrows, who's the super fan, the Aussie super fan, goes to every test. He drives him insane, and he does the calculations on how much money they lose from their tickets by being denied the overs. Reckons it costs them 50 quid, Lords, a day or something like that.
And as you said too, Pete, it's Australia versus England. It's been really exciting, but if it's not as flamboyant a series. If it's 2 teams who play defensive cricket, are the fans going to come if it's 75 overs for the day?
Well, the ECB are so firmly behind their players on this that they're picking up the fines. I think they're going to actually pay the players fines.
Well, and the players have never paid the fines.
Haven't they?
It's a farce. The fines are a comical way of... Brett knows this as well, that the way in which they say 10% of the match fee, 20% of the match fee. The ICC don't pay the match fee in the first place. It's paid for by the host board. Because match fees is that disparity, isn't there? South Africa, their players are paid 10% of Australia.
So they might get hit. You know how they get 28% of the pool? So does that come at, in some ways they do cop it just to a little degree.
Sure, the revenue.
I think they do really pay for it. But they've lost all their match fee from Lords, just as India lost all of their match fees from the World Test Championship final.
Yeah.
But that doesn't, it doesn't matter to players. It's just beer money, isn't it?
Bharat Sundaresan's with us as well from Crick Buzz. We had an extraordinary finish here on a Sunday 4 years ago. It was nearly a tied test as well. Australia nearly won by 1 run and all the rest of it. It seems to have the preconditions here. It's been so close through the series so far that something wild could happen today.
Something wild could happen, and even though, it feels like we've been here before, last week, Lords felt like Leeds, didn't it? But for the first time, England are ahead in this game. Like Damien Fleming said, even Flemviz says the percentages have dropped for Australia. And that's because 224, it's well within baseball range. And from a neutral standpoint, Adam, the one reason I would like England winning today is so that we can actually have or continue to have a nuanced discussion about baseball if it was worth the fuss. Because if England go down today in these conditions, having to chase down 251, which this is what this whole aim is, right, to chase down totals, then we're going to jump straight into postmortems. We're going to say baseball was rubbish. It was an idea that hasn't worked. And I don't think we'll break it down the way we should. So from a neutral standpoint, that's how I look at it. But look, the way I see it, like Damien Fleming's right, it's not cloudy enough. These are conditions, and the quick outfield and the pitch is pretty flat. It hardly been used, this pitch, if you think about it. Not a lot of overs have been bowled on it. Yes, a couple of deliveries from Moeen Ali kind of gripped and jumped at Steve Smith late on day 2. But that's about it. Apart from that, the pitch has given the bowlers not a lot to play around with. It's nipped around a little bit. And if England can get to within 150 runs and not lose more than 2 wickets, then you know how they go about chasing totals. Then they'll go hammer and tongs and try to finish it off in 15-20 overs.
Flem said with a wry smile after lunch on day 2. Bazball is dead only for Mark Wood to hit 24 runs in 5 balls or whatever it was. But, I think in a way it is a bit of a referendum on the way England go about their cricket today, isn't it? Because we know they're going to chase quickly, and if it doesn't work, questions will be asked.
This is where the Australians are still in it, because I think there is pressure on that they have to win in a certain way.
Yeah.
And that is this not in 60 overs. It's in 40 overs. Then shot selection comes into play. You've got Brook at 3. He's not a number 3, so he'll probably smash 70 today. I think England have been trumped up by individual performances in this series. With Wood in this Test match, Stokes throughout. Whereas Australia, I think, have had a better list of contributors. But even within that, it's led to an exciting series. So, I think if Australia can get it right, what intrigues me is the way that if they lose early wickets, England, how they go about. I know Stokes will try and bat through. But what's Bairstow going to do? What's Brook going to do? Even Root to a degree. You know, Root a few years ago, I'd expect in this circumstances, I'll be not out at the end. But even he, I always feel he looks under a bit of a pressure to show Bazball a bit as well. Then they've got a longish tail, haven't they? A dangerous 7 and 8 Moen and Wokesy. But they can be taken out.
And the other side of it, Pete, is that Australia described this tour as a legacy tour, World Test Championship final, and then the chance to win in England for the first time for 22 years. If they get the job done today, it's game over.
Yeah, it is game over, and there'll be a massive, not only just a massive reassessment of Bazball, there'll be a reassessment of where this Australian team stands. I mean, that will be a fantastic English summer. The Ashes wrapped up by now, win the World Test Championship, played so well in India. It's a very, very good cricket team. They have to be impeccable today just to be in this, I reckon, Damien. I was writing Bazball off at lunchtime on day 2. It's done a Lazarus triple bypass. Yeah. It's incredible, and I've had to reassess because I reckon that bit of play after lunchtime on day 2. It's brought them back in. It was so audacious. It's actually dragged the match back, so that they're back in the match on day 5.
Like Wood did it. He Bazballed. Stokes did what he once he got into a bit of rhythm with the tail. Yeah. So I think it is dead. But Mark Wood epitomises it. Brook does, and Bairstow. So if they can finish it in style, Bazball style, everyone will go Bazball's alive. But I've been underwhelmed by Bazball in this series.
What's certain is if Mark Wood's involved at the end today, it'll be fun.
Super.
Damien, where would they be if they weren't playing that way? Sorry, Adam.
That's okay. I'm afraid we're going to have to take our first break on our coverage today.
Pete, keep talking.
Bharat, Flem will talk to you all throughout our coverage, which is for Macca's, the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's England. None for 27 after 5 in pursuit of 251. After the break, our discussion will continue with Geoff Fleming, Jeremy Coney and Jarrod Kimber.
Good morning from Headingley. Geoff Fleming with you, Jarrod Kimber and Jeremy Coney sitting alongside me as we look out over the ground with about 15 minutes to the start of play. The equation very simple. England need 224 runs to win with all 10 wickets in hand. Day 4 at Headingley. That's when Ben Stokes did his thing 4 years ago in 2019. They don't have as big a chase, but for Australia, it'll be about what they've learned from bowling here a few years ago. Pat Cummins was the one who bowled the final delivery that was smashed before, so he's got to be on all the highlight reels for the last 4 years. And it's about, Jarrod, what Pat Cummins can do today as the leader of this team, how he can marshal his troops and how he can use his bowlers most effectively to try to hold England short.
Yeah, essentially they need a couple of wickets early on when the ball's doing something. Clouds are not that low. I think Flem was talking about him wanting them lower earlier. They're going to have one bite at that, right, of trying to get the ball curving around, get some wickets there. There's a little bit of inconsistent bounce, and then we're probably going to see a bunch of bounces at a certain point as well, see if they can bounce out some wickets. And they'll go on England's ego, because England is very, that's how they're going to play, right? So they almost get 3 bites of that. They hope they get 1 or 2 wickets from inconsistent bounce. If they can get the early wickets with the ball curving around a little bit, that will be helpful. And then we'll see an hour and a half of bounces, and maybe some of them will be caught and some will end up in the stands, Jeremy.
Yeah, well, morning, everybody. Hi, Geoff. I think they need more than 2 wickets. I think they probably need 4 by lunch, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Jarrod and I wandered down today. That's why we're still perspiring.
Well, you had to stop and do that wrap.
I did.
Yeah.
So 4 wickets, I think, for them, and try and, if they can, suppress a run rate. If you look at the run rates, actually, they're not as high as we think they have been in other games. They're around about 3. And at various times, certain players have done well. You've got the 100 of Marsh and 2 80s. The rest of it, if you add up all the runs, there's a lot of wickets that haven't done very well. So if Australia can get someone like Joe Root, who's their superior batsman, there's no doubt about that for England, and if they can get him in early while the ball's still doing a little bit, I agree with Flem, this is not quite heavy enough. They'd have loved a heavier, lower cloud today, but never mind, that's what they've got to work with. So, and I wonder whether Murphy can do something and get a little bit of bounce as well later on. I don't think he'll be necessary till the end of this session.
SEN Test cricket from Macca's, the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. Now, Well, Murphy, we might come to in a minute. Cummins is the character I'm interested in with his record against Jarrod. So he needs to get the opportunity to have a crack at him first, get through the openers and Harry Brook at 3. If they can do that, it's fascinating that by far and away the two marquee players in each team, the best bowler, the best bat, and Cummins has such a good record against Jarrod over the years.
Yeah, 10 wickets at about 226, something like that. So 10 times he's got him out, and he got him out in the first innings here with one that just bounced a little bit and held the line about 4th, 5th stump. If he can do those sorts of things, there is a bit of variable bounce here. It's mainly up rather than down. Australia would love to see it down as well, actually, but that hasn't shown to be the case today. But yeah, Cummins not his best last night. He's got to find his mojo pretty quickly.
How would you want to set up a field today? Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain, spent a lot of time setting fields, and you looked bewildered when England's bouncer field was revealed yesterday. The first over they bowled had Chris Wokes pumping it into the track halfway down as a swing bowler. How should Australia try to set up this morning?
Well, I think they've got to try and just nick them out for a start. I think you have to do that when batsmen are restarting, no matter what they're on, to be honest. It's always difficult restarting in those first 10 to 15 minutes of an innings, and so that's how I would start anyway. You can go to then a sort of 50-50, can't you? We've seen a lot of those fields in this series so far where there are 3 slips or 3 catches and the rest are scattered, and perhaps there might be a mid-off to save the forward defence. But that's been, you know, you can go to that halfway house, and then of course you go to the final one when you want to, you know, bowl the bouncers.
Yeah, I think they made a mistake with Head yesterday because we saw how well they were bowling to Murphy, who's the other left-hander, and Broad is angling it in and swinging it away. But Head's not going to enjoy it. No left-hander in the world's going to enjoy that, right? So
no, I mean they bowled really well to Alex Carey and to Travis Head and to Mitchell Starc and to Todd Murphy, all the left-handers, and then said, well, let's not bowl that way to the other left-hander who's making all the runs.
Yeah, and the other thing, I think Jeremy was saying before, we've had 3 guys make runs. So Mitch Marsh came out and smashed it straight away. So if you take him aside, Stokes and Head, it took them a long time to get going. They had to get into their innings. So don't give them a chance to do that. Put the pressure on them early on, and then go for it.
Todd Murphy, baptism of fire as far as Ashes cricket went in the first innings. I mean, he was put under a lot of pressure when he debuted in India, responded to that terrifically, took 7 for in his first Test match, took important wickets through the series, comes in here, 3rd Ashes Test, Nathan Lyon's injured, on the cusp of 500 Test wickets, huge shoes to fill. Ben Stokes clobbers him into the seats 4 times. He's kept on. I mean, it was brave of Cummins to keep backing Murphy, and he eventually takes the wicket. Will anything have changed now that it's day 4 and the conditions will have altered slightly, but it's not really a spinner's pitch out there?
No, I wouldn't think it would spin a lot. Maybe that bounce might be interesting, especially if he bowls to Stokes again and there's any inconsistent bounce that's high. That's the chance of Stokes hitting the ball straight up there. I thought he bowled really well against Stokes. If Australia had taken, well, including Murphy himself, had taken one of those catches, I thought he'd done well. But eventually Stokes got away from him. But if there is any inconsistency with the bounce, I think he'll be okay with that. He seems, from everything I know, to be very level-headed. You know, there are some young players who would get overawed. He just doesn't seem like that kind of player. So I think he will just play the moment as it comes up rather than worrying too much about, you know, all the other nonsense that surrounds it.
It was an all-time classic 4 years ago. Do you think it could be a real close one again? Are we looking at I mean, do England, a lot of the England supporters here are very confident they'll stroll it 2 or 3 down. I don't think it's going to be that easy.
Depends on how they go with the wickets this morning, doesn't it? If they can start to pick up, as they did, I think, on the second morning, wasn't it? But suddenly Root got out, and then another wicket fell quite quickly. I think it was Bairstow to Starc. And if they can do that once again and Duckett goes without sort of nibbling around and playing his hook shot and his cuts and so on, they pitch the ball up to him, and they bowl a little bit wider, I think, at Crawley. I think sort of a 5th or 6th stump and get him to drive. He let a couple go last night, and that was probably a good sign for Crawley, actually. It's not a sign we've seen, but if that is that line and Fuller to try and induce the drive, I think that'll be much more difficult for him to let go. So just little plans for each player, which they will have, and they hopefully will get some success. And this game could still be close if that happens.
224 more runs required for England with 10 wickets in hand. They're 27 without loss, and they will resume In about 6 minutes' time, you're on SEN Test Cricket for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Let's take a break and we'll be back with you for the start of play.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. We're waiting for the first ball of the fourth day. Adam Collins with you. Damien, Fleming and Bharat Sundaresan with me. Our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. What a rousing rendition of Jerusalem that was from the crowd, guys.
Beautiful, yeah. And Jarrod would have applauded them. I've seen he's one guy, whether he's batting, fielding or in the dressing room, he always applauds the Barmy Army for it.
So Mitchell Starc gets first crack from the football stand then, Fleming. They've had a habit of taking wickets early in the day when required. Pat Cummins on day two. They're going to start 30 seconds early. Unusual. Here he is. First ball of what will be the final day. Bowling here to Crawley and a run first ball. Placed out the deep point where there's a sweeper. Crawley into double figures. England none for 28. So England resumed this morning needing 224. Australia were all out for 224 yesterday. At one stage on day two, they were 7 for 142, and then they ended up trailing Australia by 142 by stumps on that night. There's been too much symmetry in this match and parallels to 2019. I'm back in a tie.
The only difference being England start day 4 slightly ahead than they did 4 years ago.
We're welcoming our audiences joining us for the first time tonight across Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia, Tasmania and the Northern Territory. One ball bowled, a single for Crawley, none for 28 the score. They need 251 to win England. Starc up, bowls to Duckett. His first ball of the day, played out to deep point as well for one. Nice gentle start for England. 19 for Duckett, none for 29 for England. Adam Collins with you, Damien, Fleming with me, Bharat Sundaresan as well, Flem. They got a strike early here, that much is clear.
Yeah, I don't mind the start though. I think they got particularly 2 straight to Crawley last night, so you could see even there it was pretty much a half volley, but Crawley was tentative with the push through the offside. Duckett playing through the offside, I don't mind that as well. We know that he doesn't like leaving the ball. There's plenty of slips here. What I haven't noticed yet is the ball swinging. It was actually in the warm-up. I had a look at Jimmy Anderson over the other side. He was swinging it. The Australians were over the other side, so it seems good conditions. Can he get it to swing in through the gate here to Crawley?
Starc, football stand in, bowls here, left arm over. Crawley hit on the pad, shout for leg before they bail out of it. We're behind Crawley from our end, but the way that Starc responded, and the Corden as well, might have been a little inside edge. Umpire Damasena was never interested.
Well, I called for it and it happened. Crawley caught on the crease. If it doesn't swing, it can be a punch down the ground, but Starc getting it up. Beautiful wrist release, and that is a cracker for Mitchell Starc. The in-swing is the major weapon in the first hour. And then he's got that natural variation that hits the seam, the scrambled seam that goes towards the slips.
Saved by the inside edge. Our replay for tyre power. Fulton tyres 25% off. Starc up again. Silent as he delivers, and Crawley tucks into the onside. In front of square for another single. 3 of them this morning in the space of 5 deliveries. None for 30.
And that's the difference when you just get a little bit straight. I don't mind that. It's only affording them singles, and Stark's getting into a groove to pitch up and swing the ball. Now, can he get one to start on off stump and swing it away from Duckett? He'll have a go at it. 3 slips in place in a gully.
Yeah, he got an outside edge to one, didn't he, yesterday, and just fell short of Steve Smith at second slip. Does go with hard hands.
Also 2 back for the short ball. I think that'll be part of our conversation as we get deeper into today. Starc up here, delivers to Duckett. Duckett drives out to deep point again. Just easing it really more than a drive. He reaches 20 from his 21st delivery. None for 31.
He loves to get bat on ball. He had an edge from Starc that went through the top a little bit, went over the slips as well. You just feel if there's any variation in the air, off the seam or off the pitch, Duckett's in a very vulnerable position. But just a bit of an un-Bazball start for England, isn't it? Just a little check driving. They're watching the ball very closely.
Or indeed, maybe that is Bazball. We've seen a lot of them playing 50-over style cricket, haven't we, over the last year or so? That's what they'll want to do today. Make it like a one-day chase. Starc to finish the first over of day 4. To Crawley, driving out to extra cover for 1. So 4 controlled singles to start for England. They move the board on to none for 32. Their target's 251 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. Crawley 12, Duck at 20. Just about the perfect start for England. In control, Baz.
Yeah, without taking any risks. Everything seemed to come off the middle of the bat. Even though Ben Duckett does open the face of his bat pretty much every ball outside off stump. But yeah, Mitchell Starc wouldn't mind that start. A good first over in the sense he knows the ball is moving. Got his line wrong slightly on one occasion to Zach Crawley. But Pat Cummins needs to start strong. And there was a pretty disappointing 2-over spell from him. When you knew you had 5 or 6 overs that you wanted to make life difficult for England, but he just wasn't able to do it. And he struggled bowling to Zach Crawley in the first innings as well, if you remember.
We've got Andrew Sampson with us as well. Hello, Samo.
Good morning. We're looking for a tie, are we?
We are. Well, I mean, you know.
You are.
It'd be interesting. Australia would retain the Ashes on that basis, for what it's worth.
Test cricket's due a tie, isn't it?
Oh, it feels that way.
It's been due for a long time.
It's a long time since 1986.
86, yeah.
Cummins away from us. Kirkstall lane in. 3 slips to gully. Bowling to Crawley on leg stump. Same as yesterday. Tucked away towards deep mid wicket for 2. So England have scored 7 runs from 7 balls this morning. All in 1s and 2s. None for 34. Samo?
Yeah, 1986 in Madras, India. Australia was the last one. And just the second one of all time, following Brisbane 1960, Australia, West Indies. In first-class cricket, which is obviously a much bigger sample, there have been 68 ties now in 61,659 matches.
What percentage is that?
So it's 1 every 906 matches that there's a tie in first-class cricket.
That kind of does mean we're due in Test cricket, doesn't it, given where we're up to now? Cummins bowls and Crawley leaves the ball. It's got some genuine outswing, but it starts so far outside the off stump. Well, we've had 2,400 Test matches.
No, this is number 2,509. The last Test tie was number 1052, the one in Madras in 1986.
Okay. So with Pat Cummins, with that release, he only can bowl wide outswingers. His big swing delivery is the in-swinger. He'll note that went. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a big in-swinger this over. It'll be mainly scrambled seam. But the in-swinger's knocked over some English batsmen before.
Yes, including Pope at Edgbaston. Cummins bowls here. That's just away from Crawley, ever so slightly scrambled.
That's a good line too, isn't it, to Crawley? I think it's more a 5th, 6th stump line and getting him reaching for the ball. He loves it when it's in the line of his body. He just whips it through the leg side. Get him reaching for the ball. Both batters have to get bat on ball. And Cummins had a great series. Generally, the captain gets the ball when he senses the moment. And certainly in this first hour, it's premium on Australia, picking up 2 wickets at least.
Away from us is Cummins. Crowd silent. Bowls to Crawley, driving through the covers, and doesn't quite beat Marnus Labuschagne, who had to hair around from mid-off. They still get a run. So Crawley's up to 15, looking good so far. None for 35.
Yeah, Australia have defended a few totals in this Pat Cummins reign, home and away. I think it's safe to say this is the lowest total that they've had to defend. And so far, they've found ways of doing that, haven't they? Even though there have been times in the game seem to have slipped away. We saw it in Pakistan in particular. And even in this test last week. With the ball in particular, they have a way of pulling things back. But it has to come with early wickets.
Cummins round the wicket to Duckett for the first time today, driving out to extra cover as well. It's all been in front of square, Flem. Yeah. They're actually getting on top of the bounce and driving it into the gaps. None for 36, Duckett already 21.
Yeah, we've seen some movement in the air, not so much off the seam, and none of that inconsistent bounce that Wokes was able to get against the Australians yesterday, and Broad. So stump to stump looks pretty good for batting. Hasn't been deteriorated by baking weather. Fast bowlers wouldn't, in particular, has got a bit into the danger area, which Murphy might like, but it'll be the seam as early. Cummins, that line, can he get Crawley reaching? Challenge the outside edge.
Cummins to finish his first over. Crawley on leg stump once again. Cummins has not started well. A single for Crawley, keeps the strike on 16. England, a number 37. And that's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Our coverage is for Macca's. Get the barbecue and bacon Angus at Macca's. Adam Collins, Damien Fleming, Bharat Sundaresan and Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, this isn't the easiest ground to defend targets, and as we know, the only ground in the world that's seen 4 chases of over 300.
Here's Stark to Crawley. Got to get him early. Bowls here. Crawley digs out a full ball. Placing it out to covering. It's another single, though. There have been runs in front of square throughout the 13 balls this morning. He's 17, none for 38.
And there's been 5 defended of over 250, including the 296 last year. Not defended, chased successfully. Yeah. There's only one ground that had more than set 5 targets of over 250 chased successfully. That's Melbourne, MCG. 4 of those were in the timeless test era, though.
And this year as well in first-class cricket here, Samo.
Yep, 392 Leicestershire chased here. So.
And I think the combination works, not only right hand, left hand, just the size difference, isn't it? Like, it's extreme. The lanky Crawley, the nuggety Duckett.
Tall man Stark bowls here, and Duckett drives out to mid-on out the middle of the bat. Cummins dives across and cuts it off. There's always those photos when they're doing the national anthem where Ben Duckett often gets placed between Zach Crawley and Ollie Robinson, and as the camera pans across, his head's cut off entirely.
Yeah. Andrew, is it the biggest discrepancy for opening batsman ever?
I don't know. Opening batsman is a good question.
Well, that's why I posed it.
Big, no,
and I wasn't expecting an answer straight away. But
the famous partnership that they always used to show pictures of was the Lancashire team, not Test cricket, but Lancashire, with Clive Lloyd at 6'4" and Harry Pilling at 5 foot.
All right, what about Test cricket? Let's just have a little think.
Stark bowls, Duckett down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. We had Marco Janssen batting with Temba Bavuma last year.
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably...
But that's not an opening partnership.
That might be the biggest discrepancy.
Now, Hayden Langer, there was a discrepancy, but not as extreme as this.
0433 98 11 16.
Help us
Let us know. Or 8833 in New Zealand. If you've not seen Jeremy Coney's video this morning on the SENZ Twitter feed, I can recommend it. It's a Jeremy Coney rap.
Yeah.
Can we even call him Jeremy Coney? Jay-Z? J-Con?
Yeah.
Full commitment to the bit. Stark towards us, towards Duckett. 4 catching men. Bowls here. Duckett. Hit on the pad, across his stumps. Dharmasena turns it down. But he did jump across his stumps, Flam. That'll be interesting. They blew a review last night, though.
Yeah, that'll be on their mind. It's not plumb. I think they'll only go if everyone's up. But as soon as he moved across, and it was a full delivery. But the Aussies really need those to be given out, don't they?
So we'll watch it back for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off.
Scrambled scene, height, and maybe going down leg. At best, it's clipping, so wouldn't have been overturned.
Cummins wasn't convinced at all. He didn't show any interest. He was the one who picked up the ball.
Can't be easy as a fast bowler trying to make an assessment on the fly about reviews, can it, Flem? Because you're in your follow-through, your head's down.
And often off the line.
Stark up, bowls to Crawley again, who swings the one outside the off stump, doesn't make contact. That was a get-out shot. Lucky not to edge it. First error of the day for England.
We'll take that. It's funny, when you bowl at Crawley, he looks so solid. Half volleys, he hits very, very well, but that is just a big slog. He wanted to freeze arms, and that call anyway, not out. But good signs if he can hit pads. They've looked really good and competent, haven't they? Besides that one woolly shot there from Crawley, it's been excellent batting.
That's why the cordon are there. That's how Crawley gets out. Stark up to him, bowls here. Crawley leaves alone. That's much, much, much better batting. We've had 3 overs this morning. England have added 12 runs to their overnight tally. They're none for 39. Their target's 251 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Crawley 17, Duckett 21.
Warren Warren & Brown Tools, Australia's leading manufacturer and supplier of precision tools for every trade. Their highly skilled team know tools and can deliver Australia-wide. Get in contact with your local distributor or use code SEN at checkout for 10% off all orders. wbtools.com.au.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. Cummins from our Kirkstall Lane end, round the wicket to Duckett. 3 slips and he beats the bat with one that explodes off the surface. That's the first ball I reckon we've seen from Cummins, Flem, that's done anything like that.
Yeah, that puts doubt in the English batting lineup. It's just a full seamer that come out, wobbled, and it's not only had extreme bounce, it has just hit the seam and gone. Carey, he is, oh wow, that's trampoline bounce.
Had that found the edge, it might have gone over the cordon.
Yeah.
He's not comfortable with this around the wicket angle, Ben Duckett.
So a couple of plays and misses in the last 3 balls. Cummins into Duckett. Bowls here, Duckett from the middle stump line, pushing out to mid-wicket where Travis Head does the fielding.
You almost feel like either of these bowlers need 4 or 5 balls at the same batter. Right, Flem? There have been way too many singles today.
Yeah, you just want to work on one batsman. As I said, the right hand, left hand, but it's also the different heights, so you've got to bowl a different length.
So 10 singles and a 2 in the first 3 overs.
But the field doesn't help that, is it? There's singles on offer.
There's a deep backward point and a fine leg for Cummins. Up here, bowls to Duckett, who's well forward on the off-stump line, out to extra cover where Labuschagne fields, out the middle of the bat again. You know, with Duckett, he's vulnerable early on, absolutely vulnerable early on, and Bharat, you've been documenting this arguably excessively in the last few weeks. We've enjoyed it, don't worry. But once he gets set, the fact that he hits everything makes him a menace because he scores so quickly.
He's got a great eye. And he actually does use his feet a lot more than what he gets credit for, that even that front foot defense on that occasion. And he grows into his innings. He definitely was impressive in the second test at Lord's.
Cummins up, bowls here. Duckett playing with soft hands to backward point. Gets another single, the 11th single of the morning. Duckett's 22, none for 40.
Yeah, they're saving the odd 4, but it's frustrating. You've got to constantly change your line and your length. I thought Duckett was superb in Lords. You know, his 2 dismissals at Edgbaston. I thought, well, he's the man most vulnerable. You know, do they get folks in and get someone to open? But no, he was super impressive. I can't see any reasons why he can't be a consistent opener at test level. And all openers are vulnerable early. But I thought he played a couple of fantastic knocks.
So Cummins turns at the top of his mark, beneath us. Crawley 17 from 23. Facing up here and playing again out to deep backward point, or third man really. At the middle of the bat, open the face, another single. He's 18, none for 41. This is becoming a problem, Flem.
I just think for the deep point, you know, it also can get caught at gully. They've got to stop this rotation. Bowling, it's an absolute nightmare. And not only that, he's coming over the wicket and around the wicket. So it's really hard to get your stock ball going. And it's just ticking it over. You know, they're not getting dot balls and thinking, I'm going to play the big shot now. So I think they need to bring just whatever one side of the wicket, they've got to be able to stop the single.
So Cummins to finish his 4th over here. Duckett from the middle stump line, drives down the ground on drive, checks the shot. We'll get a couple. We should have got a couple, but Scott Boland was herring after it. Great fielding. He does retain the strike, though. Duckett up to 23, Crawley 18. England, none for 42. They required 209 further runs to win. That's all on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale.
How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont tiles.
Our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, Damien, Fleming sticking around, and Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain, jumping in as well. 15 runs in 4 overs this morning. Stark up bowls here. That's a lot closer. Yeah. That is out. And Duckett reviews. Must have been an inside edge to review that quickly, because that, albeit from behind the batter at our end, looked full and straight from Stark. Jeremy Coney?
You bring Coney in, things happen.
Wow. Yeah, they've tried to get them out nicely, haven't they? They've tried top of off, swinging the ball, hitting hard. Here's one that it looks,
It looked vulnerable, unless he's hit it like you said, Colo.
Yep, it's the only thing that'll save him.
First replay, Flem, talk us through it.
Scrambled seam, so not swinging, going straight, going on. Oh, he's hit it. Did he hit that? Did he hit that? If he hasn't, it's crashing into leg stump.
It's not an obvious edge, is it?
He didn't smash it.
It's just a scrape if it has.
Let's have a look. Here's the snicko, and it is clear.
Yeah.
It is clear. We'll go to ball tracking, and I agree with you, Flem. Given it's out on the field, I mean, it needs to be touching the leg stump. Here we go. The decision out on the field. 2 reds and 3 reds. Australia get the early breakthrough they required. The decision is confirmed. Umpire Damasena raises the finger for a second time, and Mitchell Stark gets the ball swinging back towards the pads. And that's enough to see the back of Ben Duckett. Leg before wicket for 23. England lose their first wicket. It's 1 for 42.
Yeah, Damasena putting up the finger again. It's very much like Venkat, the umpire. You know, a lot of people like to get
just
it
outside the line.
Venkat, no, he used to always give you out like that. Yeah, well done. If that's an ode to Venkat. Big wickets. Great bowling. And Moeen Ali comes out at number 3. So they're putting in a stroke player.
Not the first time.
No, opened in first-class cricket. A lot of white ball cricket.
Not the first time England have done this with Moeen, to run him up the order to smash it.
The crowd seem to like it, Jeremy.
50 over game, eh? There we go. Here we go.
We saw this at the Rose Bowl in 2018 against India, where Moeen was carded to come in at 8. They brought him in to come in at 3, and he, albeit briefly, just came in to smash it. That's pre-Bazball, but they have got form on this front. Moeen Ali.
I think it's a good decision. I don't think Harry Brook's the number 3. And Moeen Ali's a free-flowing scorer. You know, there's slips in place, but there is boundary options. But for the Australians, another wicket. Good bowling from Stark, because he's actually been using straight, trying to swing the ball. He's got it to go. That's the scrambled seam. Yeah. You know, was Duckett trying to think, this will straighten here, but it doesn't. It hits the seam and goes straight on. He's falling across the crease. He's not a tall man, so it's not going over. Really good stuff. I'd get the swing here to Ali, though.
Yeah, front foot went across to the off stump more, and so he's playing across his body, head falling over to the offside. That's why he missed it.
He's got 5 test tons, one of them here at Headingley in 2014 as a younger man. His first ball, Stark. It's silent when he bowls down the leg side, not far away from the blade. He has a poor record against Australia, though, Moeen Ali, averaging 24, just a couple of 50s in 13 test matches.
Well, it's an interesting thing. How will Australia now cope with Moeen Ali? Will they sort of go back to a more defensive field? I hope they keep just pitching up and doing the orthodox top of off, moving the ball as much as they can. And that's certainly the first way to go. Haven't dropped people back. It's quite a conventional field that they've been quite comfortable with right throughout this series.
3 slips of gully. All eyes on Stark. Western Terrace silence. And defended into the onside. At the middle of the bat, just held his pose. 3 for 1. Moeen Ali off the mark. It's 1 for 43. Flem, I wonder whether that might be a bit of left-hand, right-hand as well. You talked in the previous over about rhythm for a bowler and how difficult it is to sustain it when you've got to go from around the wicket over the wicket. Maybe that could have fed into this.
I don't think so. Michael Vaughan went with it early. before the start of play.
Right.
Mowing at number 3. So I think it's pre-planned. But it does work out well with what you're saying, doesn't it? Yeah.
Huge response from the Australian fans in the yellow shirts beneath us. We're seeing them on our screen for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off. Get your text in on 0433 98 11 16 as Andrew's done in Christchurch in New Zealand. 8833 there. Stark up. Bowls to Crawley, who started well. He squares up. Down the deep backward point. Could be a boundary. Will be a boundary. It's still quick here at Leeds. Just helped it on its way. Genuine outside edge with soft hands. Crawley. That's his second boundary. He's 22. 1 for 47. Jeremy Coney.
Just the angle moving across Crawley. It's just a little bit short. I think he's got to get him on the front foot. He was actually playing that almost sort of semi off the back foot there. And he's got an outside edge and just got it wide of the gully, always going down. But you want to bring him forward, I think.
Even there, he squares up.
Yeah.
He squares up. But too short, able to drop the hands a little bit, so that extra, get around that 5-6 metres away from the stumps, that good length.
So Stark up again. Bowls to Crawley, over the wicket. Crawley, leg stump line, out to mid-wicket it goes for 1. He's 23, 1 for 48.
I got the feeling unless it swings, he's not going to get him out LBW. I think a lot of bowlers are tempted to go at the stumps, aren't they, with someone like Zach Crawley. But he just seems to keep hitting them and working runs off a straight delivery into the onside. He's very strong there. Better to get it outside to that sort of 5th or 6th stump, and he does play across it when he sees the length and he wants to drive it through the offside.
Oh, he just throws the hands at it. So I think it's worth getting a wicket every now and again by actually just doing that.
The 3 Australian slips in the short sleeve jumpers. Marsh in the gully. Stark up to finish his successful over. Moeen Ali defends down the pitch out towards mid-on. End of it. 10 overs gone. England require 203 for victory. The number they needed when they were here in 2019 on day 4 as well. 1 for 48. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
At Empress Diamonds, they're making diamond dreams a reality. If you're planning the perfect proposal, visit Empress Diamonds, Melbourne's first diamond wholesalers to the public. Don't pay too much. Their experts will find the perfect diamond for the one you love at up to 20% off. Royal quality diamonds at a wholesale price, discounted up to a further 20%. Only at Empress Diamonds, making diamond dreams a reality for over 20 years. Book your exclusive appointment now. Visit empressdiamonds.com.au.
We're at Leeds for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Damien, Fleming, Jeremy Coney, Andrew Sampson with me. I'm Adam Collins and Pat Cummins is bowling. Up here to Crawley, defending out into the offside, no run.
Much better. That's a good start for Cummins, that one. England haven't got away, have they? They've picked up singles predominantly, I think, this morning. Just that one, the boundary that we saw last over, which was an edge. So the fields are working. The bowlers are kind of finding their lines.
Well, a big change is cover coming in.
Yeah.
So he'll get rewarded for that ball. He can bowl outside off stump, and Crawley won't necessarily get off strike with a single.
Cummins up. Crawley inside part of the bat. Out to mid-wicket. Bowler does the fielding. Packed house here at Headingley. Got a text in from Mouse in Melbourne wishing Shaw Marsh a happy 40th birthday in Bali. Let's hope Mitch can take a bag and win it for us. Team Marsh, he's hashtag that.
Okay. Was that a couple of days ago, or are they gone for his 40th and today's his actual 40th?
I'm gonna back Mouse in it. Sounds like he's a real Marsh man. 40 today for Sean. Cummins away from us. Bowls here, and Crawley into the onside again, as he's done so often this morning. No run.
It's like he's smothering the spin, isn't it, the way he whips it through the leg side?
He does, and even that ball before, you mentioned the man in at cover there who's saving the single. That's Khawaja, I think, isn't it? But he's looking to play across it into a sort of a vacant kind of mid-wicket area.
Yeah.
So, you know, that brings the outside edge into play. Not quite enough movement for Australia.
No, but at least some dot balls.
Yeah.
There's been too much rotation of strikes. So is Crawley getting frustrated now? Does he want the boundary? A big shot might be coming.
Can he tempt him into it? 2 slips to gully. Cummins bowls. Crawley does drive. Just wide of Labuschagne at mid-off, but he's hit it so hard he can't take a single.
This is good. There's just a bit of pressure. That's an excellent shot for no run. So for the first time, we're actually building pressure in the over. Crawley getting bat on ball, but he's starting to try and manipulate singles or gaps in the field.
For the very fact that they've taken out third slip speaks to that, doesn't it?
But Gully's gone finer.
So 3 catches behind the wicket. Cummins 2 left, bowls to Crawley, leg stump line. Another single to deep square leg. Might be a case for getting Boland on soon, I reckon, Flem. 1 for 49.
It's funny, it's just not happening for Paddy, is it? Stark's got the wicket, had a couple of LB shouts, besides one outside Duckett's off stump that went through the top.
Exactly.
But that was a good length. And also, you know, I think Bolo needs the best of the conditions. We've seen when the pitch has been dead and flat, England are just prepared to walk at him, ramp him. But then times, even in the first innings, he was actually almost doing too much with the ball. And he bowls fuller.
Bowling to the left-hander as well, coming around the wicket at them.
Of course, Cummins, the only Aussie quick that's played all 4 test matches so far on the tour. He might be a little bit tired. Second innings here, delivers here. Moeen Ali, a waft and a miss. That was just playing down the wrong line. The ball he should have been leaving. 11 overs gone. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Geoff Lemon in for me. England 1 for 49 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Crawley 24, Moeen Ali on 1.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
Apologies, not quite Geoff Lemon as yet. Adam Collins with you still, with Damien Fleming and Jeremy Coney for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas, that last ball.
Good ball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, when you get a middle order player coming up in the top 3, middle order players tend to look for length. You know, they look for drives. They want to have bat on ball.
Stark football stand end to Crawley again, and Crawley drives square. Out to deep backward point where Todd Murphy does the fielding in front of the Western Terrace. He's up to 25 and England are up to 50. 1 wicket down. They lost Ben Duckett this morning, leg before, but apart from that, smooth sailing.
Gee, the crowd is loud today. For the Aussies, though, I don't mind that single. I like Stark bowling to Ali, and for the reasons Jeremy was talking about. He's not a big lever. He'll want this innings to flow, and in some ways that's why he's in at number 3, isn't it, to get this total down quicker. But, you know, Stark gets that outswinger going.
Moeen Ali, a couple. He's 3, 1 for 52.
Again, looking for length, particularly. If it can just get a bit of movement from Mitchell Stark, then he's in business. And the 3 slips, and he's got a gully there. Just confuse him with the line a bit, because that's what he's not looking at. He's looking certainly for length here.
That's a nice shot, but it's also bat on ball.
So they've got 3 slips and a gully for Moeen. Stark up to him here, close to the stumps. Moeen hit on the pad. They bail out of the appeal. The bowler wasn't interested. Height.
Just a laconic left-hander, isn't it? Very graceful, but you just feel like if anything, there's some variables in the pitch or in the air, he's going to be very vulnerable.
Watching it back for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off. You're just a bit too high to justify the huge appeal from Australia.
But he's even getting half shouts, Mitchell Stark, so he is making things happen for the Aussies.
How many overs has he had today, Andrew?
This is his 4th.
Okay. He's in here towards Moeen, and Moeen down the leg side. Again, doesn't quite get that on ball, and Carey takes the ball that swings after passing the stumps away to his right. Strange old career, Mo and Ali, when you consider that he started as a top order player and, you know, doing jobs like this, right? When England were in a sort of a rebuilding phase after the 13-14 Ashes, and he became a frontline spinner, batting at 8, now back up to number 3 in his bizarre comeback that was so far off the radar a month ago. Ben Stokes text, Ashes question mark. I mean, he was nowhere near it. Now he's vital. 2 big wickets in Australia's second innings. Smith and Labuschagne in quick succession. Stark up here to that man Moeen, the left-hander. Past the edge again, past the shoulder of the bat. Extra bounce, Flem.
That's beautiful bowling. And I don't mind that wide corridor every now and again, because the England players are very good when you bowl at them. They don't like move their feet a lot, so scrambled seam, but it went with the seam.
That's good to see. He'll be pleased with that.
Good carry to Carey. I don't mind the full wide corridor. If they throw their hands at it, they take a risk.
Actually, you're right, though, about Labuschagne and Smith. I mean, really, when you look back at this game...
It was a big old session, that middle session of day 2. 199 to win. Stark bowls here. Moeen plays with soft hands to the left of Mitchell Marsh in the gully. Moves to 4 with the single. 1 for 53, 198 to win. That'll complete the over as well. We're here for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Double change in commentary. After the break, Geoff Lemon and Jarrod Kimber jumping in with Jeremy Coney.
Warren & Brown Tools, Australia's leading manufacturer and supplier of precision tools for every trade. Their highly skilled team know tools and can deliver Australia-wide. Get in contact with your local distributor or use code SEN at checkout for 10% off all orders. wbtools.com.au.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Get the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. England trucking along quite nicely at this point. Pat Cummins around the wicket to Moeen Ali, who's just checking a drive, getting a run out to cover. Taking the score on to 1 for 54. Jeremy Coney and Jarrod Kimber along with me, Geoff Lemon. I like this move, Moeen Ali at 3. We've seen him play some lovely innings at first drop, and it's something the Australians might not have been expecting.
Well, if they were expecting it, they're geniuses.
Yes.
To be able to work out that was going to happen. Yeah, well, we've had the Nighthawk, now we've got the Mohawk. I stole that off Twitter, Jeremy. I don't want you to think I came up with that myself.
Quite good.
No, look, I think...
Especially for a man with no hair whatsoever on top of his head.
Yeah. I think in this particular case that it's about the one-day style.
Cummins back over the wicket to Crawley, who's shaping to pull, and Carey's missing it high and wide down the leg side. Really, that should be called wides. The umpire hasn't done so. They've been pretty inconsistent with that. They've given it as 4 byes. That ball got a lot of lift out of the pitch and went way over the front shoulder, over the helmet, and it was about 2 metres above Alex Carey. Yeah. So he'll be pinged for it in the scorebook.
Of course, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, well, it was over Crawley's head, and he's not exactly short, so that seemed like a fairly obvious wide to me, but...
So the Australians get away without conceding 1 more extra, but the byes go against Carey. 58 on the board as Crawley comes forward and defends. Back to the bowler.
That's a good length, drawing him forward. Now you start, if he can actually stay there, Cummins, and move him across the crease a bit more and a little bit wider, then your slips, I think, come into play, because he can't resist playing drives.
No.
Crawley is a man who likes to keep scoring.
Now, who's off the field at the moment? Because Mitchell Stark is out there, Scott Boland is out there, Pat Cummins is bowling to Crawley, who's thinking about a run into the leg side but won't get it. Cameron Green's in the gully. Cameron Green, who was left out of this match with a supposed hamstring problem.
Pinch gully.
Is Marsh out there?
Is fielding. Marsh may not be out there. Just trying to scan the field with the binoculars now. I don't see Mitchell Marsh. No. So I suppose Green is the likeliest replacement, but given they thought he wasn't fit.
You couldn't do that in the old days, I'm afraid. Bring in someone like Green in and play him at gully. You couldn't do that.
Cummins runs up to Crawley, who's forward in defence and thinking about a run. He will take it this time. Just checked defensive shot back past the bowler. Scott Boland across to field. Andrew Sampson.
20th single of the morning already. We haven't finished the 8th over. 40% of balls are going for singles.
Extraordinary how well they've managed to tick them off at this point. But Cameron Green in the gully, I'm not sure about. We've talked a lot about ethics of things that are within the laws.
You weren't allowed to have a specialist fielder go to his specialist position.
And Cameron Green could not be more of a specialist. Now, Mitchell Marsh has been fielding in the gully in this match for part of it. Khawaja's been there for part of it as well. Cummins bowls to the left-handed Moeen Ali, who ducks underneath the bouncer. We'll come back to that discussion in just a minute. At the end of the over, England 1 for 59.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. England 1 for 59. Taking some bites out of this target. 251 is where they need to get to. So there are 192 to go. Just the one wicket down. Ben Duckett trapped LBW by Mitchell Starc. Would have been smashing his leg stump. Crawley waiting for Starc now. Forward and driving Crawley. Nice shot. He'll get one run. There's another single to Andrew Sampson's tally. Mid-off is set quite deep. But just to come back to Cameron Green in the gully, he's been so good there. He's been so dynamic there. Now, Mitchell Marsh has been fielding there, so you could say, well, he's just coming on and fielding in Marsh's spot. But it is it's getting a bit of a 2-for-1 deal, saying that Cameron Green's not fit to play, but he is fit to come on and field gully.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't pick him though, so it's not like he was ruled out of the game for an injury or anything from that point of view. Like they have the choice to be able to do that. I think traditionally, I can't remember when that law changed, Jeremy, but that used to be the thought. Was it you couldn't field in a catching position, wasn't
That's
it?
That's right.
If you came on, but they've relaxed all that. But I think he's back on now, isn't he, Marsh?
Yes, that looks like him now.
He is. So it was a brief foray for Cameron Green. Mitchell Marsh is back. Interesting. Here's Starc down the leg side. Moeen Ali thinks about chasing it, but doesn't end up doing so. But every fielding position is a catching position.
No. So the idea was in the old days that, especially in some levels of cricket, you might get a game where a bunch of specials would come on to field it at short leg and silly point slips.
It's more the slips and the cordon, isn't it?
Specialists who happen to be not good enough at batting or bowling to get a gig.
Yeah, and then after a while, I think they sort of thought, well, that's probably not going to happen that often, and it was not that big an issue in cricket because you used to have the wicket keepers as well. Of course, you know. Some famous players having a wicket keep in a game because someone's got injured. And
Glenn Maxwell, 2013 in the UAE. Yeah. David Warner did some of the keeping in that innings as well, I think, when Brad Haddon was injured.
It's a that's you know, we don't want anyone to get into someone's walking.
And line, and Moeen Ali has to sway back out of the way as it scorches past his sternum through into the gloves of Alex Carey. We've seen a lot of wayward short balls. That was a good one.
Yeah, they'll test Mo with some short balls. He can't really put the hook shot away.
Well, we saw that in the first innings.
Yeah.
But to be fair to Australia, they've basically pitched up today and gone at top of off and used that as a surprise ball, which I think is the way to go at the moment. 2
slips in a gully. 2 men out on the hook. Starc, left arm over, bowls to Moeen on the front foot, pushing back to the bowler hard into the ground. Didn't time it very well.
There's the value of the bouncer. You see, he wasn't really ready for that, and you'll notice that as he pushed forward, he was a little bit late in the stroke. And it gets in your mind, you know, what's next, what's coming next.
For all
and
those
you start
stats,
thinking about the short ball, and then suddenly the feet don't move.
Stats about how the short ball takes more wickets against tail-enders. Does it if they know it's going to be short and they can camp on the back foot like Mark Wood did yesterday?
If you know every ball's going to be short, as Head did yesterday.
Stark up to Moeen, and he's bowled him. Stumps out of the ground. Moeen Ali's elevation to first drop is short-lived. He's gone for 5. Mitchell Stark has both wickets to fall. England 2 for 60, chasing 251.
Yeah, he looks like a number 7 at batting at number 3 there. Just a little bit loose. I think he hadn't scored a lot since he come in. It was on his mind. The last ball, he wasn't quite there. Is that a cutter?
That's the same one he bowled to Ben Duckett. The scrambled seam that just seemed to straighten a little bit.
It's a beautiful delivery, to be fair.
He's looking to play that onside.
Yeah. He wanted to hit it, though, didn't he? He wanted to get some runs there. Beautiful bowling by Mitchell Stark.
And that's the length thing again. They're looking to drive as a sort of middle-order player. And it wasn't quite there to do it. Well bowled.
Got in the mind of Moeen Ali. The short ball that whizzed past him. He was hesitant on the front foot the next ball. A little hesitant the one after that. And the same delivery that got Duckett. Well, Duckett got some pad in the way, and Moeen Ali didn't even get that. But listen to the crowd. Here comes Joe Root, Yorkshire's own.
Well, you feel that this is the game. I mean, 251 is a par score. Let's be honest about it. 263, 2 whatever it was, 230 odd for England, 220 for Australia, and now 250. And so it's about a par score. It's not a big score. You feel this is the game here. Here's the superior player. We're into the 14th over of this innings. And if the ball is still new and it's still doing a little bit, you've got a chance. And this is where the game is going to be played out now.
Oh, it sounds identical when Joe Root comes out as to when Alex Carey comes out, the crowd going, ooh, yes. But they're actually doing the Joe Root bit that they like to do when he comes out. They don't then sing the Joe Root song to Alex Carey.
They do not.
They probably sing the na hey hey goodbye song to Alex Carey of late.
Do you think Harry Brook's been lost?
Harry Brook is down the back of the couch.
Yeah, at the moment. Yeah. Because I would have expected him to come out. I think Joe Root's a perfect. Makes sense to come out, but
Mitchell Stark runs up to Root, who's nicking one behind just about. He reaches for it, doesn't quite feather it. Outside the off stump, angled across, and he could not help himself. So Stark right in the game. England 2 for 60. They're 191 short. Zach Crawley still out there on 27. Wow. Joe Root yet to score. End of the over.
Polaris end of financial year deals have been extended to July 31st with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. Finance is available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
SEN Test Cricket. Pat Cummins running in from the Kirkstall Lane end at Leeds, bowling to Zach Crawley, who's forward in defence outside the off stump. That's the line you want him bowling, isn't it, Jeremy Coney?
Yeah, I do, and it's just a little bit full. But that man who's been brought up or taken out of the slips, which is Kawaja, who's just at cover, that's a nice move. I think it means he's not going to get easy runs there. It's one of the things, isn't it, that you think about Australia. Runs are so important. They're like goals, and yet they allow singles, a lot of singles there. I know they're stopping boundaries.
Cummins turns at the top of his mark. To Crawley now, who's throwing the bat at the ball, thick inside half. He's dragging it down just straight to the onside of the pitch. They're coming back for a second run. They'll have to motor here, and if the throw had been better, that might have been run out at the non-striker's end. So they came down for the one, thought the 2 was on. Boland was quickly back, turned around, pinged a couple of metres wide of the stumps. They get away with it. Andrew Sampson?
But disappointed with Moeen getting out there because I was hoping he'd get to 28, which would have got him to 3,000 runs.
And 200, yeah.
200. There's only 8 players who've reached a
Daniel
milestone.
Vettori, one of them?
A milestone of 1,000. No, well, of milestones in the same game. So 1,000 run milestone, multiple of 1,000, multiple of 100. And one of them is Moeen Ali. Took his good.
Just come back to that. Pat Cummins bowling outside the off stump, rifled away by Crawley. He'll only get a single wide of mid-off, who gets around quickly to cut that off. They're 2 for 63, Andrew.
Yeah, Moeen got his 2,000th run and his 100th wicket. against South Africa at Lords in 2017. So he would have been the first one to be twice on that list.
Well, it also indicates that the runs returns diminished after that. It took him 100 wickets to get the third 1,000 runs. Interesting. Well, he's fallen short, and he won't get that opportunity unless he's picked again at Old Trafford. He might be able to get to that 3,000 run mark.
Now here's that matchup you're talking about.
Cummins versus Root. This is it. This could be the game. Cummins has him 10 times in 17 tests. Joe Root pulls away. Doesn't like something behind the bowler's arm very late, right at the last moment. And he's not happy, and some of the crowd turn around and boo whoever the person was.
Nip Menon as well. It was funny. Joe Root was unhappy, and Nip Menon was equally unhappy. You don't see umpires, get that frustrated. But it's happened so many times in this test.
It's funny, Nip Menon didn't mind standing around waiting yesterday. That was just fine when they were bowling 9 overs an hour.
Well, he had to turn around in this case. That was the problem.
Yep. Cummins will try again. 3 slips and a gully. Waiting for Joe Root. He's being struck on the pad almost. A little bit of inside edge. Trickles away just behind square. They get another single. How many singles is that now, Andrew says?
It's in the leg by that one. It's 23 altogether.
That ball did something off the pitch, though.
That's interesting. That's 2 quite loose strokes from Joe Root to start off. A very wide one, which he was having a go at. Could easily have nicked it off Stark. And that one there, he's lost his sort of balance and falling over to the offside.
He almost lost more, because that was an inch higher.
That's true. That's true, but I wasn't going to mention that.
Took the under edge of the box, I reckon. Cummins up to Root, who's driving straight to Khawaja at short cover. So that previous ball hit him on the inside thigh and went between his legs away for that leg by. With such deviation that's why I thought there was an inside edge that really moved off the seam. Crawley's up to 30, Root yet to score. England 187 runs short. 2 down. I wasn't surprised that Harry Brook didn't come out. I thought once they'd rejigged their 3, Harry Brook was a makeshift 3 anyway.
Sure.
Why not replace him with another makeshift 3?
It also makes more sense for him to bat further down the order, but it's whether you have commitment to the bit as well, because Harry Brook probably would have expected to bat higher.
Cummins. So Root, who's coming forward and driving, won't get a run to a deep set. Wide mid-off. Labuschagne doing the fielding. Little smattering of applause as the over comes to an end. England, 2 for 64.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroomware catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroomware and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
Stark up to him, coming forward to defend his Root. Ball rolls out to point. There's no run.
So the 2 wickets that Stark have got with a particular ball, the 3/4 seam wobble ball, which is a ball that Kyle Mills invented quite a few years ago, just after the normal wobble ball came about. And it's Tim Southey and Trent Bolt who use it the most. And for a while, Stark was trying the normal wobble ball, but that's why he stopped swinging the ball. It's very hard to go between a wobble ball and swinging the ball. It's much easier to go between this 3/4 one, where you can almost see the seam go over. Mohammad Siraj is one of the best bowlers in the world with this one. And it basically acts like a cutter. It should make him unplayable, especially from around the wicket if he tries that later.
Stark, he's over the wicket. He's got Root driving hard into the ground, down to mid-off. So what is a three-quarter seam delivery, if you can explain that to the listeners?
So when you bowl a normal wobble ball, essentially the seam still looks pretty much like a conventional seam, straight down the middle.
Right.
A three-quarter one looks like it's going out, almost out to deep backward point. So it's almost like a cross seam, but it's not quite there. And what it does is it adds a cutter. So most of them will go straight, and then occasionally it will dart off, in Stark's case, away from the right-hander, in normal a right-arm bowler into the right-hander.
So those ones seemed like they were coming back into the left-handers.
Yeah.
That he dismissed. He bowls to the right-handed Root, who's driving elbow high, picture perfect, out through the covers, all the way to the boundary in front of the Western Terrace. They may stand to that stroke. Gorgeous shot to get off the mark from England's former captain.
He's a little bit in one-day mode here. It's not a shot that Joe Root would usually play early in a test innings, a cover drive like that. He'd usually try and just dab that to point. But he got the length that he wanted, a little bit of width that he played through. It's a beautiful shot in there. Yeah, so the two that we saw both came back into the left-hander. So it will only go in one direction, and that's usually the direction it will go. But the seam just completely scrambled if you're a batter, so you have no clue on which way it's going to go.
Stark runs up to Root, who's throwing the bat at the ball outside the off-stump, thick inside edge, back to the bowler. Well, as we've seen in the last few years, one direction can be highly successful.
What it does for Stark today is it should give him 3 bites of the cherry. He's bowling quite well now. He'll stay over the wicket for a while. Later on, they can use him to bowl some bounces, but he can also come around the wicket to the right-handers, aim the ball into middle stump, and hopefully, every now and again, one will straighten, and that will be nearly impossible. Mustafizur Rahman from Bangladesh was brilliant at doing this in Test matches when he played.
2 for 68, England's score. Mitchell Stark. Up to Root, bowls a little short, helps it around the corner. He might have got it into the gap, not quite. Coming around the boundary, Scott Boland will keep them to a couple of runs. Root is in one-day mode, turning and darting back through as quickly as he can. England, 2 for 70. They're 181 short.
Sorry.
Didn't look too troubled against the short ball.
No, I thought he looked good there. Andrew, is this the quickest run rate by a considerable margin in this game so far? Because they're at 4.4. I would have thought everyone else was about 3s. Does that sound right?
I think it's been 3s for the most part through this test.
So it's exactly the way that England want to play this game.
Root on 6. Stark comes in and bowls to him, and he's driving, cracking it, but it's cut off very well at point by Usman Khawaja. 16 overs are gone. England, 2 for 70.
At Empress Diamonds, they're making diamond dreams a reality. If you're planning the perfect proposal, visit Empress Diamonds, Melbourne's first diamond wholesalers to the public. Don't pay too much. Their experts will find the perfect diamond for the one you love at up to 20% off. Royal quality diamonds at a wholesale price, discounted up to a further 20%. Only at Empress Diamonds, making diamond dreams a reality for over 20 years. Book your exclusive appointment now. Visit empressdiamonds.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. Scott Boland on to have a roll. See if he can repeat some of his earlier heroics against England. He's had a tougher time over here than he had at home. Hasn't bowled badly at any point, I don't think, but he got whacked around a bit at Edgbaston and hasn't had the luck going with him. He had a lot of, basically everything went right for him in his first few test matches. Catches held, edges taken. We've seen a lot of edges that haven't carried. We've seen catches put down. And after bowling terrifically well in the World Test Championship final and getting results there, 7 wickets in that match, hasn't been as easy for him in his 2 Ashes outings so far.
Yeah, I think he's bowled 3 really good spells probably through the series so far, but he hasn't put spell after spell together like he usually does.
Crawley waits for Boland, who's very wide of the off stump and nearly getting the toe of the bat as Crawley throws the kitchen sink at it. Bad bowling, bad batting, and in the end it's a 0-0 draw.
Yeah, that was a shocker. He didn't slip at the crease, but I can't remember ever seeing Scott Boland bowl a ball that bad outside off stump. You don't see many traditional cut shots played in cricket that much unless you're trying the short ball tactic, and that was Robin Smith, except Robin Smith would have
hit that for 4.
Might have actually hit the ball, yeah.
I think Crawley was as surprised.
I think it was so wide that even Robin Smith might have struggled to reach that one. Bolden tries again. It's not as wide. It's still quite wide, and it's smacked on the up by Crawley, but straight to extra cover, which they've got rather than a conventional mid-off, maybe just between the two positions. So they've got a shortish cover with Khawaja, and then this wide mid-off slash extra. Manus Labuschagne's doing the fielding. They've got a deep backward point for Crawley, as they've had since minute 1 of the series. They've got a gully with 2 slips. They've got a mid-on set quite wide, and then they've got a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg set fairly square. Boland up to Crawley. The line is getting closer to off stump with each subsequent delivery, and it's driven to Khawaja at short cover for no run. Andrew Sampson.
A lot of the test has been played at around 3 and over, but there have been periods of quite extreme scoring. So Australia ended up at 4.3 in the first innings.
Did they?
Yep, thanks to Marsh.
Yeah.
And England, having been 3 and over, maybe 3.5 and over at lunch yesterday, ended up at 4.51 thanks to Mark Wood on that 95 of 2 overs. Australia's second innings was 3.3.
So spurts are fast scoring.
Yep, but mostly 3.5.
Boland to Crawley, wide again and slashed away just over the cordon for 4. He gets lucky. Zach Crawley again throws everything at it. Marsh went up, Smith went up. Nobody could get a hand to it. There's that luck going one way again.
This is the one that Jeremy Coney talked to me about last night, and then again at breakfast, and then again on air, which is bowl a little bit wider to Crawley, and he'll drive with the angled blade. And that's exactly what he's done there. And if that was Cameron Green, it might be out. Just a little bit slower to move than Mitch Marsh, but it was flying.
2 for 74. Crawley defending the next ball, tighter on the stumps. Well, the thing with that is that Mitchell Marsh is quite a heavy human being. He didn't get off the ground. He got his arms in the air, but didn't get any of his weight off the ground. So Cameron Green might have been able to get there with the leap.
I mean, it would have been incredible for anyone to catch that at gully, because it was flying, but it wasn't that far from his hands in the end.
No, maybe a foot over the top of his hands, but that's still a pretty decent vertical leap.
Yeah. You would have to have picked it up really early to get off the ground there, but
no time for that, given how quickly it travelled. Boland to Crawley, who tries to defend inside edge, and it rolls away just behind square. And they jog through for a single. 2 for 75 England, 176 to win. Field changing over. It's the end of the 17th over. SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. England 2 for 75.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale. Packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, and even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test cricket. Jarrod Kimber making way. And Bharat Sundaresan joining me for the first time this morning. Hello.
Good morning, Geoff. Andrew. Afternoon, evening, good night.
Wherever you are around the world, we have people in all time zones listening to SEN Test cricket.
Vanuatu yesterday.
Vanuatu?
Yeah.
Wow. Port Vila. Hello, Port Vila.
There you go.
Well, they've been getting very enthusiastically involved in cricket, particularly in the last few years in Vanuatu. So hello to anybody out there. Start of a new over. Well, wide of the off stump, cracked away on the cut shot, out to deep point. They'll get through for a run. Mitchell Marsh with the ball. Took a wicket in the first innings. Was the wicket of Crawley with the outswinger. Crawley's up to 36. Joe Root's on strike.
One Mitchell has had a big impact already on today's play. Mitchell Marsh do the same. He's had a very good test match, hasn't he? What a comeback it has been to test cricket after 4 long years.
Extraordinary match for him. He runs up to Root and bowls a little bit of outswing on that one. Root just defending to cover. Andrew Sampson.
Vanuatu, of course, during the COVID period, was the only place in the world that was cricket for a little while.
Oh, yeah.
So they had a local 10-10 league or whatever, a T10.
That's right. I remember watching a Facebook video stream of it.
I was going to say, it must have had figures which were miles off the charts for Vanuatu streaming.
I think it was the Bulls. Was it the Bulls who got up in the end? I can't remember which part of Vanuatu they were representing, but it was a close-fought contest in 2020 when there was nothing else to watch. Outside the off-stump, Root reaches for it one-day style and guides the ball out to deep backward point where Murphy runs into field with the waiter's towel hanging out the back of his trousers. 174 to win England. They're 2 for 77. Root on 7. A lot of 7s flying around.
Yeah, that's where Australia have had a fielder, this finish backward point to cut off that single every time Joe Root has walked out to. No,
I mean, they've had the field up there.
The fielder up there to cut off the single. They've left it open.
Well, that's where he got a lot of singles on day one at Edgbaston. Through that backward point region. Marsh bowls to Crawley, bottom edge, into the ground as he throws the angled bat at the ball again. This might be his undoing.
While Zach Crawley has survived, he's scored a few runs today, almost 30 runs. He's not got enough value for his cover drives, and you can see he's getting a little edgy. The field that Pat Cummins has set for him, he's hit 2 boundaries, both have come off the outside edge, but he still keeps playing the drive. And that last one trying to force it through the gap.
Marsh to Crawley, little shorter, and he's playing the cut shot and deep backward point. Can't stop that one. That's placed further behind square and struck with tremendous timing from Crawley. He really does look like a millionaire when he's striking his shots well. 2 for 81. Crawley up to 40.
Yeah, I mean, you can often look like a millionaire and just be worth a few thousands the way he gets out, but any width, Zach Crawley, and lack of pace. He's not facing Mitchell Stark anymore. It's Mitchell Marsh. Had enough time to just rock back and put it away.
Marsh up to Crawley, driving straight back, almost past the bowler, but Marsh gets a hand down and manages to cut off the boundary. Well fielded in the follow through, but Crawley striking them well. The impact opener they've described him as. The score after 18 overs is 2 for 81, and drinks are coming onto the field.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Headingley Homes. Check out Headingley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Headingley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Headingley.com.au.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Warren & Brown Tools, Australia's leading manufacturer and supplier of precision tools for every trade. Their highly skilled team know tools and can deliver Australia-wide. Get in contact with your local distributor or use code SEN at checkout for 10% off all orders. wbtools.com.au.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
SEN Test cricket first get the barbecue bacon. Angus at Macca's. 2 wickets in the first hour and a bit of play on day 4. Ben Duckett leg before wicket to Stark for 23. Then Moeen Ali, who was promoted to number 3. Clean bowled, leg stump cartwheeling out of the ground for 5. Wickets falling at 45 and 60. This pair put on 21 from there. Crawley up to 40. And he's there with the former captain Joe Root on 7. Adam Collins with you, and with me is Bharat Sundaresan here for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Baz, 2 wickets in the first hour. That's the minimum that Australia needed. They needed to at least make it inroad, because we know this test match is going to be over in 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
That's the way England play.
Yeah, England have got 54 runs as well this morning. So even though they have lost 2 wickets, and because one of them is Moeen Ali, they'll think they've not had the worst starts to the morning, and it also means that they can revert back to the batting lineup that they feel comfortable with Root at 4, Brook at 5. Most importantly, Johnny Bairstow down at number 7, where he's had such a big impact in the last 12 months or so. So Australia have got what they wanted. England have sort of got what they wanted, but Joe Root looks a little edgy. He looks like he's in a hurry. And we've seen so far, every time he's done that, he's found a way of getting out.
In hindsight, I think the Moeen decision was a strange one, as Boland makes his way up to Root to start the new hour. Root on 7. Defence has no idea where it went. It's in the offside. Root was looking towards his stumps, but no concern. Only because Crawley and Duckett weren't batting expansively. They were actually just ticking the board over in fairly conservative fashion. And Moeen felt like a promotion to keep the foot down, kind of baseball energy, all the rest of it.
I actually don't think so. I think it was just a left hand, right hand, because they saw the impact it was having on Cummins and Stark and how they were not able to just get on top of one batter, and they were, Pat Cummins in particular was struggling with his rhythm. I thought it was more a left hand, right hand thing.
I thought that too until I saw something on Twitter when I was off air. Boland delivers here and leaving a lane outside the off stump. Nice carry from Boland. Root shouldering arms. Michael Vaughan had this before play that Moeen was going to bat through regardless. So I don't think it was the left hand, right hand thing, but it did help. No ball signalled by umpire Menon, or upstairs by umpire Joel Wilson, then by Menon. 2 for 82.
Another reason I thought he walked out, actually my first instinct when I saw Moeen Ali was maybe they were not comfortable with Harry Brook at number 3, nor was Harry Brook comfortable at number 3. And that's the advantage of having a floater like Moeen Ali, who's experienced in all different sorts of batting positions.
True. Boland up. Delivers to Root, shuffling down the pitch. Shout for leg before, was across his stumps. Umpire Menon says not out. Now, he was down the track. I think that'll provide pause for thought for Pat Cummins. He briefly consults that they're not going to go upstairs.
It would have been a really risky review. He's anyway batting outside his crease, and he was coming at Boland and across his stumps. Ball would have had a long way to travel, and it would have flown over the stumps.
Yeah, watching it back, the tyre power, Falcon tyres 25% off. It was most certainly too high. We've already seen both sides burst through a review. Now, third umpire for Imar Insurance, the tradies mate call 1-3 Imar. 2 left for both sides. Boland delivers, Root defends out to that kind of close-ish cover point. Usman Khawaja there, no run. I did enjoy Cameron Green fielding in the gully for a couple of overs as the sub. When we spent a lot of time, it's a bit of an online thing, but talking about the moral ashes. Who's winning the moral ashes? And I think we agreed that England won the first.
Just having a few little issues with our call team over at Headingley at the moment, but we'll get back to them as soon as we can find our on-air, as soon as we can get back on air with our crew over in England. I think we should be able to get them back now. 2 for 82 is what England are. We should be back to our crew at Headingley.
Drop out there for a ball or two, but we are here. We can hear us. They're checking the ball in the middle of the over. They're going to call for a change of boards. Not gone through the ring, so there'll be a brief delay. So just recapping the air quotes moral ashes. So Australia had the chance to win that, but if Cam Green takes a specky, England will be 3-0 up on that.
You would think so. I mean, from an English perspective anyway. There's nothing wrong with Cam Green's, because even the rules with regards to wicket keepers have changed in the last few years.
Yes.
For the longest time, the substitute could not keep wickets. You had to find someone from within the playing 11 to do that. We saw it famously in Sydney, didn't we? When Rishabh Pant was injured, Ridhiman Saha kept really, really well. And we've seen it a few other times. So, according to the laws of the game, there would have been no issue with Cam Green standing wherever he wanted to stand.
Yes, it would have come down to that nebulous old spirit of cricket idea.
I say sock it. Sock, S-O-C, sock the spirit of cricket.
Yes, The Australians have Mitch Marsh back early now and a new ball. Now, this will be interesting. Will it behave any differently? Boland started pretty well here. His third over, delivers to Root, who's forward defending inside part of the bat. Ball goes nowhere after hitting the boots.
And just on that change of ball, it wasn't the Australians taking the ball to the umpires taking a unilateral call, because you could see the TV replay, part of the ball, a chunk of the ball had just come off. It looked like one of my dogs had got to it. It looked like it had been chewed off. So they had no option but to replace it. Often in these tight games, a change of ball can have an impact. You never know.
So Boland to finish, to Root on top of him at the moment, edging through the cordon for 4. I don't reckon it would have carried the third slip, but it did go past Smith at second. Root, first boundary, he's 11, end of the 19th over, 2 for 86 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now, Root 11, Crawley 40.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Headingley Homes. Check out Headingley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Headingley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Headingley.com.au.
Our coverage here at Leeds for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. 59 runs and 2 wickets in 14 overs so far this morning. So we were talking about over rates before play. Australia clearly don't care about that. They might lose another point after this innings. We'll see. There's going to be Mitchell Marsh starting a new over, but predictably something going on at the football stand end, which denies him the chance to get into his load-up.
It's that door again.
That door, yeah.
Someone walking through.
It's funny, isn't it? When we're at Lords, there are people all around the sight screen at the pavilion end and no one thinks anything of it. People are allowed to sit in front of the sight screen, both on the lower level and the middle deck. Every other ground seems to be a problem. Marsh up. Football stand end, close to the stumps. Shout for leg before, but only Carey going up. Down the leg side, it spills. Leg by for England. 2 for 87. Reminder their target is 251. So Crawley is 40 from 52. This tends to be a bit of a problematic area for him, getting starts and getting out. Andrew Sampson, I'm sure, can find a nice bracket on that where Crawley's danger zone is, but if he gets beyond it, he's made his way to 3 figures in Test cricket a number of times, and that could be decisive today.
Yeah, and just before you came on, Adam, I was talking about how he's not got enough value for his drives like he does generally because of the fields Australia have set, and you can see he's getting a little restless.
So we've got 2 gullies as Marsh bowls, and soft hands from Root, and he gets past the squarer of the 2. So it's effectively a gully and a backward point, but very close to one another. So well played by Root. That preferred shot of his dabbing to deep backward for 1. He's 12. England 2 for 88. And a no ball, 2 for 89.
And he did hit a sweet boundary in the last over when Mitchell Marsh went a little short. But he started playing, trying to force the ball. See from where we are, this Marnus Labuschagne and shortish cover. Just trying to find that gap between him and mid-off. Could get him into trouble.
Marsh bowls and driving square is Crawley for 4. Out to the Western Terrace. On top of the bounce, he smothered it. 44 for him. That's his 5th boundary. 2 for 93. He's looking really good.
And now he is. That's exactly the shot he's looking for. Width again from Mitchell Marsh. Just on a good length. That's where Zach Crawley feasts on. That's where he gets a lot of his runs. Lovely hands.
Felt very different here 4 years ago because England were chasing so many, but it was around this time of day, about 45 minutes before lunch, when they really got moving with Bairstow especially. He's still to come. Crawley facing Marsh, and he's edged it. He's caught behind. Crawley nicks off again. And just when he looked like he was going to become a real bother for the Australians, Mitch Marsh gets one to shape away, kiss the edge. Carey behind the stumps makes no mistake. That's a 3rd wicket in the session. And just at the moment when Crawley was getting on top of the Aussies, he's wafted at one with no footwork to speak of. That's a get-out shot.
Exactly what I was talking about. He's getting edgy. He saw width. The previous ball, slightly short of length. He had enough time to just use his hands and find the gap. But this one was fuller from Mitchell Marsh. Zach Crawley once again trying to drive at it. This time getting an outside edge. He was looking edgy, and now he's got an edge.
This is going to be a close finish. You just sense, don't you, Baz? Every time England get a little bit of a move on, like they lose a wicket. It's going to be one where you have to listen to every single ball in SEN Test cricket. 158 away from their victory target as Jeremy Coney jumps into our expert chair for Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar, as Harry Brook, the Yorkshireman, the second of three in the batting lineup, makes his way out. Jeremy, he said it about Crawley. Everybody said it about Crawley. He just can't help himself in that channel.
No, it's the drive again for him. Nice little bit of movement for Mitchell Marsh. And really, I suppose you'd have to say at this stage, England winning this game at the moment, but not easily. Not easily. Half shouts into the pads, edges, play and miss, edges going wide. You know, trying to reduce the boundaries and keeping it to singles. So it's sort of working for Australia, but not quite. They'd love to have Root out. And he looks unsettled to me. He's played that first ball he faced very wide. He play and miss at a big drive. He's been beaten outside on both sides by Boland. So it's still very, very interesting cricket that we're seeing at the moment.
The question we were asking Jeremy last night was who can go with Ben Stokes? They can't rely that heavily on the guy that does it all the time, can they? Marsh bowls first ball, Brook leaves alone well outside the off stump. Of course, Stokes Carter to come in at 6. I don't know whether he will, though. I wonder whether they might consider Bairstow before Stokes, given how well Stokes bats with the lower order, but moot point for now. But the broader point is someone has to be able to be the match winner in addition to Stokes.
Yeah, well, Stokes, can he do it a third time is what you're saying, really, in this series. And there's that saying about going back to the well, you know, and something's going to happen. You can't keep playing. And cricket says in the history that you can't keep doing that.
Marsh up, Brook off the hip, off the mark, a deep square leg where there is a man set back. 2 out on the leg side, a deep backward point as well. 3 for 94, Andrew Sampson.
7th time he's got out in the 40s now, Zach Crawley. Out of 19 times he got there. 37% of his innings, which is a lot. A very high percentage of times out in the 40s. Yeah, not converting to 50, that's what, sorry, what I was trying to say.
Yeah, but credit to Australia, like I kept saying before he got out, he's not got enough value for his drives. He's hit a lot of nice drives, but to the fielder, got singles for it. He's getting edgy. He hit a couple of boundaries, but he's going for everything. The edge had to come.
Sun's back out. Marsh bowls to Root, who leaves alone. He wanted to play and withdrew his bat at the last moment.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
Our coverage is for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Mitchell Marsh on the screen with a big smile on his face. For tyre power, Falcon tyres 25% off. A ton in the first innings. Important runs in a low-scoring game in the second. A wicket in the first, a wicket in the second. The all-rounder role, playing it perfectly this week. Back in the team after 4 years.
And got rid of Crawley when he was looking good in both innings.
Boland away from us. Can he get in the book? Delivers here, back of a length. Brook looking to pull, doesn't go anywhere. Down to Cummins at mid-on along the ground, but off the bottom of the bat, maybe the toe of the bat.
Ball hasn't moved quite as much, I think, as the Australian bowlers would have liked. It's nibbled, let's be fair, and there's been a wee bit of inconsistency of bounce, so it's kept them interested.
Got to love a test match in the fourth innings where WinViz says it's 53% for one side, 46 the other. You can forget about which team's which. It's more that it is so in the balance. Boland delivers here. It's fallen straight and dug out by Brook. Boland hasn't taken a wicket in the test match. Wants to make a contribution, but he is bowling nicely in partnership with Marsh.
He's the kind of bowler, Jeremy, also when he almost looks more dangerous when it's just nibbling and not doing a lot. Right, in the first innings, I thought he was doing a lot. He beat the outside edge, Moeen Ali and Ben Stokes, but he was so many times without getting that edge.
Yeah, the left-handers particularly when he goes around.
It's Boland away from us. Delivers here, and Brook plays with one hand off the bat defensively. Again, a bit of movement. Since they changed that ball, has been hooping around. That'll be a talking point.
Yeah. This is a big challenge for Harry Brook. I'm still not convinced. He has a great eye, great talent. When the ball's doing stuff off the pitch for the seamers, with that technique, the baseball position, baseball striking position that he gets into, he's rushed always every time he has to bring that bat down.
Ever since that innings at Lords, was it the first innings where he just looked uncomfortable to the shorter ball? It's not been quite the easy game that Harry Brook has played up until that time.
So Boland in the lead, Sun. Up here, two slips a gully and driving his Brook out the middle of the bat to widest mid off where Labuschagne fields no run.
That length he has no issue with. When it sits in his half, like not even very full, just a little fuller than good length. But when it's good length and slightly short of good length and the ball's doing a little bit, it doesn't look very comfortable. That's what Boland's going to do. He's angled most of his deliveries in this over into him. It's going to be the one that straightens slightly wide outside off stump. Can he get Harry Brook just playing away from his body?
No one better than Boland for exactly that. Delivers here to Brook, and he does play with hands away from his body. Beautifully called, Bharat, off the inside part of the bat. One hand off the handle when contact was made out to Pat Cummins at mid-on.
The movement of the feet is kind of forgotten a bit by the English batsmen. They tend to just thrust their hands at the ball. So, in other words, it exposes not only the outside edge through to the slips, but also the inside edge into the stumps. So it's a good line to bowl to them. You've just got to get that length right as well.
Boland up, last ball of his fourth over to Brook again, playing defensively with one hand off the bat. Boland right on top and playing his role. Australia have had 3 wickets this morning, celebrating them for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. England have a 3 for 94.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Headingley Homes. Check out Headingley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Headingley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Headingley.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Get the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. Mitch Marsh up to root. Bowls here. Inside edge onto the pad. Just playing the wrong line here. Both bowlers playing their role at the moment. Andrew Sampson.
That last over was just the 5th wing that Harry Brook has faced in his Test career. About 167 of them now.
Mitchell Marsh in his 3rd over. You're right, Adam Collins. Ever since his ball was changed, and again, the ball just looked like it was chewed off, so it had nothing to do with the Australians taking the ball to the umpires. It was just fate. He's doing a little more this one.
Even if the sun is out. Football stand in. Marsh bowls close to the stumps. Rears up at root off a length. Again defending with soft hands, albeit, but with a hand off the bat.
Just that unsettled sort of balance that Root, he hasn't looked himself today, I don't think. He's having to work very hard at the moment. That was one that just pitched and then sort of lifted a little bit more, as we've seen some deliveries do. I mean, the Aussies got a couple yesterday where they caused wickets. They're taking the glove.
He looks in a hurry, Jeremy. There's so much time left in this Test match. Jarrod, calm down.
12 from 21. The former captain, Marsh, to him here. He's in behind it defensively. So Root's going to have to be the anchor. He's going to have to provide support to Brook, and then subsequently Bairstow out of form. Stokes will play his own way. Then the all-rounder in Wokes, if you can call him that, at 8. So someone's got to go the whole way through. Root's got to find some rhythm.
He does, and he needs. I think
he's done that before.
Yeah, he has,
hasn't he? Didn't he do that really at Birmingham when he struggled in the first innings, and he ended up getting 100, looking very comfortable at the end.
It's a great point. Bowling here, edging and landing just in front of the outstretched hand of Usman Khawaja. Across from the gully, not far away. Good piece of fielding to keep it down, and to keep it to 1. Route 13 from the outside part of the bat for Shaw. 3 for 95.
There's another edge. Just short once again.
Yeah, again, he got a similar edge to a ball from Scott Boland a few overs ago. That went just in the gap. Sped across this outfield for 4, but he's batting outside his crease, going at the ball, going at everything, even balls that he can leave alone.
So Marsh, can he get a second in the spell? To the new man, Brook bowls here. Brook leaves. That's the right decision in that channel. Good batting, better batting.
Lovely bowling.
But a little tease as well, exactly. You want to try and hit that as it moves away slightly, might bounce a little bit more. Fine, you go for it.
What an impact Mitch Marsh has already had on this game with the bat, and both times he's got a wicket in his second over. Both times it's been Crawley, and now he's troubled Root, and he's bowling a really clever line to Harry Brook. You can see Harry Brook, he wants to feel for it.
It's kind of a bonus because it allows Cummins to just have a bit more of a rest and Stark to have a bit more of a rest.
Marsh finishes here and Brook plays through the onside. Gap at mid-wicket. They'll be happy with the single. Travis Head does the tidying up. Brook keeps the strike. He's 2. 3 for 96 the score, and our coverage is for Headingley Homes. Brand new Headingley completed homes in Bonnybrook from $619,900.
NHP are your local trusted #1 choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
They've got the squeeze on here, Boland and Marsh. Back to the Victorian. Now Kirkstall lane in, so running just slightly downhill with 2 slips in a gully. Bowling at Brook, on 2. Brook driving uppishly past the bowler and he's followed through. Boland stuck out of left hand, but timed too well. It goes for 4, Brook's first boundary. Maybe a bit of a pressure release as well, Jeremy, after playing out a maiden from Boland the previous time. He's 6 and the 100's up as well, 3 for 100.
Very tight cricket this, isn't it? Every stroke, there's a sort of a semblance of an opportunity for Australia as well. He's just played through that, and it's probably about 6 to 8 inches from the outstretched left hand of Boland in his follow-through.
Hitting on the up, he was not in control.
No.
Boland in this, delivers here to Brook. He's edged it and he's been dropped by Carey, inside edge. That's the first impression at least. We'll wait for a replay for tyre power. Fulton tyres 25. That's a bye.
Yeah.
Well, that is done loads in that case. That's hit the seam and reared back over the top of the stumps. Carey went to his left, couldn't drag it in, so they get an extra run, 3 for 101. We'll watch it again here, Bharat Sundaresan.
And off the pitch as well. Oof, that just went a long way.
What a ball.
Yeah, great effort from Alex Carey to stop that ball. It swung, it moved a lot off the pitch and then kept going further.
This replacement ball's hooping. Boland here delivers to Root, who plays with soft hands, so that happy place of his behind point, no run.
And little things, right? The last ball of the last over, Travis Head, great effort to run
Good
through
pace,
that ball.
athletic.
And keep Harry Brook on strike against Scott Boland. Almost worked as well. Boland's, these are Scott Boland conditions. Joe Root just once again standing outside his crease, going for the ball.
Need a 4th wicket, Australia.
They do.
And even 150 to win. Beggars belief that Boland hasn't struck in this match as yet. In his 5th over here, up to Joe Root, the big wicket, bowls, and Root gets behind it, defending out to mid-off. Every ball an event right now.
But losing his balance again. You see, a stride or 2 after the stroke and falling over to the offside slightly. So there's, if any movement, tends to be inward movement to the right-hander from Boland. Then he can make it hold its line, or he can go in and carry on, or just perhaps just a little away.
When he bowls that wobble seam delivery, that's the one that generally just straightens. That's the one he'll bowl here. Can Joe Root be nicked off?
Big bag of tricks Boland's got. Delivers here. It's full and driven, and it won't quite beat mid-off. Labuschagne to his right, diving away, keeping it to 1, saving 3. Work from the Queenslander. Takes route to 14 with the single. 3 for 102. Every shot being cheered by the crowd here. Packed house on a Sunday afternoon.
Gee, they're enjoying it, aren't they? They're watching some really tight cricket here at the moment. Bowlers giving nothing away. Fielders diving, running hard, saving every run they can. And batting isn't easy, but they're drawing closer all the time.
Watching two Yorkshiremen as well, of course. Root and Brook.
I think a big ball coming up. Harry Brook has been troubled by Scott Boland. Drive, he did get a boundary away, but it was on the up, in the air. And
Cummins makes the change. So they got Khawaja on one pitch over at short extra cover. Boland to finish his 5th over. Brook plays into the cordon where Mitch Marsh on the bounce dives to his right. Cuts it off, saves the run. 3 for 102 at the end of the over. And the McDelivery of the day for Macca's order on the My Macca's app was when Mitchell Stark knocked over Moeen Ali.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new Spicy Sticky Barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Headingley Homes. Check out Headingley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Headingley home. Or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Headingley.com.au.
There was a long time when Australia needed a wicket. Damien Fleming came into the attack. He's back into our expert chair here for Red Energy.
I'll get you one.
Mitchell Marsh is bowling really well, getting the ball moving from the football stand end. Delivers here, new over, Jarrod driving. Just wide a bit off, gets one, 15 with the single, 148 to win, 3 for 103.
Geez, Bolo's been unlucky, hasn't he? Funny, Cummins didn't really get much out of this pitch. Stark, more with his scrambled seam, really. But Bolo just bowls a little bit fuller over the top. And he's been very unlucky. And Marsh doing a super job and having an unbelievable test match.
A reminder too, it's an extended first session due to the rain yesterday, so lunch won't be till 1:15. Australia need to make the most of this passage of play. Delivers here, Marsh to Brook, who defends down the pitch, but too short.
Crawley seeing Cummins and Stark off. And then the 4th bowler comes on, and I'll play a shot against this fella. Off he goes.
Off he goes indeed. As Samo said before, of 19 times in Test cricket that Crawley's reached the 40s, 7 of them he's fell. Great stat. Says a lot about the right-hander's temperament, really. Brook on 6, Fuller from Marsh. Out to deep square where there's a sweeper. 1 or 2 men back in that direction. Brook 7, 3 for 104. Accumulating nicely, these two. Feels like they might be through the worst of it.
That's them trying to get the outswinger going from closer to leg stump. Sometimes it just will not go and holds its line, and you end up being picked off.
It's just millimetres, isn't it, Jeremy?
Yeah, it is.
You know, you get a bit greedy trying to bowl the dream ball. Just changes the angle of the seam. Let's get it back outside off stump.
Just in the 24th over, feels like so much has already happened. England scoring at a decent clip. Marsh bowls to Root on 15. Out to deep square leg as well, or deep mid-wicket. Down at deep square, Travis Head does the work. Root 16, 3 for 105.
And Mitch Marsh is frustrated with himself, exactly how you called it. Again, that's 2 balls in a row, Jeremy. He just knows that his line's wrong and it won't swing.
Can we see the off-spinner coming in before lunch? Yep. Just for a couple?
Yep.
Yeah,
definitely. Let's see what there's footmarks now from either end, but I think you'll come from Mitch Marsh's end.
That's where Moeen Ali had a couple to really go. 40 minutes until lunch. Marsh bowls here off the back foot route. Make that Brook, I should say. Out to deep backward point, steering in the direction of the Western Terrace. He's 8, 3 for 106.
Yeah, definitely. We love his temperament and his composure. You just feel like he's going to have to play a role. I think getting him into the game earlier, not later, just to get him some confidence, see how they're coming out. Is there any turn? And then I'm interested to see how England play him. You know, near lunch, do they just still try and take him on? Particularly Brook.
And he had to bowl defensively in the first innings. Here he can attack just a little more.
Marsh to finish his 4th over. Delivers here on the drive route, but straight to cover. With that man Murphy does the fielding, make that Labuschagne. End of the over, 3 for 106. The target's 251. Brooks on 8, Roots on 16.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
People would laugh at it, but I'd have Disney music on. The reason I do is because every Disney song is a story. So whenever you sing the song, like you can picture the story in your head. It just gave your mind a little bit of a reprieve.
I reckon it gives his opponents like Petrarca and that bit of confidence when he's coming out there going, let it go.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
So 4 singles from the Marsh over. It's been the order of the day for England. 3 for 106. How many singles today, Sam?
Well, there's 33 now. There were 20 in the first 8 overs.
Boland goes again. Our end delivers here to Brook. Plays with hard hands out through the covers. Middles it to the rope, but runs away on the eastern side of the ground. Brook into double figures with his second boundary. He's 12. 3 for 110.
It's funny. That's a really good ball to Zach Crawley, who just plods his front foot straight down the pitch and plays away from his body. Brook hits inside out. He loves hitting through covers and mid-off. But for the Australian, I don't mind it. If he's not quite there, if it's a little bit shorter, if there's movement, the outside edge really does come into play, but then also the jaggage in.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's tending to come back in, isn't he? That's his natural inclination, I think.
Got the catching cover as well. Boland delivers and Brooks slams it away again. A square drive for 4. Perfect timing. Back-to-back 4s moves him to 16. England 3 for 114. They're nearly halfway there. 1:37 to go.
That's his hot zone. That's probably just a little bit wide and a little bit full. So you've got to have adjustment. Just a natural inside-out hitter. He can go aerial or he can drill it along the ground. So now I don't mind this. Let's get a catching cover in. Get mid-off a little bit closer to the bowler. So now, if he plays that shot, there is some risk.
So they've moved the catching cover from very straight to a more conventional position, and they drop back to deep backward point, as has been fairly standard through the series. Still 2 slips to gully. How does Boland respond to Brook going after him? Delivers here, back of a length. Lower part of the bat, balloons up in the air and spills out towards the slip cordon where Smith does the fielding. Brook 16, Root 16. Partnership now worth 21. Mentioned the extended session. That might actually suit England if they tire a little bit on the way to the long break. Still 35 minutes till lunch.
Just turning into a nice day. Would like it to be more overcast for the Australians.
Boland, can he find a way through? Brook here wants the drive, ends up slapping on top of the bounce. T20 shot down to mid-off, no run. Sort of well outside the line, bottom hand, wasn't it?
Yeah, and maybe the fielder just changed Brook's shot. I think this is a better field for the way that Scotty Boland's bowling. The man's gone backward square. We don't see many bounces from Scott Boland. It's worth it against Brook. He doesn't like it at the body. He gets cramped. As I said, he likes to be able to hit inside out.
Brook waiting for Boland. Arrives now, delivers, and he defends under his eyes. Out to the offside. So as you say, 2 out for the short ball.
So it's a big half an hour, isn't it, the extended? Do we see Murphy? And I think we need to, just to see what impact he can have or the way that England are going to play him.
Look, the risk is leaving it too late, isn't it?
Yep.
He needs some runs to play with.
Yep.
To bowl aggressively.
Because I'd like to see him, funny enough, against Stokes. We haven't found a plan of getting him out. Nathan Lyon, Stokes out 9 times, 3 times LBW.
Boland finishes here and Brook plays with soft hands. Good batting. Out the deep backward point with the sweep went back. Always a single there. Brook 17 keeping the strike with the single. Root 16. 136 to win. 3 for 115. After the break, Geoff Lemon coming in for me and taking us through to lunch.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30am.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Headingley Homes. Check out Headingley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnie Brook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Headingley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Headingley.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Get the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Maccas. Well, they're in a slightly spicy, sticky situation. The Australians here, England making a good fist of this run chase. 3 wickets have fallen. They need to prize out that fourth and the fifth to put the jitters amongst the English.
Yeah, I thought they'd go with off spin, but they've gone to Mitchell Starc.
Well, he's been the man most likely this morning. 2 wickets, both with that three-quarter seam ball. You must have been watching that with great interest.
Yeah, not the swinging ones, and it was great. It's where he's actually upskilled, isn't it? A noted swing bowler. He was late to the wobbled seam, but it's been profitable for him in this series.
Left arm over the wicket. He's got Brook in his sights, but Brook's got Starc in his as he thrashes him through the covers for 4. Exceptional shot, bended knee, full flourish, and he dispenses with Mitchell Starc. Goes to the fence, 3 for 119.
Just a little warm-up ball, really, wasn't it? Just a wee bit wide, and that goes into that strength of Brook. Always that open face as he hits the ball through the offside.
Must be a great feeling when you end up down on one knee after the nailed cover drive.
Yeah, well, that's his way, isn't he? I think he'd be a fader off the tee in golf.
Starc tries again. Brook beaten outside the off stump in the channel, and that ball moves a little into the gloves of Carey.
That sums up the morning for me. England ahead, but not easily. You know, there's been play and miss and all sorts of things where it might just have gone a little bit differently for the Australians.
Yep. Some days the luck rolls with you more strongly, some days more against.
But that's a better ball, isn't it? We know he launches into his cover drives. Bit shorter, bit straighter.
Just seemed to come into the right-hander a bit and then straighten. Starc. To Brook, who's defending on the front foot, just wanting to keep Mitchell Starc out. A good straight line. Again, it seemed like it was just coming into him slightly.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like there's a lot of traditional swing now for Mitchell Starc, so the wobble seems the way to go. There's still pace and carry. You know, the edges they'll carry to the slips. There's just been a lot of play and misses, edges that have fallen short.
Or over the top. One over Mitch Marsh's head.
Mitchell Starc on the long approach. Bowls to Brook, who's defending. Solidly on the front foot. Happy to show that he can do both things. It doesn't have to be all-out attack all the time.
Yeah, it could be a big innings for Brook if he gets them home and he doesn't go with a runner ball. He certainly, when it's been in his hot zone, you know, he's absolutely creamed him, square of the wicket on the offside and the odd cover drive. But, you know, if he gets his country home here, he's much more comfortable in the middle order. We don't want to see him at number 3 too often.
132 to win, England. 7 wickets to play with. Joe Root on 16, Brook on 21. Mitchell Starc bowls to Brook, who's defending on the front foot again. 1 ball to come in the over. So he's got his early boundary. He's happy to see out the rest, it seems. Comes down the pitch, prods the surface. Root does similarly from the other end, meandering about the place.
Jeez, they're up today.
You can hear that crowd.
Wow.
They are so involved. Nothing's even happening. Bowler's walking back to his mark. Runs in again. Starc, and Brook is opening the face of the bat, hopping up on his toes and placing it out to deep backward point for 1. He'll keep the strike. England, after 26 overs, 3 for 120.
If you're a driver, rider, pedestrian or bystander and been injured in a road accident, you could be entitled to compensation. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and is in addition to what is provided by the TAC. Talk directly to an Arnold Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. Arnold Thomas and Becker Lawyers, securing compensation for Victorians for over 50 years. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. England heading towards their target. 3 for 120. Not sure if you had this question before on the text line, Damien Fleming, about Mitch Marsh. If he takes another wicket or two in this match, asks Marto in Mooney Ponds, would that leave Cam Green out? Well, I think in the 100 alone might have done
I think Marsh is in. It's just the team balance around it. Cummins back in the attack.
Cummins into bowl, just back of a length outside the off stump, and Brook opens the face, steers it well, down to deep third. He'll get 2 more runs. They're flowing for England. 3 for 122. Brook up to 24.
And even with Cam Green, they said, it's a little hamstring. I saw him bowling today. So he's no certainty to be fit. But if we're 2-1 down and we've got to pick our best team who's performed in this Ashes series, I could see them playing both. They could share the bowling workload. And that may put Warner's position in trouble at the top.
Cummins. Outside the off stump, edge and just short. It's fallen just short of Alex Carey diving across the front of first slip. Wouldn't have made it to first slip. Carey right to go, but it lands short of his glove. And that did feel out. It sounded out. The sound coming through the stump microphone, but it hasn't quite got the legs.
Gee, that's just a legitimate nick. It's bouncing before Carey. I just wonder whether the change in field, stopped Brook going really hard at that. We've got the catcher in the position where he's hit a couple. But that's a nothing shot.
Just sparring at it for no reason outside the off stump. Yeah, leaves the next one. Learned his lesson a little bit wider from Cummins, that next one, but it was a good piece of fielding at first slip too to stop it getting through the cordon.
Yeah, definitely. Runs a premium for the Australians now. Backward square goes back on the fence. They haven't. Boland is not a big bouncer bowler. He bowls full, he hits the splice hard, bouncy stock ball, but Cummins is surely going to have a look upstairs against Brook. He looked uncomfortable against the short ball at Lords.
Well, 2 out, deep square leg, plus a fine leg. Cummins up to Brook, that is the short ball, and he gets a good piece of it out to that deep square leg fielder for 1. 3 for 123. One question though, Damien Fleming mentioned that very good save at first slip. If Warner's out of the team, one thing people don't think about is what he does in the cordon.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that unbalances the catches, and he's taken some rippers. All along, I've talked about the 2-test buffer that he has. So he had an outstanding Lord's Test match.
Which people forget very easily that he played so well to start things off there.
In tough conditions.
Very difficult conditions.
Him and Kawaja's partnerships were brilliant.
Cummins bowls down the leg side, strays, and Carey gets well across to prevent any extras.
That's his quick in-swinger. He knocked Pope over with it at Edgbaston, but often when he bowls it the first time, falls away towards cover, spears it down leg stump, and it's something he just needs to improve, because you get that one chance to surprise him first up.
Yep.
It's quicker and it generally moves, but he's got to make sure he doesn't fall away too much.
That Ollie Pope delivery is just about the ball of the Ashes so far. Cummins in from the Kirkstall lane end, bowls wide of the off stump, stepping into the drive and absolutely nailing it is Joe Root. Listen to the crowd rise to him. The hometown boy, he's up to 20. Brook on 25, and England getting on top. 3 for 127. They're past the halfway mark. They need 124 more to win at the end of the over on SEN Test Cricket.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Headingley Homes. Check out Headingley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Headingley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Headingley.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Get the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. Here comes Mitchell Starc. Running up to Boulderbrook, who's steering the ball away behind point. Won't get a run. Mitchell Marsh dives across from gully. So that David Warner conversation, it's interesting. He has a very short leash from a lot of Australian cricket
they
supporters.
want him out.
They want him out as soon as there's one bad innings. And I wonder, sometimes you get into different positions about different players and whether they should stay and whether they should go. But it does seem like he's done some work as an opener, that his openers work in this series and in the World Test Championship final.
Yeah.
And because it doesn't have a huge score attached to it, it doesn't get recognised.
Yeah, but you've got to recalibrate your expectations of openers in England.
Mitchell Stark up to Brook, who's fiddling outside the off stump into Carey's gloves. Unsure stroke, very tight line to the off stump, nicely bowled.
That could easily be a nick. And also, you've got to value partnerships and to deaden the ball. And to be fair, Marnus and Smithy, besides Smith's 100, haven't cashed in. I was expecting them to be the two highest run scorers, knowing that England bowl well to left-handers, and that hasn't worked. So for Australia to win the first two tests with only one significant innings from Smith was a bonus. They both missed out here.
Yep.
They're still in the game. So Warner certainly hasn't had anything near the series he had 4 years ago here.
Stark bowls to Brook, who's coming forward and getting a thick outside edge down to deep third. He'll take the first, runs it hard, and gives himself time to get back to the second. So picking up twos quite nicely. 3 for 129.
And also, it's such a big call too that, if Warner misses out, it's probably the end of his career. But you've got to win the Ashes series. If we're 2-1 down.
2-1 up.
2-1 up, sorry. And you've got to make sure the green's 100%, because Pat Cummins is going to try and play every test match. If they've got a couple of all-rounders who can rotate the bowling and still have potency, that's a big win for Australia.
Stark. Left arm over. Bowls to Brook, who's defending on the front foot. So how would that work if you were to squeeze Warner out of the team? Because I've seen people saying, well, you just get Green or Marsh to open. It's not that simple.
No.
It's England.
It's Marnus or Travis Head.
It has to be Labuschagne to go up.
I wouldn't say it has to be. I'm not against Travis Head. Even though they're not... Well, they have been flat, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's like Pakistan and Edgbaston, and even this one, we were raving about it round first day just because they had a bit of pace and bounce. I'm not against Head opening and potentially opening full time.
Stark bowls to Brook, who drives out to extra cover, won't get a run.
But you lose something in the middle order.
Exactly.
And more a left-hander. We know Marsh will score quickly. Cam Green's still a very technically organised batsman. But I'm happy horses for courses to win the Ashes series. So there's different scenarios, and a simple one is that Marsh Green doesn't come back. Marsh just plays the next test match, and we keep this. Warner and Khawaja have got a very good relationship. Concern for Dave is Broad's got him out twice. So that 2-test buffer would only have one more test match in it.
Mitchell Stark. Up again to Brook to finish the over. Defends it hard into the ground. It bounces back behind him. He whips his head around, worried that the ball's going to roll back onto his stumps. It doesn't. The over comes to an end. 28 of them gone. England need 251 to win. They are 3 for 129.
NHP are your local trusted #1 choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Get the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It is 3 for 129. Pat Cummins with the ball in hand. Geoff Lemon and Damien Fleming with you at Headingley, the ground at Leeds. Sunshine pouring across the ground now. Still some clouds in the sky, but more scattered than they were this morning.
Where are the clouds? Where have they gone?
They come and go at will. in this country. Cummins outside the off stump, just dropping the ball away for a single, his route behind point, as he's done so many hundreds, maybe thousands of times in his career. 3 for 130.
I think it's time for the Murph.
Time
for the Murph. I think we've got to change it up. Stark, at most Stark one more over. Let's see an over or two. Not only does it get Tom Murphy into the game, I'm really intrigued near lunch how England play him.
Stark, Cummins rather. Kirkstall lane ends. Right arm over, in at the stumps. Just keeping it out is Harry Brook. Nicely bowled, the one tight line. One more note on that conversation we were having earlier. The two most successful things for Australia's batting in this series have been Khawaja at the top and Travis Head at 5. If you take Travis Head out of 5, you're removing your biggest strength. And if you create a new opening partnership, you're potentially disrupting your other biggest strength.
But you've got Marsh, who's coming off 100, so I'm not totally against that. You're not going to get your perfect team. And I think Australia have done it pretty well, but they've got some big questions going into the 4th test.
Cummins to Brook, 2 slips, and he's almost feeding them as he reaches outside the off stump. And he just to get enough bat on that to keep it down
up
into
to
the
2
ground.
balls, the backward square goes back.
Andrew Sampson.
And for what it's worth, Labuschagne's opened 13 times in first-class cricket. It's an average of 29. And Travis Head just 7, average 45. Not a lot of experience for either of them at top.
No, a couple of those Travis Head ones were in India recently in the Test matches when
he was batting with Usman, so at least there's been some innings together.
Very different conditions. That was about attacking spin from ball 1, which he did successfully. A bit different if the ball's swinging and say James Anderson's back. Cummins in full straight at the stumps, nicely driven. They'll get a run to mid-off. Brook thinks about the second. The ball's not picked up cleanly, won't get it.
The bouncer ball worked at Lords. It's almost like the English batsmen have sprayed bouncer repellent today. We've rarely seen one. I want to see some horizontal shots, setting them up for the quicker, straighter ball later on. They've got protection. Let's go have a look upstairs.
Worked for Moeen Ali today. Short one.
Well, it only was really one, wasn't it? And it worked.
It was one really good one. And sometimes that's all it takes. Cummins into bowler Root. Misses a swish down the leg side. He's edged it. He's edged it. Joe Root is gone. And once again, Australia's captain has the breakthrough against the most important player in the England team. 11 times Pat Cummins has dismissed Joe Root now in Test cricket. That might be amongst the most innocuous of them. A swish, a glove down the leg side, and England 4 down.
Well, it was the bouncer that worked. It was a poor bouncer that didn't get up. And Joe will be spewing with that one, maybe even just gloving it on the way. That was so easy just to be able to work down to the leg side. But it's the short ball we were asking for, because once you play the horizontal shot, you're at the mercy of the pace that bounce. If anything's a little bit uneven, it can lead to a dismissal like we've seen there. So the danger man, Joe Root, back to the sheds. Australia 4 wickets. Benny Stokes walks out to the middle at number 6.
Well, that's Ben Stokes' music. Joe Root out for 21, 4 for 131. They need 120 to win, and this is almost exactly how many they needed 4 years ago when he came to the crease.
Yeah, I'm still keen for Murphy against Stokes early. Lyons got him 9 times, 3 times LBW, okay? So another off-spinner. Maybe it's Stark for one more, but let's have a go Murphy against Stokes before he gets settled.
It wasn't 120 when he came to the crease, but I reckon it was about that when Johnny Bairstow got out in 2019 and he had to bat with the tail. Bairstow is due in next. He will be batting at 7 because Moeen Ali moved up the order. So they've got Bairstow, Wokes to come. They've got Stokes in the middle. 4 for 131 England, 120 short. Ben Stokes.
Geez, he's played well this series, Stokes.
2 monster innings.
Just can we get him out early? Slips are in place. Paddy willing himself into the contest. Captain versus captain. This is just brilliant.
2 slips in a gully. The Terrace singing Gold, one of the great dance floor tunes. Nobody can resist being drawn into that. Always believing. That's what Australia need to keep doing. This match So evenly poised. Stokes, left-handed, down over his bat, waits for Cummins, who's in and bowling full, clipped off the pads, runs immediately for Stokes. Rolling out to deep mid-wicket, it will beat the chase into the fence for 4. He's off the mark with a boundary. The crowd signal it as 1. 4 for 135. What a moment. What a moment. 116 to win. Harry Brook on 28.
It just, the yin and yang of this series has been unbelievable, isn't it? And we get the wicket, Stokes straight away off the mark with the boundary. The Australians, can they get one more? Just one more. Get Bairstow out there. He's had an uncomfortable test match, hasn't he? He's looked distracted when he batted, and he's kept in front of his home crowd just before lunch. How will he play it?
He's looked so ill-tempered that it's affected his game at times. 4 for 135. Well, 135 is what Ben Stokes made in 2019 here. So the symmetry keeps coming. Starts a new over, defending it. Here's Harry Brook out towards mid-off. 4 for 135 the score. Brook 28, Stokes 4. Joe Root out for 21. What a moment. We've seen Pat Cummins do him with some gorgeous deliveries over the years. Didn't need one this time around. Jarrod Kimber's back. Hi, Jarrod.
Yeah, another short ball. I'm not sure that's directly related because it was a little bit more down leg side, but again,
but it was an attempted bounce and it was a poor one,
and it was he didn't get it right, but it was again that back of a length. He got a little bit offside of it, didn't he?
We haven't bowled enough of them.
Left arm over. Here comes Stark to Brook, who's defending on the front foot. He's looked pretty good on the front boot today. Out to cover.
But once again, it's the horizontal shot, the hook or the pull. You're very reliant. You've made up your decision when you see it bounce. So any variables there, you're vulnerable.
I think we'll see them against Brook. If Brook stays in for a little while, I'll definitely go short to him.
Well, they've only bowled one and he hit it well, but once again, it wasn't a high one. And we've seen enough of his cover drives. They're brilliant. But let's tuck him up now. Make him feel uncomfortable. He was uncomfortable at Lords against the short stuff.
2 slips and a gully. Mitchell Marsh in the latter position. Mitchell Stark bowling width, and it's edged away, is it? Is it carried to Carey? It's going away off a deflection from the gloves. Now, did that bounce just in front? It's pulled up inside the boundary rope. Was there a touch on it?
I think there was a bat on it, but I was wondering if he hit it into the ground. It was really full. He sort of chomped down on it. They don't seem to be that concerned. So I think it was a full toss that he got an edge onto. Well, actually, I can't tell from that. Maybe he didn't.
Oh, my. Hey.
I think that might be a missed catch there.
I think it is. He really snatched at it, didn't he, Carey?
Well, it was one-handed going to his right. It might just be a bump ball. It might have squeezed out between the toe of the bat and the ground. But I think it hit the ground just in front of the bat, took the toe, and skewed away towards the cordon.
Might have been a tough one for the third umpire.
Yeah, there was dust going up and everything, and he hit the ground. There was so much happening.
So we'll need the full forensic post-mortem before we can call it a dropped catch or not. But with all the scrutiny on Alex Carey, he's kept impeccably throughout this series. There'd be a certain irony if he missed a potential match-turning chance on what will be the last day at Headingley. Stark bowls to Brook, thrashes it away behind point for 4. He's got every piece of that one. Gully's there, backward point is there, goes in between the two of them. And Harry Brook takes the deficit down to 110. He's up to 32.
I don't think Australia will be as worried about that because he wasn't in control. It's probably the shot they wanted. Maybe slightly too full, maybe just get it a little bit back, but he just threw his hands at that. And, there was definitely not half a chance, but he wasn't in control, unlike some of the other shots we've seen from him so far.
No change to the field. 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, long leg. Stark to Brook, who's tucked up and just knocking the ball down to mid-on and gets a single where there really shouldn't have been one. Cummins identified that they'd hit the ball just softly enough that they were able to race through. Cummins didn't attack it immediately. Brook was always going with the shot. 109 to win. England 4 for 142.
Can they get Stokes out cheaply? We're going to replay. Do you think it was a catch?
I don't know. It's so confusing. That replay. Here we go.
Ooh.
Edge onto the ground.
The ball's pitched just in front of the bat. Has it been?
No. So when it hits the bat, it bounces after.
Yeah.
So
it is a bump ball. Alex Carey is spared the 500 think pieces that would have been written tonight.
It still went for runs, though. Those runs might be important.
Those runs might be important. But chaos theory means it's impossible to determine how important.
Okay, nice, fast.
Goldblum.
Can we get a scrambled scene? They've got the LBW for Duckett. Get Stokes caught on the crease.
Stark bowls to the left-hander who will get a run comfortably enough, tucking it away to mid-wicket from a full ball. So, 108 to win. You're on SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Get the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Maccas. End of the over. It's 4 for 143.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Match Cricket. Geoff Fleming and Jarrod Kimber with you, and Andrew Sampson on our stats with the rulers and the coloured pens. I'll come to you in one moment, Andrew, because we've got Cummins, captain to captain, bowling to Stokes, who's defending a full ball down to mid-off. Andrew?
Yeah, just looking back on that corresponding fixture 4 years ago, obviously a bigger target, 359. Joe Root got out fourth at 159 for 4. Fairly similar score, though, obviously further behind. And then there was an 86-run partnership between Stokes and Bairstow for the 5th wicket before Bairstow fell, and then Butler was run out shortly after that. So they were 253 for 6, still needing 106 with 6 down. And then, of course, a bit of a collapse to 286 for 9 before Jack Leach came in.
Cummins up to Stokes, who's leaving outside the off stump, through into Carey's gloves, takes it cleanly. Well, if they're 253 for 6 today, they will have won.
Well, yeah, I mean, an 86-run partnership now would finish the game. England would win it, wouldn't they?
There's other good signs for England as well. When he came out, Stokes, he flicked that ball for 4, but he also ran quite well between the wickets. We weren't even sure if Bairstow might have come in ahead of him, just because, he wasn't running as well with the was it right buttock? It's right buttock, isn't it?
I believe it was right buttock, left knee.
Right buttock, left knee.
It's like a dance move. Cummins up to Stokes, who leaves. The ball angled across him. Decent bounce. A bit too wide. Seeing if he'd be tempted into a flay. He's not.
So, yeah, just another small victory there for England. I think Cummins is going to come around the wicket. That one was a little bit wide. Was too easily left by Stokes. Actually, maybe not. Oh, he's taking a new guard. Yeah. Well, I worked it out. Apparently Harry Brook didn't work it out. I think the umpire told him 3 times, guess on the other side.
He's not always the most nimble thinker.
No.
Harry Brook.
That's the way of putting it.
The impression we get from up here. Round the wicket, Cummins tucking up Stokes, but he'll get a run. Jab down to fine leg. 4 for 145. Question in from James in Townsville on the text line. You can text in at 0433 98 116. You can find us there. James wants to know why Harry Brook has a Major League Baseball badge on his bat. He's sponsored by them, isn't he?
Yeah, so he went and did some test hitting for them. When they came to London, they had their games.
Yep.
He played around with some of the baseballs, and they had brought in a partnership with him.
And then he went to Lord's and tried to play their shots.
Well, he kind of already done that. He played those shots against Wagner, didn't he, in that other series as well?
Cummins. Bowls to Brook, who's thrashing outside the off stump. Carey's having a little appeal. Well, not quite an appeal, but a half celebration. Like a practice celebration, just to remind himself what it feels like to glove the ball, perhaps. Australia don't review.
Couple of balls this over. So the one that was tucked down to fine leg, that bounced on Stokes in a way that he wasn't expecting. That one took off a little bit again. Just seeing a little bit more of that variable bounce, an extra bounce going through.
I think that one landed on the seam and sort of took off a bit more from that position.
Every now and again, just a little bit of extra bounce. Not sure how Australia will get a wicket from it with this field unless he ends up at gully or...
Corden waiting. Warner, Smith, Marsh. Full goes Cummins and defending. Keeping it out is Harry Brook. He's wise to that one. Cummins getting up towards 90 miles an hour with that ball. Effort delivery.
Yeah, I think that was, well, it might have been the in-swinger or the reverse swing Yorker who was going for it. Tailed in, but not drastically. Still no Todd Murphy. It's coming to a point now where it's an almost awkward time to bring him on if he does bowl.
Cummins. Bowls in at the hip. Able to tuck it into the leg side. Brooks trotting down the other end for a comfortable single as Boland goes out to field. End of the over, England 105 to win. We should get in one more over before the lunch break. They're 4 for 146.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test Cricket, Geoff Fleming, Jarrod, Kimber and Andrew Sampson on the pencils and rulers, keeping track of the numbers. Todd Murphy to have a bowl. It'll be the last over before the break because he's taking a bit of time to warm up. The off spinner got Ben Stokes out in the first innings, trying to heave a 5th 6 down the ground. Might be approaching things slightly differently today, Ben Stokes, although the temptation to put pressure on the spinner might be there. In any case, Murphy will be bowling to the right-handed Harry Brook first, and he's going to come around the wicket, the off-spinner, so he'll look to do a Nathan Lyon, straighten the ball down the line of the stumps, maybe draw a sweep shot. Murphy bowls on the money, and Brooks looking for a run as he presses it out into the offside, but there's nothing there. They've got a short leg with a slip, they've got a deep backward point, they've got a short cover, a mid-off, a long on, a mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a 45 behind square on the leg side. In outfield, Murphy. Flatter and faster across the stumps, and it slashed out to the boundary before. Well, that ball deserved it. Dragged it down a bit. Didn't turn, and it sits up for Harry Brook to put away. Raise England's 150 and need 101 more to win. He's on 38.
Yeah, he got that wrong. It was a little bit short, but it's very good footwork by Harry Brook very early on. You're not expecting the cut. Let the crowd enjoy them. You're not expecting to cut the off-spinner like that from around the wicket.
Murphy drags it down again outside the off stump, and a similar shot, but he's hit it further behind point, so Boland is able to keep them to 100 to win, 4 for 151. That's the most raucous greeting of a team 150 that I've ever heard.
Yeah, unless you're like 8 down chasing, 165 or something. You're not going to get much more than that, are you? It's almost like they gave it two halves as well. They weren't 100% sure, but we're about to see another one. If we see a single this over, there'll be another milestone crossed for England.
Yep, if they get the deficit into double figures, they'll enjoy that. So Stokes on 6, Brooks 39, Brook 39. Brooks is the guy from Shawshank Redemption. Round the wicket comes Murphy, and it's on the leg stump and turned away, and there is the double-figure deficit for England. 99 to win, Stokes to 7, so 4 for 152.
It's not been a good over from Murphy so far. He's a little bit short and a little bit wide to Brook, and just allowing Stokes to hit such an easy single to get off strike there. Really has to be probing it off stump, keeping the LBW, the bowled, and the caught it slip in play.
Difficult job to come on and bowl 1 over before lunch. Murphy bowls to Brook, and again it's too wide, angled across him, and again he plays a full-blooded shot, but it's saved at cover by Usman Khawaja.
No, it is a difficult one. I think he's going to come over the wicket here, right?
Changing up now.
I agree with you from that point of view, but in England it is what spinners are for.
Bowling 1 over before lunch. Murphy bowls in at the leg stump again. Still can't get that angle right, and he's spearing it through it. Brook will take a run out to deep mid-wicket. He goes to 40. There's another raucous round of applause because England have reached the lunch break. With these 2 wickets intact, Brook on 40, Stokes on 7. They need 98 to win. It's 4 for 153. Australia through that session a few times they got to celebrate a wicket. The Tobin brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. They took 4 in the session, but England have kept scoring. Joe Root the most important of those, but it was Mitchell Starc early, duck at LBW, bringing one in to bowl Moeen Ali, who has popped up the order. Zach Crawley edged one to his new nemesis, Mitchell Marsh, once he got into the 40s and looked good. And Joe Root loving the bouncer down the leg side. So 4 wickets down. But England have kept the foot down with the run rate, Jarrod Kimber, and they're in a very good position. 98 to win, 6 wickets in hand. Australia can still pull it back from here, but England would fancy their chances.
Yeah, I think one more wicket, Australia would have been almost back in front. They needed that one more wicket, but the Joe Root one was huge. That brought them back into this game again. But Stokes is still at the crease. Brook is well set now, and Bairstow is to come. So England, they don't have that many more runs to get. If we have a Mark Wood or a Robinson get a 20, or even Stuart Broad get a 20 odd later on, they can pull it out. So they're certainly within chances here of getting that, even if they lose a couple of quick wickets. But for Australia, it's got to keep the pressure on and continue to get wickets. They have chipped away, which is a good sign.
The Macca's delivery of the day so far, for me, it's got to be Mitchell Starc to Moeen Ali, setting him up with a vicious bouncer that had him swaying out of the way. Nasty one, nasty length. And then Moeen just hesitant to get on the front foot the next 2 balls. Yeah. 2 balls later, there's the 3/4 seam, cuts back into him while it's angled across, evades the drive and knocks the stump out of the ground. Sensational bit of fast bowling.
Yeah, the fact that he's brought this new delivery in that we really haven't seen him bowl before, and he's got 2 wickets with it, I think Mitchell Starc's been incredible. Cummins and Boland maybe not quite on the level they need to be on. They need to take a step up. But even Mitch Marsh, when the ball was moving around, I thought he looked really, really dangerous. So if I'm doing, what is it, the Macca's delivery of the day, did I get
That's
that?
it, yep.
Okay. My Macca's delivery of the day would probably be Mitchell Marsh, because he overpitched to Zach Crawley, and straight away he went, no, I just need to be here. And next ball, got him.
A little bit of outswing. Perfect. Classic Mitchell Marsh stuff. And it's good that he's had an opportunity to show what he's got with bat and with ball in this test match. So we're beautifully set up as we come into the lunch break. It's a beautiful day in Leeds at the moment as well. The sun is streaming down. That's good for England. It's a Sunday. It's day 4, just like it was at Headingley 4 years ago in 2019. And Ben Stokes is at the crease. What more could you ask for if you love the contest of cricket? So England at the break, needing 98 more to win. We'll be back to take you through every bit of the run chase to come after the lunch break. For now, let's go to Paul Sebastiani through lunch.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Get the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Adam Collins with Damien Fleming for what will be the final session of the Test match. One way or another, England require 98 runs. Australia require 6 wickets. Beautifully poised Flem with Stokes in the middle. They're not out on 7. Harry Brook pretty well set before lunch as well on 40 from 54 deliveries. A lot hinges on the next quarter of an hour or so.
Yeah, it does, Colo. Listeners, love to have been in the respective dressing rooms to hear how they talk about, for the Aussies finding wickets and getting themselves a 3-0 and Ashes victory, and England with the experience of Stokes. Brooks played his part. Bairstow to come in next. They'll be feeling very confident, but we know at the Aussies, we know at the series, it's just been a counter-punching series. And at lunch yesterday, I thought it was going one way. Mark Wood changed it with the bat. Can Scott Boland, who has had a very barren series wickets-wise, but he's probably the Australian that made the ball move the most today. Can he get it going, Boland? And we know he can get on a roll with wickets against England.
He certainly can. He'll need to here. Begins the session with 2 slips in a gully. Bowling at Brook. In here. Crowd silent. Brook, easy single to deep backward point where there is 1. There might be 2. He's weighted it well. Well, they think about it and they go back. I wouldn't be rushing for 2 with Ben Stokes on 1 leg or half leg, whatever it is at the moment. Our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Damien Fleming, joined by Jarrod Kimber. Good afternoon, Jarrod.
Yeah, you don't want to bust the buttock on the first one out of the gate, do you?
Who do you reckon they'll open with at the other end, boys?
Probably not going to be Murphy after his over before the break.
I don't know, it might be.
You think?
I think it might be.
He really struggled for line and length, didn't he?
Yeah. I wish he'd got 3 overs.
Yeah.
Just to relax and
the last over is silly, isn't it? Yeah.
But if he doesn't bowl next over, he's not bowling again.
That I would agree with that.
I think they've botched that. They should have got him on after Mitch Marsh and got him into the match, like you're saying there, Fleming.
Just 3 overs for 6. I don't think Stokes would have taken him on. You know, then you can get him out, and then Brook. There's no way Brook would have blocked every ball. You know, he would have taken at least one chance against him.
On the other hand, if Stokes gets going, they might have to take pace off the ball. A lot to consider. 97 to win. Stokes to face his first ball after lunch. Round the wicket he goes. Boland 2 slips the gully behind the wicket. Stokes comes down the track, went over the top of the leg stump behind Stokes' aforementioned buttock as well. And it swung after passing the stumps too.
I think it nearly went over off stump.
Yes. Let's watch it back for tyre power.
So he's bowling around the wicket and he's pitched that on middle of the leg and it's gone over the top of leg stump?
On top of the legs.
It ended up at off stump. It swung as well afterwards.
Imagine if he'd been bowled. You know, walking across the crease and at him like that.
Remarkable bit of cricket.
So a little nod of intent there from Stokes.
He'll
first
go
ball.
wider here, Bolo. What about a nick to the slips?
Also got a catch in cover. Boland in to Stokes, who defends out towards mid-on. So the field, fine leg, forward square, mid-on, mid-off, catching cover, backward point, 2 slips and a gully. So if Stokes wants to go, he'll have to hit through the field.
I don't think he will early. I think he's just trying to put Boland off his length and get Boland under pressure, and he might bowl a bad ball. But if I was Bolo, I'd be continuing with that length. I'd just take my line across a little bit, get Stokes reaching for the ball.
Also got Stark from the football end. Good record against Stokes in Test cricket. Boland delivers here. Stokes clips down to fine leg, gets it very fine, and it will just get dragged in by Stark under the shade of the football stand. So they get back for 2, 4 for 155. Stokes 9.
Not a great start again. That's just attacking middle and leg.
Well, I just want to see where he flicks this from because he did walk across.
Okay.
I felt that one was maybe slightly more in Australia's favour, but we're seeing Stark, of course, bounce around the boundary. But just wondered if there was a little bit of risk in what Stokes did there.
Seeing it replayed a couple of times to make sure that his knee wasn't touching the rope when his hand was touching the ball. That looks fine to me. And fine to the umpire, Joel Wilson upstairs. Only right, given the absurd decision Joel Wilson made, one of those a couple of days ago, that breaks in Australia's favour. Bowen delivers and Stokes defends. So presumably they'll have time for a spell from Cummins, a spell from Stark, a spell from Boland, and then the question is Mitch Marsh or Murphy.
And you're trying to at least just one bowler to get on a roll, aren't you? England ahead of the game. Stokes, who's just played some remarkable innings already in this Ashes series.
And what they don't have is the extreme pace of Mark Wood to go through the lower half. Boland delivers forward, hit on the pad, but he was well out of his crease. He lunges back. Where's he been hit? Maybe in the box. Stokes haunched over on his hands and knees now.
He went down like he was shot.
Yeah, he's in real strife. I mean, it looks like it's just on impacts. They're calling for the medical stuff straight away.
He actually had to get back in his crease as well, and he just crumpled as he got back into the crease. It must have hit right in the centre of the box.
We've seen that with Stokes before, haven't we, at Lord's 4 years ago when he commentated on getting hit in the box himself through the effects mic. We still get to get a second look for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off. I suspect we will now.
He's up.
He's up, yeah.
Might be one of those ones they just don't want to show the people at home.
He's walked away from the physio.
The spray's out.
Did you put magic spray down there, Flem? How magic is that spray?
It'd want to be unbelievably magic.
It was the end of the over as well, I should say. 4 for 156. Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now. Here we go. Here's the replay. Where did he hit him? I think we know, but confirmation that it was bang on the box.
Yep. And it was full, so that has had steep bounce. That's hit him flush. He could do a pretty good Bee Gees impersonation right now, Ben Stokes.
He's got one hand on his groin as he tries to get back in the crease. Shades of Matthew Elliott, trying to get back in with when he injured himself mid-wicket.
Yes.
Slightly different kind of injury. Probably will affect their careers differently.
Mark Warson, what's he doing? Why is he running into me?
Imagine they ran him out then. Best not to think about it.
Okay. Stark.
He's taken 2 for 44. Wickets of Duckett and Moeen this morning. Up to the crease. Football stand end, driven by Brooke. Straight to mid-on, but at the middle of the bat makes a lovely sound. Cummins does the fielding. 95 runs to play with.
Stokes is just running up and down now, just to
he's back.
Stretch it out.
Be interesting if England get home comfortably and Australia never reverted to the bounce-a-thon that worked for them at Lords. I don't know how many bounces they bowled in the first session, but it was minimal.
Yeah. It wasn't bouncer theory, was it? It was just occasional.
And they got Root out with a bad bouncer, but it worked.
We expected it this week, didn't we, Flem? There'd be a lot more of it. It was effective at Lords for both teams. Stark delivers here. Brooks steers at the backward point where there's a sweeper, gets one. He's 42. Murphy does the fielding, 4 for 157.
And the only bounce-a-thon that we saw was against English Tail, and it didn't work. But I just think the horizontal shot, day 4, there's just more risk in playing the pull and hook shot.
Well, I wonder if they bowl 2 overs of Stark's normal length, and then they say, if that's not working, then we go to it.
Douglas Jardine, body line. I keep thinking of that mini-series again.
Oh, Gary Sweet.
I'm going to have to watch it. For good or bad, Colo?
It's a 6-parter.
It was it a 6-parter?
Would you believe I wrote it?
Longer than the series,
I loved it on the kid.
One of the subjects I studied at uni allowed me to write an essay on it.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah.
History of Australian film was the subject, I'm pretty sure. Hugo Weaving. Here's Stark in for the left-handed Stokes defending out to mid-on, no run. Yeah, 6 hours of television that was.
Hugo Weaving was the Marnus Labuschagne of Australian cinema, isn't he, from Zimbabwe?
I did not know that.
I've got a feeling. I
did not know that.
I might have made it up.
Also with
Magpie. What happened is someone from Vanuatu and I went on a cricket tour, the Ginger Megs tour. The man who did the cartoon, and there was a lot of New South Wales cricketers, but they invited Merv and myself over there. And Gary Sweet was our opening bat, who played Bradman in the Bodyline series, and unfortunately he replicated the Don's last innings in Test match cricket.
I was wrong. Hugo Weaving was Nigeria. I don't know what their cricket team is like. I'm sure Andrew Sampson will have a lot of stats about that in a minute.
There was another interesting cameo in Bodyline as Stark gets up and bowls to Stokes on 9. He drives expansively through the covers for 4. Out to the eastern side of the ground. Got on top of the bounce from Stark. Moves to double figures. He's 13. 90 to win.
It's full. It's looking for the outside edge with slips in place. Maybe one that jags back in, but there's been minimal movement really in the last hour or so. Sun's out, baking the pitch. The Duke ball's not liking it. How long they just persist with this type of attack. They haven't gone the short ball attack.
This might be the last over of this. Look at this, unless something special happens in the next couple of balls.
Stark towards us, towards Stokes. Across his stumps, down the leg side. Has he got anything? Oh, he has! What a moment! He's walking off the ground. He's not reviewing it. Stark gets Stokes with a strangle. The England captain gone just after lunch for 13. He throws his head back. Why did I do that? The body language as he departs Headingley, throws his bat from hand to hand. England with 90 to win. They've lost their 5th wicket.
To be fair to Stokes, though, he's just played a gorgeous cover drive. He's not picturing one down the leg side, and it's a feather. So interesting, the last 2 dismissals have been average balls down the leg side, and they've picked up wickets. Maybe it's leg theory of another nature.
That was interesting. That was the 3/4 seam wobble ball again. And if you look at it, it just fades away. If it doesn't fade away, he doesn't get that edge. So even though he got the line wrong, it was just because of the movement off the pitch. There's still stuff out there, but this is what we talk about, Colo. You love/hate me banging on about the chasers. This is why chases are hard. You have 2 wickets that strangles down the leg side. But suddenly, what looked like an easy chase is now a lot more tense. And I don't know if you could tell, but maybe a local boy has come out to bat.
Yorkshire's Johnny Bairstow. He played his role in the chase in 2019 here. He's replaced the hero of that effort, Ben Stokes. Bairstow has struggled after his run of ball 73 on the first day of the series. 5 for 161. This game is alive again. Just when it was drifting, that partnership between Brooke and Stokes either side of lunch felt problematic for Australia. They're 1 wicket away from Chris Wokes and the rest of the bowlers.
So I think they're 3 scrambled seam wickets now for Mitchell Starc. So just showing a bit like Broad bringing back his outswinger. You know, Starc, his teammates Hazelwood and Cummins have been bowling for a few years now, so good on him.
Well, this is a different version. This is the one that Trent Bolt and Tim Southey bowl. It's a 3/4 one.
Yep.
And it's the one that Mohammad Siraj does. So quite often it goes a lot further away. But it was the traditional one that it stopped him swinging the ball. So he had to get rid of it. This is a good variation. Here's my thing to you though. He's got 2 options now. That did move off the seam. He can bowl around the wicket, aim it at middle and off stump, and straighten a couple if it...
I wouldn't be going there straight away.
No, you do that as plan B, and you still got the short ball as plan C.
Yeah.
Although I know you want short balls. I can feel it.
I don't need it straight away.
Yeah.
But I'd be just trying to knock him over here traditionally.
Or you go straight at the stumps.
And I'd be shining it up to always keep the in-swinger as an option as well.
Stark's got a great record against Bairstow. Andrew Sampson will have that. His first ball. Bairstow leaves alone outside the off stump, raising his arms up nice and high. The end of a very important over for Australia. Successful too. Cheers from the crowd as Carey doesn't take the bails. 5 for 161, 90 to win. That's on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Bendix General CT brake pads are the everyday braking solution with stealth advanced technology for smoother, quieter, more comfortable driving. Blue titanium stripe technology eliminates the bedding in process, while noise-absorbing shims reduce vibration and noise. For improved stopping performance, low dust, low rotor wear and enhanced durability, ask for Bendix General CT brake pads at your next service. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. Boland away from us. Into Brook. A lot hinges on him now. He's on 42. Delivers here. He's in behind it. Takes a single. Where there's one on offer. Out to extra cover. They've got all the fielders back. Not all of them, but half a dozen of them giving one to Brook. They want to bowl at Bairstow. 5 for 162. Andrew Sampson.
10 times he's got Bairstow for an average of 17.8.
That's Stark. So that's the matchup. It is the other end. It is indeed. Oh, by the way, to go full circle, the other cameo in Bodyline, rampaging Roy Slaven,
really?
Gubby Allen, the man who wouldn't bowl Bodyline.
Had a nice action too, Gubby Allen.
As Daniel Norcross refers to him, the Quisling traitor for not implementing Bodyline. Boland in, holding us on the angle, so it's the wobble seam to Bairstow first up, stumps in play, well bowled, as you say, Flynn, pushed out to mid-wicket, no run.
He looks a little bit more confident, but he's walking a long way away, Bairstow, isn't he, from the crease? He's had a disrupted test match. He was distracted in the first innings, almost just goading the Australians to have a go at him. He hasn't kept well in front of his home crowd. The chance to win a test match for England.
Made 12 in the first innings, Bairstow. Caught a second slip from Stark. Boland in here, and Bairstow drives out to cover, no run. Since the 78 on opening day of the series, 20, 16, 10 and 12 for Bairstow.
Interesting to see what length he bowls to Bairstow, because I think you want to attack the stumps early on and get it quite full to him. Boland usually bowls a little bit back of that, doesn't he? So maybe more the top of the stumps rather than that. Those really full balls that Bairstow can
balls fuller than Como. And he's got that mid-wicket, so he can't get off with a single.
Boland up, 2 slips, delivers here, and Bairstow defends with one hand off the bat, back down the pitch. Boland up at 140 kilometres an hour.
Just that natural variation, isn't there? We saw a couple bounce from Wokes yesterday, dismissed Carey and Mitchell Marsh. That's hit high on the bat.
Do you think Boland's out of the yard over the last year?
No.
I think he's always been around.
I don't know about these radars. Yeah, I don't think he's bowling that fast. He bowls a heavy ball, though. But, no, I think he's pretty much the same.
Okay. Boland up. Our end bowls to Bairstow, pulls a short ball into the mid-wicket region, doesn't get much of it. Cloths it to Murphy, who collects it at mid-wicket, as a member of the England women's team said to me when asking how quick she bowls. 65 mile an hour or 70 when I'm on Sky?
Yeah. A little bit of interest there, Jarrod, with that shot.
That was the old boycott stick of rhubarb. I think that's what hit the ball. It was completely clothed, didn't it? Tried to
pulling off the front foot.
Was that also the bounce maybe that got him a little low?
That's why you got to try some short balls. The horizontal shot, you never feel safe.
Cloud cover back, last ball goes through past the inside edge, hits the inside edge rather. Bairstow off the mark, that could have easily been chopped on. It completes Boland's over. He's doing everything right. Bairstow 4, Brook 43 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Hugh Sale on now. England 5 for 166, 85 to win.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
People would laugh at it, but I'd have Disney music on. The reason I do is because every Disney song is a story. So whenever you sing the song, like, you can picture the story in your head. It just gave your mind a little bit of a reprieve.
I reckon it gives his opponents like Petrarca and that bit of confidence when he's coming out there going, let it go.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Peter Lalor jumps in with Damien Fleming into the expert chair for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, so close to chopping on.
Hey up, Adam. Yeah, very, very close, that one.
Stark to Brook. He's 43, delivers here. Brook drives and doesn't quite beat mid off, but after Labuschagne taps it down, they get one anyway. Well played and well fielded. Moves Brook to 44, 5 for 167.
Well, distinct change in mood when that wicket fell. There's around a few Englishmen and they all started to...
Yeah.
Well, to see what it did to the wind viz. Without Stokes, they're a very different prospect, aren't they?
Flem Viz has gone into the
Flem Viz,
mid-60s now for the Aussies.
I think Bharat said last week there should be 3 graphics. There's England, there's Australia, and there's Stokes when it comes to win viz. Stark's got 3 for 50. Be the match winner for Australia here. Up to Bairstow on 4. Bowls from the football stand in. He drives and sneaks it down to Labuschagne, albeit with no timing. They get another single. Bairstow 5, 83 to win. There's that graphic on the screen. It's runs to win or wickets to win. That's how they decide who's in front on Sky, and it's runs at the moment.
Okay, I didn't know that. A little bit of trivia.
That's their own viz, if you like.
Yeah. So what are they saying? They've got England in front?
Well, they flip from runs to wickets when they think the fielding team's more likely to win.
Right.
5 for 168. I think that's fair at the moment. England should still win from here.
The weather's coming in, setting the mood.
Yes.
Darker as the afternoon goes on.
Rain will be a factor if they don't get it done in the next couple of hours. And should be over one way or the other. Stark bowls to Brook. Opens up the face. Places at the deep backward point. 2 fielders converge. Todd Murphy collects in front of the Western Terrace with sufficient time to get back for a couple. 46 for Brook, playing an important hand here. 5 for 170.
Okay, Stark coming around the wicket. I like this. It really challenges the right-hand batsman. Do they really know where their off-stump is? Often they'll play at balls they don't need to. And generally bowls it well, Mitchell Stark. And now he's got that option of the 3-quarter or the wobbled seam that does tend to seam towards the slips. And he's got the in-swinger up his sleeve as well. Oh, another slip out, though.
Yeah, so
that means he's going to attack the stumps.
Taking Warner out of slip, putting him into a mid-wicket.
Oh, geez, I hope there's not a nick in between the... I mean, Smithy's almost the second slip, isn't he?
A lot of work for Carey if it goes to first slip. 2 men out on the offside for Brook, who's so strong there. He's on 46. Stark to him here, and he plays again out to deep backward point. This time for 1. Murphy, who's been busy, does the fielding. 47 for him, 5 for 171, 80 to win. Andrew Sampson.
1,000 test runs for Harry Brook. Joined 3rd quickest for England with 3 other Yorkshiremen. Well, 2.5 because Herbert Sutcliffe took 12. Then Hutton 16 and Gary Ballance 17. But the one you'll be most excited about is that he's quickest in terms of balls faced.
1,000 runs in 1,058 balls.
Jeez.
Wow.
That's Bazball for you.
Over the wicket now.
Over the wicket for Bairstow, who he nicked off a couple of days ago. Stark up, bowls, and Bairstow bowls! Middle stump bent back. Australia needed Stark to deliver after lunch. He's gone bang, bang. He gets Stokes, he gets Bairstow, and he puts Australia into a position to drive home the advantage. 80 to win, 6 for 171. Will make that 4 wickets to win for Australia. Bairstow, the Yorkshireman, trudging off for 5.
Lazy shot, wasn't he? He's distracted this all-test match. It's the in-swinger, but it doesn't swing in. Yes, it's an inside edge, but Johnny just putting that little front step, forward press, throwing his hands at the ball. Big gap, and not for the first time been bowled or inside edge to the gap for 5. Flembiz 70% Australia.
How the game's changed in 10 minutes, Pete?
Changed a lot, hasn't it? Poor shot by Bairstow, especially when he'd been cut in half at the end of that previous over. I think it did move a little bit, Damien. It's come in off. That's why he hasn't centred it. He's got it on the inside edge of the bat and guided it in, but he's chased the wide one.
They're celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives, and our replays for Tyre Power. Falcon Tyres 25% off as Chris Wokes makes his way to the middle. Vastly experienced player, made his debut a decade ago against Australia. And we've seen he was a shrewd selection with the ball, Flem Wokes, with that experience. Got the silvery hair these days as well.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. Can he make a contribution with the bat? A technically correct player, not by temperament a Bazballer.
But they stirred him up and they went the bounce-a-thon towards Wokes, and he got a couple away, but he got out playing a pull shot to a wide bouncer outside off stump. So, yeah, generally, a very good cricketer. He's had a good comeback test match. 10 first-class hundreds. So he can bat, but you chuck in the pressure of an Ashes test match, one that England have to win. They have to win to stay in this Ashes series.
Shot at Baz McCollum after that dismissal. Looked very, very nervous. Okay. Lot riding on this session for Baz McCollum.
And they made the call with Bairstow to give him the gloves. They made the call.
Yep.
And it's backfired. His batting has deteriorated. Stark in. First ball for Wokes here. He wafts at one. Ever so close to 2 in 2. Stark's picked up a couple in a couple of overs after the lunch break. England 6 for 171. Australia 4 wickets away from Ashes victory. Brook 47. Wokes yet to score. That's all on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Hugh Shale on now.
Thirsty Camel! Thirsty Camel here. Win $5, $10 or $20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins. You're beauty, but not for the other 9. Sign up online or in-store to get more perks like birthday rewards and exclusive weekly product offers. Membership has its perks. Download the app or add your membership to your digital wallet. If you have one, drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July. Even camels get thirsty.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. The barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. Scott Boland to continue applying pressure.
Imagine if he just nibbles one out. They've still got Cummins up their sleeve, the Aussies.
How does Brook continue? He's got to 1,000 runs that'll run a ball.
Yeah, he's got to back Wokes, so I'd be taking. There's plenty of runs on the offside.
He's 47. He's now the biggest wicket out there. Boland to Brook. Soft hands, as he's done so well through the day. Just angling behind point for 1. He gets off strike first ball of the over. 48 for him. 6 for 172.
I guess my point's not out protecting the tail so much as does he keep throwing his hands at the ball as he always does? Does he keep batting in that Brook manner?
Yeah, he hasn't done it this innings though. It's a different innings from Brook, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's hit half volleys for 4, but I haven't seen him try anything out of the ordinary.
Yeah. I think of 62 deliveries. So it is a little bit back, isn't it?
Oh, it's a lot back. He's been going at a run of ball for his whole Test career. So this is not that it's a slow innings, but it's a slow Brook innings. But an important one, just like Travis Head battled hard in the first innings, if Brook's going to develop as a player, you've got to be able to go play the right innings for the situation as well.
Boland, our end, delivers here. Wokes the second ball's driven quite nicely out to mid-off for none.
That was in the middle of the bat.
About 20 past 11 back on the eastern seaboard of Australia on a Sunday night. I expect there'll be a lot of people.
Everyone's still up. A couple of text messages if you're listening, please.
0433 98 11 16. Just how nervous are you? Maybe that's the wrong emotion. Maybe it's not nerves. Maybe it's upbeat about Australia's prospects of going up 3-0.
You know why I want one more wicket too? I want to see Mark Wood and the way he bats, right? And then have we changed our plan to him?
Warner offering some advice to Wokes from the cordon. 2 slips there. Boland delivers and Wokes plays defensively under his eyes.
Looks confident.
If you're in the car and you get home and you pop on the telly, sync it up with us. I gather it's quite a good sync tonight. It doesn't work every night, but some nights it lines up well.
It's working tonight.
I've had a lot of people doing that back in Australia and in New Zealand as well. 8833. Question from James Fleming. Have you ever been hit in the box badly like that, like Stokes was?
I'll tell you what I did in indoor cricket once and wasn't wearing a box. You know, they used to have the hard indoor cricket balls. Oh,
Boland halfway through the over. Delivers to Wokes, yet to score, won't score here either, defending with soft hands. Is that the old Springvale Indoor Centre?
Springvale Indoor Cricket Centre, yeah.
Know it well?
That was our Disneyland in Springvale.
I had to push my push bike all the way home one night from Morris Brothers in the city, all the way back to Kennington. Couldn't get the leg up. Couldn't bear the thought of sitting on the saddle. Oh, still makes me wince thinking about it.
All right, the cricket's good.
Missed the chance for the couldn't get a leg over. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That's the guy next door. Here's Boland away from us. 2 left in the over. Bowls to Wokes. Wokes makes room and steers into the gully where good piece of fielding from Mitchell Marsh. That's Green-esque. Over to his right. No run. They give him a pat on the bum.
Yeah. Teams like that sort of fielding. Saves a run. And so often leads to a wicket. Something like that. That little extra effort in the field.
Phil and Lilydale's with us. TV on mute, listening to SEN. I get a few seconds to cheer before you guys on your delay. It's a double celebration. Scott says, every time I think it's time to turn off, we get a wicket.
We've all been there. And don't turn off.
Don't turn off. Not tonight. This is not the night for going to bed early.
God, no.
With us to the end. Only 79 runs or 4 wickets. This will be resolved before tea, one way or the other. Boland to Wokes. Bowls here. On leg stump, leading edge. Off the mark, out to cover, where they've given him the single. They keep Wokes on strike. That was the plan. 6 for 173 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sail on now.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Well, this is why you follow the game. These are the moments. 78 to win. What will be the last day? We could play on into tomorrow. There'll be no way that will happen. 78 to win or 4 wickets for Australia. Johnny Bairstow gone.
And looking quite dejected there. He's just up on our screen, sitting in the box, chewing on a nail.
Mitchell Stark isn't 4 wickets for the big quick. Charging in, good rhythm. Could be a match-winning spell.
4 for 54. And he's got Wokes in his sights and thrashing it away as Wokes off the outside half of the bat. Out through deep third for 4. No restraint there. He's decided he needs to find the boundary if he's going to help England along. That's how Bairstow got out, hurling the bat at the wide ball for the 2nd time in the innings. This time it works for Chris Wokes.
That was very wide, that delivery. It's pretty safe to throw your hands at it. The one that got Bairstow just coming back in a little bit more, got the inside edge of the bat, but that one kept going.
Yeah, and Johnny had, a snip the over before, didn't he, off Bairstow? There's just always such a big gap between his front foot and his bat.
74 to win. Stark to Wokes, who backs away a touch and gets a bottom edge into the pitch. Well, he looked like he wanted to shuffle the leg and try to open up cover and thrash through extra cover. That's not a high percentage shot, is it, Damien Fleming?
I think he thinks it's a T20 chase, and he's got 10 overs to get 74 runs. I mean, that is high risk, low reward. What Brooks come down to say.
Well, he opened up the stumps there, Wokes, so he would have been such a candidate to get a bottom edge into these own stumps.
Yep.
Or to miss it completely, or to slash one to cover in the air. It was a strange shot.
And he's just got a 4 the previous delivery.
For a millisecond there, the stumps were open, the ball was coming down. He's gone here.
Yeah.
Mitchell Starc was interested. Andrew Sampson, you've got something for us?
11th time that Stark's got Bairstow an average of 16, but it's the 5th time that he's bowled him, which is puts him in a fairly rare company of bowlers who have dismissed specialist batsmen since the Second World War 5 times by bowling them.
Fly slip in place now.
Starc, left arm over to Wokes, who's thrashing and missing outside the off stump. Andrew, can we? Have you got those?
Those numbers on there? Alan Border was dismissed, bowled by Malcolm Marshall 5 times, and Doug Walters was bowled by Derek Underwood 5 times.
All right.
But the other batsman bowler bowled combinations.
Right.
Go back to George Elliott, who was bowled 8 times by
Bairstow
Fred Spofford.
has one of the highest percentages in a career.
Yes, there's about 25 of the modern players. He is the most.
Starc, very close to a 5-wicket haul here. Wokes looks uncertain, playing at wide balls, not using his feet.
Wokes, high back lift, waiting for Starc and thrashing down the leg side this time and missing out. Well, they've had some success with that delivery.
Set play by the Australians.
Cunning. I wonder if Mitchell Starc will get a chance to bowl Bairstow again in this series. When really, are you picking him next test?
Well,
he has been the difference between the two teams.
I would say this.
Sorry to say.
This has to be one of the all-round worst test matches by an individual player for Bairstow. He's shot in the first innings. He's shot in the second.
We've got Ollie Robertson maybe batting. He hasn't had a great test match. He'll be competing with Bairstow.
He's got an injury.
He got injured early on.
Hasn't dropped.
I'm just saying.
Missed chances.
Hasn't been involved on every day and left his team in a worse position than when he started trying to make a contribution. Here comes Starc outside the off stump, driven away out to deep third again. They've got Todd Murphy back there, and so they'll just get a single this time. Wokes gets down the other end. 73 to win. They're 6 for 178.
73 runs.
Well, it was 74 that they needed here 4 years ago, but that was the last wicket partnership. So they've still got 4 wickets in hand this time, England.
Yep. Well,
it looks like they're not happy for Brook to get a single here. Got 5 balls at Wokes. They don't want to concede any boundaries on the offside. It looks like Starc will be trying to cramp him for room.
This is curious. So they've got a deep backward point, a deep cover sweeper, and 2 out on the leg side as well. Starc up to Brooks. Short ball down the leg side. Well, that was a clever play in order to make sure that Brook couldn't get anywhere near it. And the umpires haven't been widing anything in this test match. So 73 to win as the over comes to an end. England 6 for 178.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
SEN Test cricket for Henley. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from $619,900. If you've got that in your back pocket, slap it down on the bench. Jeremy Coney has hopped in to join us with Peter Lalor as well. Scott Boland starting a new over and defended on the front foot by Wokes. Down to mid-on, no run.
Last time I was in, I was saying England winning this game at the moment, but not easily. It's a no ball, by the way.
That helps. 72 to win there.
I think with all of those 2 wickets, though, it's really evened up, hasn't it, between these 2 sides. I wondered whether, in fact, Australia might try going short to Brook. It worked very well for them in Lords.
Boland. Into Wokes, who'll get runs here, out through mid-wicket, clips it nicely off the pads, turns for a second. They're running around the boundary, a couple of sweepers, but won't get there, Will Murphy. And Cummins tracking back as well, so that's gone for 4, 68 to win. Wokes up to double figures. I will say this, on the end of play podcast last night, I said Chris Wokes winning runs tomorrow. He's still on for it. Few to get yet.
68. Whose position would you rather be in, Jeremy? You're a relatively independent observer.
I'm very independent. Very
relatively.
independent.
No, I don't.
Boland. Up to Wokes. Outside the off stump. Forward in defence. Wokes is very, very capable with the bat.
Well, I think it's going to be the fast bowlers doing the heavy lifting from now on for Australia. I don't think we're going to see a lot yet of Todd Murphy, to be really honest. Perhaps if they can get another wicket or so, he might come into their calculations, but I think it's got to be Cummins next.
Yep. Boland. Heavy-footed approach. Bowls to Wokes, who tries an uppercut, backing away, shorter ball, and he misses it. Through into Alex Carey's gloves. That's not the shot. So when they bowl short to Wokes, he seems to do brainless things. And when they bowl normally to him, he looks very competent.
A couple of overs, you want to leave the ground at the end of the day, whatever's happened, I think, as a captain or as, saying to yourself, I've given it everything. I've tried everything that I might have tried.
Yes.
And I do think, because that's at least the feeling, you don't want to feel, I didn't try that, I should have tried that. And I think just a couple of overs short wouldn't be a bad idea.
Boland to Wokes, who's defending very solidly on the front foot. Length delivery just outside the off stump.
You've got Wokes, who clearly doesn't like it, as we saw in the first innings. And secondly, you've also got Brook. All right, he might hit you for a couple, but it's a we know it's a dangerous shot. How many wickets have we seen fall to horizontal bat shots not played well or not selected very well by the batsman? Lots of them.
It's the anxiety of that reducing margin. Only
yes,
68 to defend.
But do it now rather than later.
When you've got 20 runs to defend. Boland, length delivery and defending again is Wokes coming forward. It takes the splice. He gets a bat off the handle. Bit of discomforting bounce there, but he survives.
Wokes sees this kind of bowling a lot. The medium fast bowler, bowling on English pitches, bowling outside your off stump. And I know Boland's a good bowler and a good, purveyor of this kind of bowling, but I just feel let's make him a bit more uncomfortable. You see, now we're dropping people out a bit. Is this going to be a shorter delivery?
Boland up to Wokes and flicking away down the leg side. He'll get 4. It goes all the way to the fine leg boundary. A deflection. There was a bit of bat in that. And Chris Wokes takes the deficit down to 64. He's got 14 Wokes. Brook on 48. England 6 for 187.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. England 6 for 187. They need 64 to win.
Good spell from Stark, wasn't it? Just what was required for Australia. He has a break now. Here comes Cummins.
Cummins, who switched around to the football stand end. He's in the bowl now. He's coming forward and defending. Slightly angled bat is Brooks. Back down into the pitch.
I don't think he's bowled from that end yet, has he, in the match?
It's the first time I've seen
He's running up the hill, of course, here. Just slightly.
Kate Bush style. Keep running up that hill.
Okay. Good old Kate. Interesting dancer. I wonder if Cummins is.
They have a Kate Bush day in Australia where everyone goes to the parks and performs Wuthering Heights.
Yeah.
Dressed as Kate Bush.
Here's Pat Cummins. Outside the off stump, edged away, just square of the gully fielder. Marsh going across, can't get to it. Murphy tidies up. They'll take one run, 63 to win.
That's
6
good
for 188.
Good to see that, though, isn't it? To see a little bit of lifter outside the off stump. We've seen that throughout the last couple of days. And then the gully needs to go a little bit wider or place another man in there. It's a false shot. It's drawn a false shot. And the way that Wokes has played, he's liking that sort of third man area and deflections.
Well, here comes the leg theory approach, the short ball approach that you've asked for, Jeremy.
Well, just to have a look at it. It may not be successful, but it'll make him uncomfortable. You can always go to Yorker as well, can't you?
Okay, so I've got 4 out on the leg side near the boundary, 2 out on the offside. So only 3 fielders anywhere near the bat. That's a square leg, a gully and a cover. And Cummins, bouncer down the leg side. Wokes walks across and lets that ball go safely by.
So there's no slips, but they've got Boland that are flies right on the boundary this time.
Yep. So you've
just protecting the ramp.
If you're trying to figure this boundary out, this field out, you've got a fine deep third, if you will. You've got a regulation gully. You've got a deep backward point. You've got a regulation extra cover. There's nobody down the ground at long off or long on, so if you can baseball something, he'll get runs. And they've got a deep mid-wicket, square leg, deep square leg, and a fine leg. And he's getting an edge over the top of the gully and down to that fly slip position for 1 run. Gets away with it. Had Boland been 10 paces in from the boundary, he might have come forward to go for that catch, but it bounces well short of him.
Well, that guy's put there for a ramp, for a deliberate ramp. That wasn't a ramp. That's just come from the shoulder of the bat as he's tried to defend himself in front of his face. So that's why it didn't carry.
Absolutely beaten by that delivery.
Yep.
It's self-defense mode, self-preservation mode.
Yeah.
When I saw it fly off the handle, I thought that's out. It fell safely.
Always try not to fly off the handle. 62 to win.
Don't tell me what to do, mate.
Cummins pulls full and forward and defending is Harry Brook. He's very competent on the front foot today. He's played some great shots through the covers, driven down the ground.
If I want my handle to fly, it's going to go.
A couple of very cranky gentlemen next to me in the commentary box here. 6 for 189, 62 to win. So Brook on 49. Couldn't he make a name for himself if he takes England home in this chase, keeps them alive in the series? The reflected glow of Ben Stokes 4 years ago. Cummins bowls short and Brook pulls it well in front of square. Might get to the boundary, it doesn't quite. Coming around Travis Head, cuts it off. But there is a half century for Harry Brook, the young Yorkshireman, in a crucial test match at home. He's at Headingley. He's got his Leeds crowd standing to him. And this is an ovation you might normally see for 100. He's only got half of one so far, but he's got England within 60 runs of a win in this 3rd Ashes Test match.
Well, it's been an interesting innings, hasn't it? It was a bit chancy at the start, but then he's grown more confident right throughout. He's had some a lot of inside-out deliveries to hit through the offside. It's his favourite area of score on the field. And there he looked pretty comfortable, didn't he? Well in front of square with the pace. I don't know whether the pace is in the pitch. I don't know whether Cummins is just losing some gas in the legs. That's the downside of bowling short like this and using this method at the moment.
And some numerical palindromes on the scoreboard. Brook 51, Wokes 15, Cummins 1 for 51. Boland to start a new over, and it's driven away just wide of mid-off. They'll get through for a single. And there's a bit of a misfield as well. They won't take the second run. 59 to win. Wokes up to 16. England 6 for 192. You're on SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. The barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
Well, you're absolutely correct. It would be a fantastic story if he gets his side over the line at home. We saw the reception for that 50. It was like he'd already won the match for them. They're all up, standing ovation. Johnny Bairstow, we're certainly hoping he gets them home.
Get the numbers on that half century from Andrew Sampson in just a second. Boland coming forward on the front foot, defending and getting a run out to a deep cover point. Brook goes to 52. England 58 to win. Andrew?
Yeah, 67 balls, 6 fours, 400s and 550s he's got now in his career. Good conversion rate.
His overall record, what's he averaging now?
He's averaging now 66.93.
Extraordinary start to his Test career. Just laid into bowling attacks around the world. And the remaining question has been how he goes against high quality, high pace. Didn't do much in his brief foray against South Africa. He's playing an innings here. A little inside edge from Wokes. Another run from him. He might come back for a second. He's turning back. Now he has to turn back again and get back to the non-strikers end as the throw comes in from Murphy. Almost sold himself down the river.
Good work by Murphy there. I thought there was 2 in that.
Yeah, well, Wokes certainly was turning for the 2. Murphy haired in from the rope. He's had very little work to do with the ball. Brook was thinking about it. Wokes was committed to it, and Brook got the hand up very late. 57 to win, 6 for 194. Australia need 4 wickets. While Brook is there, England are well on top. If he goes, you never know.
Australia would have been reluctant to take Stark off. I think a few more overs from him.
Very, very reluctant. Boland in at the off stump and coming across and defending his Brook. You would think they'll gee up Mitchell Stark for another burst before too long.
They've got to. And I'm thinking they're going to have to bowl Mitch Marsh or a couple, I think, as well, with Cummins bowling up the wind at the moment. As I said, I just don't think they're going to use the off spinner until they can get another wicket at least, and get some of those left-handers like Brooks in, like Broad in. Just have to use the quick men.
Boland runs up inside the off stump, inside edge from Brook. He'll take another run. So there have been so many singles through this innings. They've been able to take them easily. 56 to win. Up on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now at 6 for 195 England.
And of course no Moeen Ali to come in now, but you could say that protecting Brook has actually worked for the English, couldn't you?
Well, very easy to make that argument. He's done his best work down at 5. They put him up to 3 for 1 innings. He looked very out of place there, but coming in down the order, he's been the key for England all through the day, really.
Can the Australian bowlers find a little bit more? Pat Cummins looks like he's played 3 tests, 4 tests.
He looks tired.
Back to back, absolutely.
Boland runs up down the leg side off the pad. Carey gets a glove on it. Not enough, but rolls away for 4 leg buys. Well, Carey half stopped it, but with fine legs set quite wide in case of a top edge on a pull shot. He wasn't able to get around and cut that off. 52 to win at the end of the over. England 6 for 199.
Staying healthy and active requires support. So stock up on vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. Look for Blackmore's Probiotic Plus Immune Defense 30 capsules, $18.99. Nature's Own Odorless Fish Oil 1,000 milligram 500 capsules, $22.99. Caruso's Vitamin K2 Plus D3 60 capsules, $24.97. And Wagner Super Joint Support 200 capsules, $29.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas, the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. Scott Boland ending that over with 4 leg buys. He hasn't had a happy Ashes. Couple of Test matches, things haven't fallen for him. None for 49 for him today. I suspect he'll be making way for the 4th Test no matter what happens. And Cummins starts a new over outside the off stump. Brook just covering up and defending the ball out to deep point. He's got so many gaps and he's able to keep picking them off. And there's England's 200, a standing ovation from the Western Terrace. Listen to this. Goodness me. What an environment you have here in this ground when the crowd gets going with enthusiasm rather than just piling on the opposition.
Well, they've experienced both emotions, haven't they, in the first sort of 40 minutes or so after lunch.
Cummins to Wokes, who fends the ball away in the air and it drops safely out to cover point. Well, with the field back, It's the second time Wokes has spliced one away or off the shoulder. Only 50 to win. England firming in favouritism here. 6 for 201.
Sort of a sense of, again, a short pitch ball. It's not very high, really. He's looking to play it into the leg side. He's jumped a la Head style and tried to work it into the leg side, and he's got a front edge. He's gone about to where a normal cover would field.
2 slips, gully. I'm not sure about all of these gaps. They've got this deep backward point. They've got a deep point. And they're going to go the bouncer route. Cummins to Brook, full, driven down to mid-off, who is there, stopping any run. Good contact on the shot. What's the plan here, Jeremy, with the cordon stacked, mid-on and mid-off, and the others on the ropes?
Well, it's allowing him to bowl the fuller ball, isn't it? So he's got the mid-on and mid-off covered as well. He's got his slips as well if he makes a mistake. Then he's also covering, if you like, the pull stroke. He's got a fine leg in as well as in front, man in front of square who can take a catch, and also a cut.
Cummins to Brook, who's having a little flirt across the line through to the keeper, who fumbles the take. And Brook didn't get any contact on that. A funny little sort of half
strange
shot.
Stroke, wasn't it?
Short arm jab.
What was he doing? Looking to just to play it into the leg side, looking for 2. He nearly would have pulled that back onto his stumps.
What, you couldn't call it a pull shot. It was about waist high.
Angle, just.
But he was trying to hit it to the square leg umpire.
Yeah, stationary bat.
It was
knock it on its head, just quietly.
It was a bunt almost.
Oh, Jarrod's here.
If he was coming out to bat for the Padres with a runner on third, looking for the bunt. Here's Cummins, and coming forward, driving to mid-off, running with the shot is Brook. Adds another single. 55 he's got. They need 49 to win. 6 for 202. How many singles for Harry Brook today, Andrew?
Just using his abacus.
He's up to 55 as Brook. Wokes on 18. Important innings for him. Jeremy Coney singing the thinking music. You've had quite a musical test match, haven't you?
Oh, don't start that.
Has everyone seen the rap?
No, I hope not.
Be on MTV later.
Be on a Reddit thread somewhere. Veteran New Zealand captains rapping. There's got to be a subreddit. 49 to win. 6 for 202. A long delay. Not sure what they're waiting for, actually. Cummins is ready. Wokes is now over his bat. And here goes Cummins. And he's bowling full, digging out the Yorker. They've got a short leg in position now. He runs across the field. So the over comes to an end. 49 to win. England, 6 for 202.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the third umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from $619,900. That's a very specific amount.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that we've got the numbers right. Got a text in on the line from Rolfie in West Footscray. Hello to you out there in Bulldogs land. This is bloody awesome, says Rolfie. Can you blokes see if you can get the ICC to change it from a 5-test series to, say, a 15-test series? Pat Cummins will be very tired at the end of that.
How many things can happen to Johnny Bairstow at a 50?
How many catches can he put down?
Go to the wrong ground one game?
Bradman's 974 runs in a series under threat in a 15-test encounter, I would have thought. It's about a third of his career. So 49 to win, and it's Mitchell Marsh with the ball. Can he do something? Defending his Brook from the first ball. Mitch Marsh, 100 in the first innings, wicket in each. Andrew Sampson, you've done some calculating?
Yeah, I've got all the blue beads and the red beads in order on the abacus. 21 out of his 55, which is quite a bit higher than his normal percentage of about 26% of runs in singles.
Wow. So well over a third of his runs coming in singles. Interesting.
He also hasn't backed away to square leg and tried to flat bat the ball past mid-on.
No, the Major League Baseball shots have not come out. If they need 4 to win, I'm sure he will. Brook on 55, Marsh bowling to him, little bit of shape, maybe just a bit fuller than he'd like it. Brook's able to get on the front foot and defend off his middle stump, down to mid-on.
That's good, a little bit of inward movement that time to the right-hander. Movement is the key here for Mitchell Marsh. He's got to find a length though as well. He might suffer a big shot down the ground because of it, as Brook knows that he can play that shot well, but it gives you a chance with an edge.
Mitchell Marsh, slip in a gully, waiting as he bowls to Brook, who opens the face and steers the ball away to point and goes through for yet another single. He's got 56 runs now. England need 48 to win. You can text in on 0433 98 11 16, which is the call sign for SEN in Melbourne. Isn't that clever? 1116 is the radio station, 1116 is the phone number. Or, as Jeremy knows, 8833 in New Zealand. It's as simple as that.
Absolutely. Have you got a haiku, Rado?
Are you going to get a tattoo of 8833
under the arm
by the end of the test?
Yeah, no, that's right.
Well, Harry Brook has 88 on his back. You can't see that because he's wearing a sweater at the moment. But
because he likes the phrase "two fat ladies," isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a bingo phrase, isn't it?
Yeah,
88.
Now, Wokes won't mind this pace quite so much, and it might just encourage him to play a looser shot, big shot.
Marsh. Up to Wokes, in at the off stump, defended back to the bowler. This interesting field they've got where they've got a second slip, they've got what I would call a close fourth slip, and they've got a deep set gully.
A deep set gully for the one off the edge that we've seen 2 or 3 times in this match, where the batsman has just not been able to control it.
Yeah, considering the amount of balls that have popped up, we actually haven't had many catches off them. Maybe you could say that Travis Head, that popped up a little bit, but we really haven't had many of those. They've just ended up in no man's land.
Short cover as well. Labuschagne there. Marsh bowls to Wokes, who's driving wide of the off stump. Angled bat, thick bottom edge into the ground. Australia will enjoy seeing that sort of stroke.
I think this change makes sense, doesn't it? Boland's been bowling for a while, and he's just lost his line just a little bit for him. Just moving away that one from Mitchell Marsh a little creates a gap between bat and pad.
Marsh. His field is stationed on the offside. 6-3 field, 2 in the deep on the leg side. Outside off stump, driven straight to short cover, and Labuschagne grabs the ball, leaps up, feigns to throw. Won't do it. Doesn't need to do it. 48 runs to win England at the end of the over, with Adam Collins coming in for me in just a moment. It's 6 for 203.
Warren & Brown Tools, Australia's leading manufacturer and supplier of precision tools for every trade. Their highly skilled team know tools and can deliver Australia-wide. Get in contact with your local distributor or use code SEN at checkout for 10% off all orders. wbtools.com.au.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas, the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. Adam Collins jumping in, Bharat Sundaresan doing likewise with Jarrod Kimber. And England very much won that half an hour. 48 to win. This pair have now added 32 relatively quickly, Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, just 7 overs.
Just what England needed to punch back after Stark knocked over Stokes and Bairstow in 2 overs after lunch.
I've kept an eye out on what Ben Stokes has been up to in the dressing room, on the balcony. You wouldn't believe this. He sat with a crossword like all of them have been throughout this match.
So here is Cummins. Football stand in, bowls to Brooks. Short ball out towards deep square leg and won't go the journey. He bounces about 20 metres in front of Travis Head. For a moment, I thought he might have been sending it off the top edge towards the South Australian. Not to be. He's 57-47 to win.
He's instead turned the page around and has been doodling a Martian. He just drawn a Martian on a page of the crossword.
That's the detail from you there. Got my long lens.
I was more surprised that it was a crossword because I could see him as a Sudoku, man.
No, but he wasn't bothered with the crossword.
Yeah.
Everybody else has been solving the crossword. He turned the page around and spent his time doodling that Martian.
That makes sense.
As they say, they don't care too much about results. They're entertainers.
That might be the keeper in the next game.
Might do a better job as well.
Cummins to Wokes. Short leg in position. 3 out on the leg side. Bowls here. Short ball. Gets in line. Gets down towards fine leg. Won't quite beat Scott Boland. It felt like he got the angle spot on there. Still adds 1. Wokes batting so nicely. Up to 19. 6 for 205.
Yeah, I saw highlights of that game against Pakistan where Chris Wokes played a big and chasing told down yesterday. We had it on the big screen while the rain was on and Chris Wokes talking about it. And he's someone with so much experience. You don't realize how long he's been around Test cricket. And he's bringing all that maturity to the table.
Averages 28 at Test level. Got a Test century at Lords against India 5 years ago, and you're spot on about that chase in 2020 at Manchester. Samo will bring up the card about 260 on a dust bowl on the final day with Joss Butler and Wokes there at the end. Cummins bowls, and defending into the onside is Brook. For a moment, Wokes wants 1. He gets set back.
I mean, he wouldn't have got 1. He would have got a run out.
Yes.
I don't know what he was thinking there. I'm not sure he even looked over his shoulder to see where the fielder was.
Yeah.
He just sort of took off, and then it wasn't his call.
It's amazing the ebbs and flows of this game. You just knew when Bairstow and Stokes got out that there will be a partnership. You just know there's a wicket round the corner. It's not over yet.
There was always going to be a twist, wasn't there? Cummins up, bowls here, driving his Brook out towards Whitish, mid off for 1. He's 58-45 to win. A famous number between these nations. 6 for 206, Samo.
Chasing 277 at Manchester in 2020 against Pakistan. They were 117 for 5 when Wokes came in. 84 not out at the end.
That was with Yasir Shah in the footmarks and all the rest of it.
Yep.
On a used pitch.
Doesn't need to get 84. Even a 34 would do.
Well, just 45 to win. We've hit that tipping point again, haven't we, Jarrod? Where Australia were in front, now very much England are again. How will they play this? How will they manipulate this? Cummins, football stand in. Hasn't bowled too many spells from that end throughout the match. Bowls here inside the line. Over short leg goes Wokes. It's not pretty, but he shovels it out for 1 and moves into the 20s. I mean, 6 for 207. Sorry, Jarrod.
No, I was going to say, if he meant that, it's one of the more brilliant shots I've ever seen. I'm just going to shovel this 2 metres over short leg's head for 1. Yeah, he didn't mean that. I'm not sure what he meant in the end. It was a pull shot that he suddenly thought that's probably wrong. I'm not going to do this.
Well, he played it from behind the stumps on the replay for tyre power. Falcon tyres 25% off. He went across his stumps and all the way back to about the 6th stump before he made contact.
All these things are going England's way for now.
Short leg out for Brook. He's on 58. Cummins here close to the stumps. Pulls out to deep square leg and finds the gap. A high degree of difficulty against the short ball. There was risk involved, but Brooks in. Great touch. He's 62 at the end of the over. England 6 for 211. 40 to win on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Hugh Shale on now.
Staying healthy and active requires support. So stock up on vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. Look for Blackmore's Probiotic Plus Immune Defense 30 capsules, $18.99. Nature's Own Odorless Fish Oil 1,000 milligram 500 capsules, $22.99. Caruso's Vitamin K2 Plus D3 60 capsules, $24.97. And Wagner Super Joint Support 200 capsules, $29.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
When Wokes joined Brook, they needed 80 to win. Well, they're halfway there now. A partnership worth 40 from 50. And there's belief on the England balcony beneath us. Mitchell Marsh, he's contributed in all 4 innings of this Test match. A wicket earlier today, Zach Crawley, when he looks set. Winvis has got England out to 85. That'll change if he can get Wokes here. Marsh in 2 in the cordon. Bowls here. Drives Wokes nicely. Square to deep point. 39 to win. Wokes 21.
They have to get rid of Harry Brook. There's no other way. As long as Harry Brook is in there, even if they do lose a couple of wickets.
How about that pull shot to finish the previous over? Top edge there, he's gone, but straight into the gap with such force, they had no chance.
There's such a small gap between Scott Boland and Steve Smith. And a very wide, fine leg and a very fine, deep backward square leg.
Cummins trying to get the ball changed, and umpire Menon says, no, that fits through the rings.
It could not have fit through the rings any easier. I'm not even sure it touched the sides.
Receives a boo from the Western Terrace, not quite sure why. Marsh up, bowling here to Brook on 62, and he swings at a ball that he misses. He was trying to pop that over to York, over the Western Terrace, over the hills and far away. Instead, with a bit of movement from Mitchell Marsh, it nearly caught an edge on the way through.
Yeah, he got away with that. It was not a good shot. He got some width, but he tried, instead of playing a pull shot, he really just tried to slog it over deep mid-wicket, and because it swung away, it just wasn't a good option at any stage.
He got lucky that it swung away, but that would have won the edge.
39 to win. Can Australia drag themselves back? They need it here. Marsh bowls to Brook, who defends watchfully under his eyes. Marsh has started this spell well.
One thing I would say is Australia have made 2 errors in this innings. One is that they didn't get Murphy on early enough, and so they've got nothing out of Murphy. And the other error that they made is they've had times to go to the short ball earlier against, and now it's 40 runs. They can't really use that tactic anymore.
It's too late.
They're going to have to get, not that they won't use the short ball, but they can't use it as a consistent tactic, because we saw what happened last over. He bowled 1 and it went for 4.
Yeah, they've hit that point with the bouncer wall. Maybe if they get another wicket, that might change, but not to the set man Brook. Not when he's going like this. Marsh into him, our end. Brook plays under his eyes again to Gully, where there won't be a single. Warner does the fielding. Slip at Gully, deep backward point, deep point. So strong through that region. Fine leg, deep square leg on the western side of the ground. Mid on, mid off. And a man at cover.
But is that the last trump card he has? Should he just go to Todd Murphy? Maybe he's left it too late. Mitchell Marsh bowling his second over. Slipped all right. Unless he gets a wicket with the next 3 balls or next 2 balls, does he go to Murphy?
You've got to shuffle the pack. Also, Stark might come back, I reckon, from this end. Marsh bowls, losing balance, Brook, but he's across his stumps and makes contact and waits it well enough for 2 out the deep mid-wicket, where that man Murphy does the fielding in off the rope from the Western Terrace. 37 to win, 6 for 214, partnership up to 43.
It's coming of age for Harry Brook. He's had an up and down series, looked very much at ease on the slower pitches, but was found out batting at number 3 in the first innings here and looked all out of sorts against the short ball when Australia went to that at Lord's, but he's controlled, he's orchestrated this run chase.
Crowder involved every ball. Marsh delivers. Brook swings and misses again outside the line of the off stump. No footwork whatsoever. That was a get out shot. Drinks have been called by umpire Menon. So an hour and 10 minutes of play that included 2 wickets straight away. Stokes was caught down the leg side from the bowling of Stark for 13. It was 5 for 161. Then 10 runs later, 6 for 171 when Bairstow chopped Stark on a couple of overs on. But since then, it's been smooth sailing for England. The partnership worth 43 between Brook, who's on 64, his best test innings yet. Wokes down the other end, all of his experience at number 8. He's on 21. We'll take a break with drinks on the field. 37 to win, 6 for 214. That's on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
If you're a driver, rider, pedestrian or bystander and been injured in a road accident, you could be entitled to compensation. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and is in addition to what is provided by the TAC. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. Arnold, Thomas and Becker Lawyers, securing compensation for Victorians for over 50 years. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
And Stokes 4 years ago. Cummins bowls short. Brook pulls it well in front of square. Might get to the boundary. It doesn't quite. Coming around, Travis Head cuts it off. But there is a half century for Harry Brook, the young Yorkshireman, in a crucial test match at home. He's at Headingley. He's got his Leeds crowd standing to him. And this is an ovation you might normally see for 100. He's only got half of one so far, but he's got England within 60 runs of a win in this third Ashes test match.
Harry Brook, the hometown boy. He's 64 from 86, applying some hand cream there during the drinks break. I don't think I've ever seen that before, hand cream underneath the gloves. But
Joe Root is someone who does it all the time,
right,
and then gives it a little sniff as well. He's never happy with how it smells. I don't know why he uses it. Maybe you should look for a different brand.
The things that you notice and nobody else does. So the moments of the session, the 2 wickets and the half century from Harry Brook. So he won't make a ton today. Not enough runs left for that. Well, I guess theoretically there are, but let's deal in the land of the realistic. But he has the chance to complete an Ashes victory, which is all the more important.
Yeah, long discussion between Pat Cummins, Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja during the drinks break. What do they do? Steve Smith was still signalling to the fields that they could set for walks. Walks was in all sorts against the short ball in the first innings, but like Jarrod said, maybe they've left it a bit too late. I mean, they have gone for it in the last 4 or 5 overs, but it just hasn't worked out. And that's the beauty of this test series, right? For the last half an hour or so, every miscue has gone away from a fielder. Chris Vokes would have been out at least 6 times.
I think we're into bouncer all here, for what it's worth. We've got the fly slip, the deep backward point. Deep mid wicket is where Stark will end up. Deep square leg, deep backward square leg, and fine leg and short leg. So they're all there for effectively the same thing. A miscue. It's Wokes on 21. Going to get bombed by Cummins from the football stand end. Over the wicket, delivers here. Wokes gets inside the line, down the leg side, albeit just over the stumps, not far away from gloving it through to Carey. The way that Stokes was dismissed when this session started, and it felt like Australia was their match to win, but it's just drifted away this down to 43.
Stokes ended up, Wokes, there's too many of them, ended up about 3 foot outside off stump.
That went over middle stump, I think, that ball. So far across the stumps. And Chris Vokes is a compulsive hook/puller. He will go for it.
Huge gap out on the offside. No fielder in front of Gully in that direction. Bowls here, ducks a bouncer that's misdirected and too high and not threatening. So Stark, one more burst.
Yeah.
The option for Murphy if they want to live a little and try and buy a wicket. I know they don't have much money to buy it with, but if they don't break the partnership, it's a moot point.
They can't go to Boland again. Boland just hasn't worked out.
You would say that Boland's unlikely to bowl again, and Marsh doing a lot good, but
not enough.
But need a point of difference. England had Wood for that. Cummins here. Can he turn up the volume at Wokes? Short ball again. Tries to play it after jumping across his stumps. Put the periscope up, but missed. Short leg in the game.
Amazing how off balance Chris Vokes is. He's ending up behind his stumps every time he looks to go across his stumps and get some bat to it.
Well, this should slow the game down, Jarrod, a bit, shouldn't it, in terms of the scoring?
Well, I mean, yes, unless there's a couple of top edges. We've seen a lot of balls carry to the over the rope here. That's the risk of this. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Yorker soon because he's leaving so early.
Cummins to Wokes. Cross his stumps again, gets it out to one of 4 men patrolling that rope. Deep backward squares Smith. Wokes 22, 36 to win.
Already we're seeing what that extra 4-5 miles an hour can do. Mark Wood, this kind of situation, if he was fresh, you could see how difficult it was for even the high top order batters to kind of use the crease and get on top of the ball and play towards the onside. So much easier against the likes of Pat Cummins and Mitchell Stark towards the end of the day, that is, when they have bowled a lot of overs.
He's got 2 left in the over. Get the crack at Brook. Field remains broadly the same. A slip in, though. Bowls here and pulls him. Out in front of square. Gets cut off. Then he gets bobbled by Labuschagne. He'll have time to recover the situation. But England have time to return for 2. Brook 66. That's Joe Root's number. 6 for 217, 34 to win.
Yeah, a little error there, a little bit of pressure as well. He's going short. Interesting, they got mid-off and mid-on up. You don't see that much with these bouncer fields, but because of the way that Brook plays, stretches the field out a little bit more.
And they've left the cover area open, the boundary. That's generally an area he does target. He likes to go inside out and slap it over that region.
No fly slip either. Cummins bowls and Brook cuts. And cuts so well for 4. Had a little bit of room to work with, made the absolute most of it. Brook into the 70s with his 8th boundary. 30 to win for England. They're 6 for 221 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sail on now.
Whether it's been a big weekend or a big weekend of NRL.
And Jerome Luai pantherised that. Picks up a try.
SEN has you covered. Catch up on all the scores in the time it takes to make your morning coffee with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on SEN League. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
Headingley is buzzing. We're here for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, 50 partnership, and just 10 overs and 1 ball. 5 wins and over.
30 to go. Harry Brook, you described it as a coming-of-age innings here. Bharat, if he can stick the landing and be there at the end, what a moment in his young career it would be. An Ashes test on his home ground.
Oh, to keep the Ashes alive for England from where they were in this test match less than 2 days ago.
So they have made the change. It's going to be Todd Murphy. Has to get hot here, Todd, straight away.
What a moment for him, playing his first ever Ashes test.
He'll bowl from our end, the Kirkstall lane end. The first over a spin from this end, with the exception of 1 over Joe Root bowled yesterday for the entire test match. So that'll mean a change in approach by definition. He'll start with a long on, with Wokes on strike. That is long on. Deep square leg out to the western terrace. Mid-wicket, short leg, short fine. Mid-off cover, deep backward point. So lots of room through the covers. They go up and over the top for Wokes if he wishes against the spin.
He likes to use his feet and hit straight, Chris Wokes.
So Murphy, first over of his spell, second of the innings. Wokes in and pushing back to the bowler. Straight down the track to him as well. That front foot was moving before the ball was delivered.
It was, yeah.
It's a no ball as well. That's not going to be well received.
That's pressure. That's pressure for you.
Watching it here upstairs, Joel Wilson. He's way over the line. Big no ball. That's nerves. 29 to win. 6 for 2-2-2. Slipping a short leg to Menin close. He bounces past umpire Menin. Bowls here. Good delivery. Well forward, Wokes smothering any spin that might be out there. We just don't know at this end.
Yeah. Barely seen a lot of spin in this match. Moeen Ali bowled that long spell from the other end. You can see some foot marks right outside the right-hander's off stump.
Murphy, away from us. Delivers here closer to the stumps. Wokes forward defending. Wonder whether we'll see the one that he's got that can go straight on.
Yeah, that's what Steve Smith's waiting for at slip. And you can see, compare where Steve Smith's standing for Murphy as where he stands for Nathan Lyon.
Very fine.
Very fine. His left leg is almost in the same line as Alex Carey's right leg. That's how fine he is.
Murphy kicks off and bowls here, and Wokes in behind it again defensively. Quick single ordered by Brook, running to the notional danger end. Through with ease. Wokes to 23 from 39, 28 to win, 6 for 223.
Almost feels like Todd Murphy's been brought in for this, to see if he can tempt Harry Brook into making a mistake. It's been quite a sensational inning so far from the young Yorkshireman. You can hear the crowd, his home crowd. Ben Stokes has stopped doodling. The beach ball is bouncing. The Baywatch Coast Guards are on their feet. The chickens are on their feet.
They love a Sunday afternoon here in Yorkshire. They've had their pudding. Now they get to have their dessert. Murphy changed the angle round the wicket, bowls to Brook for the first time. Brook goes back and cuts away for 4. A dominant stroke to the eastern side of the ground. He's clobbered that, all the timing in the world. He advances to 74, 24 to win. The crowd know that England are on the brink here. 6 for 227.
Yeah, short and wide. Harry Brook had all the time in the world to rock back and just place it. All he had to do was place it. Got Murphy under a lot of pressure.
Murphy, 2 balls left to Brook here. Beats the bat. That's the one that goes on. That's such a good delivery of his. I wonder if he gets deeper into his career, that might become more of a stock ball for him. He's so good at it. Got that perfect wrist position. He needs to make it work for him here, though. He's had 13 runs taken from 11 deliveries. Last one here from Brook. Or to Brook from Murphy into the onside no run. 24 to win on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. There'll be a change in commentary. Geoff Lemon in for me. 6 for 227. Brook 74. Wokes 23.
When it comes to cricket, like I'm the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, spikies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. IMAR tradies love cricket. That's why IMAR is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's IMAR.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. And England just about ready to bite into a Test victory.
It's been a long time coming. The women have shown them the way, haven't they, in the last few days?
Well, both teams were in the last chance saloon, men's and women's series. Both in a position where they had to win every match from that point on in order to try to take back the Ashes. Well, the women's team have beaten Australia 2 T20s in a row. The first time that's happened in over 6 years. They haven't lost a series since 2017, the Australians, in 20-over cricket, the Australian women's team. And the Australian men's team at the moment in Test match cricket have 24 runs to defend. 6 for 227, and Mitchell Stark is back. 4 for 59. He's been the key so far. In and bowls short on the hip, just past short leg. They get away with another one. And Chris Wokes streams through for a single to get down to the non-striker's end and say, get me away from this, please.
That's been the feature of this Chris Wokes innings. He's got into some really awkward positions. That came off the face of the bat.
Nearly trod on his stumps as well.
He did. He's so off balance.
He went so far back.
Yeah, and he keeps getting away with it. Again, the ball keeps evading the Australian fielders.
That back heel was about an inch from his middle stump as he played that ball away. So he's got 24, Wokes. Seen him do a job for England plenty of times with the bat. Remember that terrific run chase with Joss Buttler against Pakistan in 2020. Wokes made 84.
We were just talking about it. Yeah, 84 not out. And yeah, they were showing the replay or the highlights of that game just yesterday when the rain was on. Mitchell Stark needs to go not just bang bang, he needs to go bang 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 in this over to bring Australia back.
23 to win for England. Brook on strike. Stark bowls to him, short, pulled away. He's got a good piece of it. But fine leg will come across and field, keep them to 1 run. Brook up to 75, 22 to win, 6 for 229. Well done if you stayed up late with us, if you're back at home in Australia, up through the night, waiting for one more dramatic twist. It could yet come.
Oh, it will.
We haven't had a bad day of Test cricket in this series. We've had maybe 2 bad sessions that were pretty slow.
Yeah, and generally in a Test series or a Test match, you might see 4 twists as the game progresses. Here we see a twist every 20-25 minutes. And I think we are due a twist.
It's like a corkscrew. The twists are regular. Stark. 4 balls to come in the over. Bowls to Wokes, backs away, edges it down to deep third for 1 run. That would have been a catch to first slip. They've got a gully, but they don't have a regulation slip. And Wokes throws his head back, has a chuckle at his good fortune. 21 to win. He's got 25.
Yeah, he's had a lot of good fortune in the last 15 or so minutes. That went on the bounce to Scott Boland at a deep fly slip, if you want to call it that. A very fine third man.
Fine deep third. Yeah, it's a difficult one to describe.
Yeah.
That position. He's about 7 yards around from being behind the wicketkeeper. They haven't changed the field. Just dropped the slip back to a gully. A deep gully for Harry Brook. Stark bowls to him short. Slash in the air. Top edge. Could be caught. They've collided and held the catch. Stark and Cummins crash into one another, and Cummins has held on to the catch. Remarkable moment. That was Australian rules football. That was body contact under the drop. And Cummins has got both hands to it and hung on. Harry Brook goes for 75. 21 left to win. Is there hope for Australia yet?
That's the twist. That's the twist we were talking about. We knew we were due a twist. It is Harry Brook. He's played an exceptional innings. And Pat Cummins has taken a hanger despite getting a knock on the head from Mitchell Stark. They were both going for it. They can smile about it now. That would have been a terrible, terrible mix-up. But Australia live again. Oh, what a knock from Harry Brook. He's put England well on their way. Almost kept them alive in the Ashes. It's not over yet as Mark Wood walks out to bat.
Sensational innings from Harry Brook. Deserves the applause as he comes off. Those two, I mean, there was no risk of them injuring each other. They weren't going quickly enough for that. But they both had palms up, cupped upwards in the Australian style, both going for the catch. Neither realised the other was there until they'd crashed into each other and the ball was in Cummins' hands. And now we've got Mark Wood coming out.
Yeah, and 5 for Mitchell Stark.
Five wickets for Mitchell Stark. We lost that in the mayhem as well. Incredible. Could have been a caught and bowled. And they ended up just... Well, Mitchell Stark breathed a sigh of relief, and Pat Cummins had a big smile on his face. But Mark Wood could finish this in 8 balls the way he did in the first innings.
He did. Surely the Australians have adjusted their plans. Mark Wood set up to hit only one area, and it was over mid-wicket, and the Australians allowed him to do that. That is still vacant right now, even though they've got 3 men out, or 4 men out on the leg side. There's a big gap. Let's go straight. Let's attack the stumps.
So they're moving that leg side field now. They've got a fine leg, a long leg, a deep forward square leg, and they do have...
Look at his setup already.
Wicket, 2/3 of the way back, and Stark will bowl left arm over to the right-hander. The fly slip still there, the gully, deep backward point. Stark bowls full and he flicks it away off his pads for a run out to that deep mid-wicket position, equal to it, 20 to win. England, 7 for 231. Andrew Sampson.
Stark's 14th fifer, 4th against England, and 4th in the 4th innings of the match. Australia won the other 3.
4th in the 4th innings. So I'm thinking Pakistan at the MCG would have been one of those.
Might be some reverse swinging fifers there.
A couple against Sri Lanka.
Canberra.
And one against Canberra, Hobart, and Adelaide against England. 2018.
They need Wokes too here. He's gone bang. Can he go bang bang? Can he knock over Chris Wokes?
Wokes on strike. The senior player now with 25 to his name. Stark bowls to him, comes across, spins it down to fine leg for a single. Deliberate stroke, gets to the offside of the ball. Makes sure that he's outside the line. He's able to divert it down off the face of the bat. Another eventful over comes to an end. 19 to win for England. 3 wickets in hand. They're 7 for 232.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Pat Cummins, you can hear the boos from the crowd because the Australian captain will bowl the next over. Murphy's off. He's had a weird old test match, bowled 2 overs in the innings.
Yeah. He's been a warrior, Pat Cummins. Yeah, he loves the big moments. He's been fantastic through this series. He's going to need a big rest, but can the skipper give just one more burst, win the test match for the team, put the feet up, celebrate. Aussies winning 3-0.
Well, it's the bouncer plan to Wokes. He'll be on strike. Everybody out on the leg side. 4 out on the fence, and they've got 1 player up at her, just in front of mid-wicket. They've got an extra cover, and they've got 2 back on the offside. So this is going to be short.
A good one early, Pat. Come on, right on the target.
Cummins runs up to Wokes, bowls short, thrashes, misses. Carey appealing for a caught behind. Nobody's interested. Cummins holds his hands out, palms to the sky, and says, what do you think? Carey says, not too sure.
This is exciting.
They won't review.
They could have gone for 6. It could have been edged behind to Carey. Could have gone over Carey's head for 4.
They've still got 2 reviews in hand, don't they, the Australians?
I think so. They didn't get the first one right, did they?
No, they burned one last night. But
Wokes looks like I'm still going to take it on.
Well, with 19 to win, maybe he figures they're close enough for Broad and Wood to get them home if he falls. Cummins, bowl short. Wokes pulls it across the line, out to the deep between the outfielders. And has that been slapped back in, or is that ricocheted off the boundary rope?
I think the Aussies feel like it's saved.
They've slapped it back in. Tremendous bit of fielding out there in the deep. Labuschagne's out there.
It was a cross-court sort of, wasn't a lob. It was just Murphy, a forehand punch, really.
Forehanded it back in midair while going out of play. So Murphy is on the leap.
They do play a bit of tennis and golf.
The 5s.
I prefer the tennis to the golf in that instance. Look at this. Look.
Like a gazelle. It's like the Grand National. He's going over the brush fence, and while mid-air, he's tapped it back into Labuschagne.
It's a set play.
Taken it on the relay throw and sent it back in. So they've saved.
Oh, excited here.
Runs.
Wood loves playing the pull and hook shot. He smashed them everywhere. Yeah. Can he do it again in the second innings?
18 on strike. Cummins short, hooked by Wood, out for 6. Over, deep backward, square leg. Mark Wood has got every piece of it once again. He did it in the first innings, and he's doing it again here.
Usman's coming to Pat Cummins. We saw this in the first innings. He is set up to play the hook and pull shot every time. And my worry is even top edges are going to go for 6 as well.
That was a top edge.
Can we hit the base of the stumps?
Yes, that's what you got to aim at
from
there.
Over the wicket.
Khawaja offering calm counsel. Trots back to his position at mid-wicket. Mark Wood, 24 off 8 in the first innings.
This could be over in this over.
Bowled so well. Cummins to him, short. Wood backs away and doesn't play at that ball as it angled across him. Recognises the risk of the angle across. Jeremy Coney's back in to join us.
Exciting, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Well, I think go at those poles, because Mark Wood is just looking to swing at anything.
Base and middle.
It's quite amazing, isn't it? He's just already in a position to play the shot, so he's just waiting for the right delivery. Well, any delivery that's short in the line of his body, he's going, and he really needs to miss-hit it badly to be caught.
Wood, 7 off 3. Bat raised in the backlift. Cummins round the wicket. Short, pulled along the ground by Wood, out to the deep for 1. Well, that one comes out of the middle of the bat. They need 11 to win. 3 wickets in hand. Wokes 27 on strike now. Wood on 8. 1 ball to come in the Cummins over. Saw that big top edge on the replay for our replay partner, Tyre Power. Falcon Tyres, 25% off.
He's tied the captain, but he's going to give it all here. He's coming around the wicket, changing his mind.
He was around the wicket the last delivery, decided to go back over for this one and then switched it up again.
I don't think Wokes is as comfortable with the short ball. Wood is sweating on it.
Wokes waits for Cummins, short down the leg side, and Carey takes the ball sidling across. So that means they want Mark Wood on strike. 11 runs to win. England 7 for 240.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's, the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. 11 to win, Mark Wood on strike. This could end very quickly, Flem.
Yep, he's setting up for the short ball. Stark's a little bit harder to line up. Also, Mitchell Stark's got an incredible Yorker. You know what? Want to see it first ball. You know, blow out his front pad, hit the stumps. He's a tail ender for a reason, but he has hit some big sixes in this test match, and he's just lining them up.
Even if he just gets an edge on it, there's a very fine man, you know, on the offside and the leg side as well, so it's not a huge risk to have a go at the stumps.
So Stark, who's been so good, one of his finest performances for Australia, 5 for 64, 7 in the match. He's bowled some tough spells from the football stand end. Can he dig deep one last time? Can he knock over Wood and give them a little bit of hope? Ty still in the frame as well, dare I say it. Men all back for the short ball. Stark round the wicket, delivers to Wood, full, and driven for 4. Out through the covers, off balance, inside out to the Western Terrace. Mark Wood, what a cricketer he is. Test cricket is better for Mark Wood. He's on 12, 7 for 244, 7 to go.
Unfortunately, half volley, because he is opened up for the short ball. He's actually in a really good position to play a back foot cover drive. So the length, what he wanted, bit of class as he hit the ball too. He just caressed it through the covers for 4. Wow, good batting. He has dominated this test match.
6 back for the short ball. Stark ran the wicket way too high. That'll be a wide, I reckon. It's so short. It should be a wide, truth told. He's going to get away with it, Flem.
Second innings at Lords.
It will be called wide.
It is a wide.
Yeah.
Confirming with the square leg umpire, Nitin Menon. 6 to win and Wood on strike and the short ball coming. Game on.
It's a double wide. If he's going to go the short ball, I'd actually prefer it from over the wicket where you've got a bit of angle across.
Yeah, he's got to fetch it then, doesn't he?
It's amazing. Australia just had no plan for Wood's batting.
All eyes on Mitchell Stark. Away from the football stand. Into Wood, round the wicket, bangs it in. Gets taken out to the offside. Just back of a length, really. He'll come back for 2. The Western Terrace were calling it for them. 2. Todd Murphy does the fielding. They get a couple. Wood 14 from 6. 4 to win, 7 for 247.
This is quite remarkable, isn't it? He's been brilliant with the ball, but Andrew, I think it's 38 or 14 deliveries for the test match.
That's right. He turned that first innings, didn't he, really? Yep. He was the catalyst for it.
Partnership of 17 from 10 balls. Australia now need a miracle.
Over the wicket, I like it. It's got to be nose or toes, hasn't it? He's got to get the Yorker right or an excellent bouncer. And, well, might go for 6, but they need the wicket now.
Over the wicket, the gully comes in. Stark here, bowls to Wood, bangs it in, top edge, hanging in the air. Carey back with the flight, Boland as well, they drop it.
That was Boland's
It was
catch.
Boland's catch every day of the week. Carey committed to it and sprinted back with the flight, right beneath our commentary position. Boland a little bit timid, saw Carey coming, understandably came to a halt, but the ball landed no more than 15 yards from bowling starting position. It wasn't the keeper's catch. It's 2 to win.
Boland
3 to win.
Could have just jogged into that one. It's very loud here, so Alex Carey, and we know Scott Boland is actually a soft-spoken man. He needed to roar, mine.
Or just put your hand up so Carey could see it.
I don't know if Carey Regan would have seen it, would he?
Looking at the ball.
He had to scream mine. That was a massive opportunity for Australia.
Might be their last hope. Not even sure he touched it. Back to Wokes. He deserves to finish it. 3 to win. Big gap through the covers. Stark over the wicket to Wokes here on loft stump. Defended. Just placed behind point with a minimum of fuss. The calm you expect from a veteran. Wokes to 28. 2 to win. 7 for 249. Back to Mark Wood. 2 balls to come.
The chances of him finishing it with a 6, it just wouldn't surprise me with the match that he's gone. Just one little moment at the end there. I mean, Carey just sprinted as hard as he could. But that was an opportunity, you know, caught 5 to win, Broad coming in. Not to be.
Can he win the test match here? Stark's got 2 balls, 2 runs to win. Makes room out to the offside, they get 1. Scores a level. England cannot lose the test match. 7 for 250. Chris Wokes gets the strike back with 1 ball left in Stark's set.
And Wokes has done such a fantastic job. He's had a very good test match as well with the ball, particularly last night. Handy partnership with Cook today. If he'd been knocked over early, exposed the English tail earlier.
Yep, 3 wickets in the first innings as well.
So 1 to win, the scores are level. Stark just being held by umpire Damasena. Still got the fly slip, men back for the most part for the top edge, but a number are in as well. Stark to finish the over. England, 1 to keep themselves in the series. And out through point it goes for 4. What a mighty celebration from Mark Wood and Chris Wokes. When Wokes walked in, they needed 80 to win. The head had been cut off the stake with Stokes and Bairstow in quick succession. But what a shrewd selection it was, bringing Wokes back into the side. 32 not out. He will be the champion for England here, along with Harry Brook. They win by 3 wickets, and the Ashes are well and truly alive. 2-1 at Headingley. And both in 2019 and in 2023, they've been come-from-behind efforts. They were all but gone at 7 for 142 at lunch on day 2. But through the work of Mark Wood, 5 for on day 1. An explosive innings when all looked lost. And out there at the end as well, a gutsy win, a come-from-behind win, a famous win. England by 3 wickets.
Yeah, amazing. And just some unbelievable individual test matches. A lot of players didn't really contribute. There was only 4 scores over 50, 1 an innings. There was 3 fifers. Wokes had a very good all-round game, but for the Ashes, this is amazing. Listening to this crowd roar throughout the 4 days that we've had. England, probably the best pitch that we've seen in the series. England found a way when they were behind, and really it was at lunch. And Mark Wood really took control with the bat. From there, the momentum really was England's way. Besides Travis Head really keeping Australia in with a remarkable innings and a tough chase. I know they've chased bigger totals quicker under Bazball, but that was always going to be a tight one, and they've got home.
Jeremy Coney and Chris Wokes smiled all the way off the pitch. He's known as being one of the nicest men in the game.
Yeah, he is.
He might have thought his test career was finished when Bazball came along. He's not by definition a Bazballer, but 6 wickets swinging it around corners. 32 not out here in the cauldron that is Headingley towards the end. What an individual performance.
Yeah, he's certainly proved his position dramatically, hasn't he? He played an important part in the bowling attack. Now he's actually shown also with the bat he can do it. And the whole of the Western Terrace, sort of, if they were a person, every molecule in their body vibrating. You know, it's just an extraordinary atmosphere at the moment, and this series is now revitalised. It's a gift that keeps on giving, this series.
Beautifully put. The fact that we go to Old Trafford, Flem, I know you won't be with us, sadly. You're going back to Australia before the 4th test, but this series, this carnival, moves across the Pennines to Manchester in a couple of weeks. The amount of attention on that Test match will rival anything from 2005.
Well, I think it's been so significant, days out from the first Test match, and it hasn't decreased. An Australian win in a close game, would have obviously decreased the interest a bit, but, you would have said, geez, it's been a close series. It could have gone either way, but 2-1. Already, I just feel the last two will be close, and this will rival 2005 in hindsight for the competitiveness between the two teams, the public interest, and just an amazing series to call on the radio.
England left that first Test match, they will have left that thinking, by crikey, that was our test. Well, they've gone 2 down. They've won a very close match here, really. It could have gone either way. And look, we've got something to look forward to at Manchester now, haven't we? I mean, everyone will be looking forward to that.
Australia had the chance today, straight after lunch, getting Stokes and Bairstow. 80 runs to win from there. It was the partnership with 59 from 73 balls between Harry Brook, who made 75, and the aforementioned Wokes, 32 not out. Coming of age for Harry Brook, his best Test innings. There with the experience of Wokes. What a performance from those two when it did look like Australia were going to roll through them.
Yeah, Brook should get a lot out of this. I mean, traditionally, if you look at 75 off 93 deliveries, you go, geez, what a display of stroke play. But that's a slow innings for Brook. But it's also shown that he can do it. I thought he was smart the way he took the singles that were available to him, and he backed Wokes later on. Bad balls, particularly cover drives, were put away. I don't think the Australians bowled short enough to him where he looked uncomfortable at Lords. But you can only deal with what's dished up, and that's a match-winning innings as much as Travis Head's could have been for Australia yesterday. And Wokes, as you said, he probably didn't fit into their plans, earlier on. But, he's a smart cricketer, particularly in England, a shrewd cricketer. And Mark Wood, he's the X factor we thought he would be for England, and he's got a week off now. So he can bowl fast, he can hit long, but Australia really needs some plans to the tail end of England. And then today I was surprised that we didn't see the bounce-a-thon for half an hour at stages.
Earlier, while they still had gas in their legs,
and if Murphy was a chance to bowl today, he needed to do it earlier to see whether he could be a factor.
And I think at Labuschagne and Smith's got to be a slight concern for the Australians. I mean, they came here with a lot of, performance behind them, and yet when you look at it, you've got Smith averaging 31. You've got Labuschagne and Warner averaging 24. Now, and to lose Lyon as well. I mean, England must feel that's a heck of a good sort of start in the whole thing from there, from right of those three things. So, look, it's all to play for. I think perhaps Aussie have got a few things to think about. Do they include Boland in the next Test match? I mean, have they got enough bowling? I see they sent Neza back to his county, so I'm not sure exactly what they're thinking.
I mean, Hazelwood's a big in.
Yeah, of course
they've missed him in this Test match.
Yeah.
They can get him back. They missed Nathan Lyon, but they're not getting him back.
No.
And they probably haven't found out enough about Todd Murphy. Murphy's playing, but we didn't get a lot of overs into him. If you'd said at the start, with Marnus and Smithy averaging then, I would have thought we were 3-0 down. So the Khawaja getting runs in England, Travis Head proving what a match winner he can be, Mitchell Marsh's 100 has given us a chance there. But structurally, there's some real questions for Australia.
Yeah, Mitch Marshall, Cameron Green, and those sorts of issues as well, I think will rear their head in between.
What a great Test match. Australia 263 and 224. England 237 and 254 for 7, winning by 3 wickets. Lads, we're going to take a beat. We're going to take a break. On the other side of it, we'll have the presentation. We'll be hearing from the captains and the player of the match. Our coverage is for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. England victorious at Headingley by 3 wickets. SEN Test cricket for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Adam Collins with Jeremy Coney and Damien Fleming. Just waiting for the presentation to start down the side of the pitch. In terms of player of the match, Jeremy, I mean, on the face of it, I suppose it's Mark Wood. Yeah. Sorry, Jeremy, what's going up here?
Yeah, I think Mark Wood for me. I mean, that first morning, those first 4 overs, I'd say that really encapsulated this Test match. It was thrilling to watch him, and the crowd were involved in it as well. But at 4 overs, doesn't sound a lot, folks, but at 92 to 96 miles an hour, that is very quick in there. The Aussies jumping, and he had them hurrying their shots, and everybody was involved. It's a very exciting time to watch. So there's that part, and then, of course, the innings he had. We talked about the 28, unusual batting, but hitting it as well, and you suddenly got the English side who was struggling. They got them up and over line. Then Stokes almost came along in his slipstream, really, and then, of course, a long spell in the second innings didn't work quite so well for him. But now this innings in the second one, chasing through,
I mean, if you were giving Brownlow votes, I mean, Mitch Marsh is unlucky to get 2, and
I always like giving it to the winning team.
Yeah,
but. Yeah, this is an individually dominated game. Marsh 118, Stokes 80, Head 77, Brooks 75. No one else gets a 50. 3 fifers.
Yeah.
Wood 5, Cummins 6 for, Stark 5 for. Chuck Wokes is 6 wickets in and 2 handy tail end innings. It's an unbelievable game where certain individuals had massive impact and the majority had none. Yeah, England did well. They didn't have Robinson. They virtually one player down, and they've won this Test.
Turned up with his sick note, didn't he? I can't play.
But significant moments. Ali getting Marnus and Stephen Smith out on a non-spinning pitch. Massive.
It's very rare you have a Test match where there are probably 3 credible players of the match. Wood, Marsh, or Wokes. You could form a case for any of them. The presentation's not far away from starting, so I could see Pat Cummins. I can see the man who's going to be named player of the match. I won't reveal that. We'll have the suspense for another minute or two, and then Ben Stokes in the bucket hat. I thought Ben Stokes was banned from wearing the bucket hat at presentations when he pinched Joe Root's cap at Lord's a few weeks ago. Anyway, he's down there wearing that. Beautiful afternoon here at Yorkshire, reminiscent of the day 4 years ago when they were chasing an awful lot more, but the result's the same. They get over the line, they keep the Ashes alive, just as they did in that match where Stokes made 135.
Yep. Yeah, there wasn't, a match-winning 100 to get them home here. There's a bit of an old-style chase where the tail enders in the end got England home. Australia, in some regards, were one player down with young Todd Murphy not bowling a lot, but I think they're ready to go the man of the match.
Yeah, we're just going to wait until it comes through from television, so we'll be told by the team in Melbourne when they've got that going on TV, and we'll be able to turn it around quickly. I will break to you that it is Mark Wood who's speaking to Athens downstairs as the player of the match. So he picked up 5 for 34 in the first innings. Then he made 24 from 8 deliveries. That was when they were 7 for 142, careering towards a massive first innings deficit, which they restricted to 26. That was the 62 balls that changed this match. It changed this Test match, Jeremy Coney.
Oh, absolutely. They could have had, they had a deficit of 26 in the end, but by crikey, they could have been sort of 70 or 80.
Oh, yeah.
Add another 50 to this total, and that makes a difference in the match.
Yeah, I'm backing you up there. I just think, 60, 70 behind, it's going to be tough to get back in. So, Wood's significant. Just that raw pace you were talking about, Jeremy. And then to knock our tail over, which we think was Stark at 8 and Cummins at 9, that we're going to get at least another 50, 60. It was only 18. And it was, in fact, England's tail that put on another 80 or 90 that was hugely influential in them winning the game.
What did you make of Cummins tactically today, Flem? I mean, we've discussed the Murphy piece of the puzzle already, but the way that he used his fast bowlers, that in what rotations he went through and so on.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about Cummins, you always put Stephen Smith in there too, because Smith is really, really involved with the tactical side of things. Surprised that we didn't see the bounce-a-thon.
Okay, we're going to get the presentation now from Channel 9.
The match, great win for us, and it keeps the series alive. I guess given the way this series has been going, you probably sat there with your pads on thinking it's going to come down to me.
I was not good in that dressing room. I'm sure the lads will tell you. Sweaty palms all the way, but it's a lot easier actually when you're out in the middle than when you're sat up there. So tough against some of the best bowlers in the world, and that's the first time I'm actually getting England over the line with a bat. So delighted.
Is it too soon for all-rounder status then?
Absolutely too soon for that. You know, I'm happy down at number 9. I think that's still too high. Any higher, I'm definitely getting a nosebleed. So number 9 is as high as I'll go.
Let's talk about the bowling, because you came into this team to shake things up, and you bowled 4 very fast overs at the start of this game. Is that as quickly as you bowled for England?
I felt in good rhythm. I don't know if it's the quickest. I felt, you know, coming down the hill, you know, you think of Bob Willis and charging down that bank. So I tried to sort of think about that and run as hard as I could that first spell. Stokesy was very clear with my role. Both short, sharp spells and give it everything you've got, and that's what I tried to do.
And obviously a big impact upon Australia's tail there. Australia lost 6 for 23 at the end of the first innings, and that was a significant factor in the game.
It was, but they got run second, and so, you know, that sort of counterbalances that. I think there's still things to work on going into the next game. Both sides have gone hard at the tail, and that's something that we're going to have to combat again.
How much of an impact do you think your 24 off 8 balls in that first innings had?
I was pleased with it. I don't know how much of an impact it had. Look, obviously delighted that I've managed to get some runs here. It'll be tough again going into the next match.
Can I ask about the crowd as well? I mean, you get fantastic support at every ground you play at, but there's something special about here at Headingley and the Western Terrace, that the support given to the team.
The support everywhere we'll go is always amazing. You know, we're back to 100%, but the support's always better in the north, isn't it?
Final question, if I may. 9 days before the next game, you've obviously missed a lot of cricket. There are 2 vital test matches coming up. Are you confident you'll be fit for both?
I hope so. You know, that's probably a question not for right now. I think we've just got to see how I pull up, but I'll be doing everything I can to be ready.
Great stuff. Well done.
Thanks, Athas.
And now, for a few words, we call upon Australian captain Pat Cummins.
Tight margins as ever in this series. Where do you think this game just slipped from your grasp?
Well, I think there was a few moments that went back and forth each day, really. You know, day 1, I think we lost 6 for 20 odd. You know, yesterday the sun was out. We missed probably an opportunity as well. So just a couple of key moments.
Yeah, the first innings lead in the end was only 26, so you had your collapse, and then that 10 overs after lunch when England put on 95 with their tail.
Yeah, that's it. You know, we did a bit of the same yesterday with Travis Head, but yeah, it seems like a series where each session kind of swings in one team's favour, and then the next session the other team picks it up. So, yeah, just trying to Stokesy. I wouldn't mind a stress-free one.
What about when those 2 wickets fell as well to Moeen Ali, who bowled 17 overs for 34, but picked up the key wickets of Smith and Labuschagne? Did you feel at that moment that the game was just in your grasp?
Again, one of those moments where it felt like we were just in control. We could have, you know, kept going. Unfortunately, lost a couple of wickets, which happened. So, you know, I thought to get up to 250 gave us something, you know, pretty competitive to bowl at, but wasn't quite enough.
Can I ask about David Warner at the top of the order? Is some focus on him and the troubles he's having with Stuart Broad? Are you confident that he'll be around the next 2 games, and you've got faith in him to find his best form?
Yeah, of course. You know, I thought, particularly last week at Lords, he was fantastic. Yeah, a few chances he's got out there to bat. It's been lights and clouds up above, so no, really happy with how everyone's going.
And the game that Mitchell Marsh had here is going to make selection very interesting for you at Old Trafford.
Yeah, I suppose it's a good problem, but he was awesome. You know, I think it's 4 years since his last game. He's had ankle surgery to try and get right for red ball cricket, so great to see him back in, and yeah, a few headaches ahead.
And it's essentially the end of a stretch of 4 consecutive test matches for you, 3 of which have been unbelievably tight and tense. So you've got a 9-day break now. Is that to your team's advantage, and you as a fast bowler?
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. So we'll take a few days off and go and recharge the batteries, and yeah, people are flying off to various places and we'll come together, all excited for Manchester.
We look forward to it. Thanks for your time.
Great, thanks.
And now for a few words, today's winning captain, England's Ben Stokes.
The Ashes are alive, Ben. How delighted are you with the performance of your team here?
Yeah, really good. Another, down to the wire game. So yeah, it's nice to get over the line in this one, and obviously keep our hopes alive.
And it kind of went to plan, didn't it? You won the toss, decided to bowl, but presumably not because you thought it was going to go everywhere, but because you were quite comfortable chasing in the 4th innings, given the recent record here.
Look, I think it was a bit of both. I think, won the toss and we could have batted our ball. It looked a very, very good wicket. I think you'd seen that, especially by the way that Mitch Marsh came out and played. He really turned the game on its head for us when we were in a really commanding position with the ball. So, you've got to give credit to the way that he came out and took the game on. But it was obvious that, if you get in, you're able to score runs with the outfield being as quick as what it was. Obviously we brought Woody and Wokesy back into the team, and it's great when you make decisions like that and they really impact the game, especially when you get over the line.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that because there are 3 changes actually, and Moeen Ali was the 3rd, and each of those cricketers had a significant impact upon this game.
Yeah, and that's what we sort of try and look at it when we pick teams, is you go about what impact are they going to have at the game and how can we use them, and that's sort of what we want. We want people to come in and when their moment in the game is sort of theirs, it's how can they impact the game and can it be influential to us either getting on top or putting us in a commanding position, and all 3 of the guys did that this week.
And as an all-rounder, Chris Woakes has lived in your shadow a little bit, I suppose, in the last few years, and he's had a year out from Test cricket. Were you absolutely confident that coming in after that year out that he was be as good as he has been, and today in a clutch situation that he was going to be good for you?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't even look at the fact that it's been so long since he's played a red ball game for England. He's a quality performer, and every time he puts the shirt on, he gets the job done. He's sort of Mr. Consistent. Having someone who can bat like him down at number 8 is obviously a massive help for us. And when the ball's doing a little bit in the air or off the wicket, you know that he's going to be massively in the game. So, really pleased for Wokesy, and hopefully if he gets another opportunity later on in the series, he can do something similar.
And Mark Wood is a special cricketer in many ways, but that kind of character that really lifts a team as well.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. I mean, look, when you got someone who can run in it and bowl at 95 mile an hour, and then when he's a bit stiff can bowl at 90, it's obviously a massive help. He is someone who is always going to impact the game. Whether he's not taking wickets at one end, you generally see some wickets going from the other end because of the way that he bowls. It's great to see him go out there with a smile on his face, enjoying himself, running in, bowling rockets, as he says. And obviously with the bat, he just goes out there free spirit and very clear in his mind how he wanted to take both situations on with the bat.
How important was that little innings? Because it seemed to spark you into action as well.
Look, I think, again, it was a Wasper. It goes back to the clarity. He walked out here knowing exactly how he wanted to take the game on, especially with the quicks bowling fast and at his head. And, 26 off 8 balls was a massive swing in the game. So... Again, he was completely clear with what he wanted to do. Doesn't always come off, but when you're very clear, you're giving yourself a better chance.
Can I ask about the switch of Moeen Ali to number 3 today? Was that because you're more comfortable with Harry at 5, and in fact that worked out, or was it a kind of promotion for Moeen to try and impact the game from that position as well?
The thing about Mo is he always wants to impact the game, whether it be with ball and bat. He came up to Brendan last night and said, I want to have a crack at 3. I want to go and take these guys on. He felt like he could have more of an impact up the order, and obviously we've got quite a long batting lineup already with Wokesy coming in at 8. So it wasn't necessarily a free hit for us, but I just love the fact that, in a pressure situation in a run chase, that Moeen wants to stand up and wants to go out and deliver for the team. And
do you think that will be a factor moving forward in the series? Could you see that as a permanent solution?
No, I don't think so. I think me and Baz are pretty sort of, just go with the flow of things, and if something comes into our head and we think it's a positive sort of move to take towards the game, then, we'll think about it and maybe go with it, maybe not.
And I asked Pat Cummins about the 9-day break now. It's 3 pretty stressful test matches you've all endured, and your body looks to be falling to bits from time to time. Will the break be good for you and your team?
Yeah, I think it'll be great for both teams. Obviously we're at 2-1. The next game is very vital for both teams, and you obviously want everyone to sort of be fresh and raring to go. Everyone wants to see good cricket. These first 3 games have been unbelievable cricket. I think everyone who's watched it has been on the edge of their seat, especially towards the back end. So, this 9-day break is going to do quite a few bodies the world of good.
And a final word for the Headingley crowd that have given you magnificent support this week.
Yeah, sensational. We absolutely love coming here and playing cricket for England. They get right behind us, and just the Western Terrace, obviously, they're always up with us. It's just amazing how this place always just has memories that people will always remember, and we just absolutely love playing here.
Great words and a great performance from you and your team this week. Well done.
Cheers.
Thank you to Channel 9 and to the Sky team for letting us take the presentation. England victorious by 3 wickets. I noticed just then going through the scorecard, Flem, they won it in exactly 50 overs. Last night when they did their post-play interviews, they said they'd treat it like a one-day chase, and so it proved to the ball.
Yeah, it wasn't Bazball, but it was positive, and they just continued to score, wasn't it? The pressure was on Australia to continue to to take wickets. The fields allow them to continually tick over. The rotation of strike even early with a tall right-hand opener and a nuggety left-hand opening bat. When you have to change your line and your length every ball, it's really hard to be totally accurate and totally posing. So I want them to have a little think about that. Still interested to know why, they didn't go upstairs. They didn't bowl short earlier in that first session, where not only at Lord's did it get wickets, it actually started to regress the run rate as well. But that definitely wasn't part of their plans at all today.
I think you need to have pace when you're going to use that short-pitched bowling bouncer attack. It needs to accompany pace with it, doesn't it, to actually really make it work. You're not through your shot enough, and you've got to get the right angles and so on. But you need that gas in the legs as well to keep running in.
Yeah.
And by the time that they got to that point, I thought they had exhausted the top of off stump, you know what I mean? And they'd allowed singles to be run throughout the innings, and maybe they could have changed that perhaps a bit earlier.
And I just think at Lord's they weren't at express pace. I just think once the pitches show signs,
yeah, but this had more carry.
But there was still inconsistent, I reckon. Like they got lucky, got two down the leg side with poor short balls. Okay, so they don't have to be great short balls. If you're going to get them caught in the boundary, then they've got to be high and all that sort of stuff. But Root and Stokes got strangled down the leg side with half trackers.
A few other bits and pieces from the presentation. Wood, as we suspected, was player of the match. Said he'll never bat any higher than number 9, where he was so effective this week. Remember, he was the one that started it, wasn't it? 6 for 23 was Australia's collapse from 4 down on night 1, which kept England within striking distance after Marsh and Head added 155. Feels like a long time ago now. He said sport's better in the north. I think that there's a lot of love for Headingley today, isn't there, guys? That this ground has been a brilliant Ashes venue for, the better part of a century, and so it's been again this week.
Yeah, I mean, if you think of that second test with the bouncer fest, and then you had the controversy, while it was sort of there, throughout this test, but it wasn't like the Viscounts and the Lords, was it? In the second test match, this was kind of earthy, kind of almost pantomime, kind of stuff. And so I thought it's toned the whole thing down. That was starting to build up.
The Western Stand, I mean, that was nothing compared to walking through the long rooms. The brutality of that. I mean, really, but that was a luxury. No, they didn't go over the top like the Holy Stand at Edgbaston. This is an iconic stand for the fans, and I enjoy their energy.
Both captains, speaking of energy, both captains spoke about the importance of the 9-day break. In Pat's case, saying that after they need a stress-free test match, or at least that's what he'll be hoping for when they get back together in 9 days at Manchester. And then Stokes also spoke about clarity of purpose. Now, if you want to be sort of abstract about it all, that's really what Bazball is, isn't it? I mean, Jeremy, we were there for the start of it last year, and the team was saying the difference between the previous era and the era they're now playing in, or regime, if you like, is that now they're given the freedom to be their best selves. They don't get an awful lot of direction because they want them to play the way they want to play. They want to keep it extremely straightforward, and that's what he credits as being responsible for Mark Wood playing so well this week.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've selected people who are going to play that way as well, haven't they? I mean, they've spurned some of the people around the counties that perhaps have scored more runs and bat in a more orthodox way, particularly the openers, those sorts of positions. And we're seeing number 3s being used in different ways already. So I think that's their choice. That's what they can do, and that's the way they would like to play. It's very exciting to watch. It's got people obviously entertained and coming along. They could have sold this ground out twice probably today, so that's excellent, I think, for the game. Whether you want a bigger purpose to try and sort of keep Test cricket going, those sound like very grandiose things, but I think they're probably helping it anyway.
Yeah, there's been less speak about that. That was when they were losing early on. There was, for me, that's a slightly more aggressive traditional chase on a day 4 pitch that's more like a day 3 pitch. So I thought they played the conditions really well. And we've all played in teams, Jeremy. Steve Waugh was very good at role definition and clarity. And like Ali went to, Baz and Stokes saying, I want to bat 3. Steve Waugh, not that you do it many occasions, but if you went up and said, I want to do this here, he generally backed players who backed themselves. If you didn't back yourself, he took full control. But, you know, that decision by Moen says to me that this is a team that feels comfortable to do that. And I know within the Australian team, you know, there's chats that, you know, they are comfortable with where the leadership is. Equally, that they feel like they've got a say. So both teams have some structural problems. You know, number 3 at England, you know, I don't think Brooks number 3 and Ali's not a number 3, so that's a role. For Australia, the Warner situation, and we've still got 9 days, see what the pitch is like. Mine has always been that 2-test buffer, you know, and his 2 innings at Lords, for me, gave him 2 test matches, but I didn't know Green was going to miss and Marsh was going to score 100. I think Marsh just has to play, because I thought he batted really well in the second innings. It was unlucky, and he's got a bit of energy with the ball there as well. And, you know, bowling probably for Hazelwood. Cummins has bowled 139 overs over here in 4 tests, so he needs to rest up for these 9 wickets. And then just feel where Murphy's going to be. You know, he's no use playing unless he's going to bowl overs. Sometimes you've got to take the risk for the development of the spinner. Otherwise, and also the pitch plays a part. You know, if it's quick and it's green, maybe there's no spinner, and Travis Head plays that part.
As we start to wind down and before we say goodbye, Andrew Sampson, we haven't come to you since the final ball. Any parting thoughts on what you've seen today and where it all fits in statistically and contextually?
Well, contextually, I mean, a lot of film franchises, the sequel is not as good as the original, is it? As a sequel to 2019, this wasn't too bad, was it?
Yes, quite.
Yeah, just in statistically, the run chasing here at this ground. It's the 4th time in 6 years that 250's been chased or more. 6th time overall. As I was mentioning earlier, only Melbourne has more, and 4 of theirs were in timeless tests. And it's the 5th time in the Bazball era that England have chased over 250 in 16 games. And they were 1 run short in Wellington as well of chasing another one of over 250. So that is clearly one of them.
And a tactic against them now is the opposition bowling first.
Exactly.
And how's this no captain in Test history has led a side to 5 or more 250 chases, which again frames up just how different this England team feels at the moment. And what it means is, boy, I mean, I'm gutted you're not coming to Manchester, Flem, because you would have been such a great addition to our commentary team up there. Marcus North's coming in to replace you for Manchester and the Oval, the former Australian batsman. But Jeremy, you'll be there, I'll be there, Samo will be there. A lot of us will be there, and when we go across the Pennines, it is going to be on. I remember the 2005 Test match at Manchester was so memorable, with Australia batting out the draw with Glenn McGrath in the final over and all the rest of it to keep the series alive. So it may well be when we go up there in 9 days' time.
Well, the narrative arc of this whole series is, I think it's got a lot more to give. And boy, it's been pretty good so far, hasn't it? I'm really enjoying the ride. So, yeah, come on, bring it on, Manchester, as far as I'm concerned. We're going to miss Flem.
We are.
But, you know, good boy.
Yeah,
enjoy going home and have a great time when you get back home with the family.
It was great to be part of the commentary lineup. I was in there at number 3, which was a bit high batting-wise, I thought at times. But Colo was the captain, well done. Bharat, vice-captain. Jeremy, you've been superb as always. We'll get you onto TikTok.
Yes.
For Dan and Jarrod, Geoff today, everyone. But I'll be listening, boys. I'll be listening.
We'll send you a message,
with
mate,
you.
so
come on, Aussies.
0433 98 11 16. Damien Fleming texting in with some thoughts. We'll always read them out, Flem. Yes, you mentioned a few of the names already, but our commentary team this week, on behalf of Andrew Sampson, Damien Fleming,
Andrew.
Jeremy Coney, Adam White, who was with us the first couple of days, did a splendid job. Geoff Lemon, who stepped in for him. We'll have Daniel Norcross back on the call for Manchester next week as well. Peter Lalor, Sundaresan, the vice-captain. And what we do here on SEN Test Cricket, we'll have his post-play interview on the podcast feed tonight, also in all the usual social media places. Jarrod Kimber, and he is also with us for Manchester, and Phil Walker comes back for the Oval. So we've got a great team. We're proud of what we're putting on the park at the moment, and the team back in Melbourne as well. I can't be more grateful to Pato, to Paulie, to Mitch, the head of cricket, and to Link Allen, who's been with us for the last couple of weeks as well at Lords. He's done a great job helping produce the show here on the ground. Right, that's it from us. Thank you for listening throughout. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing another brilliant Ashes Test match to you. Our coverage has been for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. England victorious by 3 wickets. This Ashes series so very much alive.